Yep. I'm gonna start the stream now. So it should be booting up while I tell my Discord that we are playing video games. All right, it's up. Can you say something so I can hear you? I'm gonna start the stream now.
Counts ogres.
So it should be booting up
you
while
seen
I
Counts
tell
Ogres
my
in Domination before?
Discord that we are playing video games.
It's a pretty shit matchup for ogres.
All right, yeah. You sound fine.
Okay, nice.
You so fine, you sound good. I will tell Hanadins he no longer has to wait for us because the stream is up.
Nice. Oh, look, I got a Discord thing. Wonder what that could be.
It's probably me saying I'm going live. So, hey everybody, how we doing? We are here yet again with the Warhammer World Championship. As far as I know, unless a hurricane hits or something, this is the last thing I get to cast for this event. So let's make it count. I am back with friend of the channel, RTK's Platypus, the dominator of Dom himself, the most prolific host in all of Warhammer 3. As far as that game mode goes, I still believe I have you beat overall. But domination, I don't think it's even close. I think you've hosted the most Dom tournaments of anybody.
Maybe.
You do have a YouTube channel. It is in the description, and people should go check that out.
Yep.
Yep. Rusty's in the chat saying, you suck and I'm great. Classic. Your earlier message is gone, Jeremy. I can see it. It says 5:15, but that's so long. Just start now. All right. Amenephis, how you doing? We do have Ogres Vampire counts, but real quick before we talk about what's actually on the screen, quick look at the bracket for tonight, taking the stream over there. We have, like, not that many people, honestly. This should be a relatively straightforward tournament, probably get done at a reasonable time for us both to go to sleep. There's going to be 5 total rounds. Not bad at all. Favorites for the night. I usually like to do that. I think we forgot to do that last time. So looking at the bracket, Mr. Platypus, pick 3 people you think are going to win this thing.
Let's see. We've got Tim the Wilder, Tutorial, and probably Samurai Style.
Wow. Tutorial and Samurai Style are back in this tournament. I honestly thought they would have qualified by now.
Yeah.
Because those guys were pretty hard hitters on the stream last time. I'll allow myself one overlap with you. Otherwise, it's not exciting. Because I would probably guess those 3 as well. But looking at it, Tim the Wilder is for sure my favorite to win the whole tournament. I can't bet against him. He's just really freaking good at this mode. Aside from that, Hanadins is always a really good player in both modes. So I'll bet on my boy Hanadins. Then you took Tutorial and Samurai Styles. Take a look here. Park Map's actually pretty good. Park Map usually does quite well. So I'll go Park Map, Tim, and Hanadins for my 3.
All right. Now
Anyway.
what do I get when I'm right?
$10 gajillion.
Nice.
Though if it's Tim the Wilder, I also get $10 gajillion.
Okay. I think Tim has to pay us then, if that's the case.
Yee. So we're into game 1 between Dodd Dokison and Hanadins, and you said you have not seen Ogres versus Vampire counts ever.
In a long time. No, I've seen it before, and it's generally gone very poorly for the Ogres. But they have received some buffs since I last saw them in this matchup, and counts have subsequently been nerfed as well, but still, low leadership faction versus counts has never been a great time.
True. A couple people popping in. Carlucio Total War, sup? Hey. Dom sucks at a land battle, siege, or riot. Pff, FFA. Binch. And Trigger is here. Trigger, you're not playing tonight, you're just rooting for Hanadins. In land battles, this matchup's pretty bad for the counts in hands of top tier players, because the Iron Blaster, Lead Belcher, Kite with Man-Eater pistols is just... It's no fun to watch, but it's very effective to kill the counts. So...
You can see that. That's
definitely
not what Dawkison has opted for here.
Well, you can't do that on Dom. You got to take the points. You can't run around for 30 minutes.
Well, I think Iron Blast would still be very, very effective, killing things like Cav, the Cryptorers, all that jazz. But no, Dawkison has opted for Double Giant.
Double Giant has been making a comeback since the buffs. They're solid. I wouldn't say they're strong, but they're like mid tier. If they find what they want to find, they'll get a lot of work done.
700 weapon strength and 100 leadership plus causing terror is no laughing matter. They'll actually stay and fight when most other ogre units would run away. So definitely a powerhouse.
Yeah, probably throw them at point 2 and hold it. You think?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Also, giants are still, they got some missile resist and they got some armor, but they're still just generally weak to basic archers, which the counts don't have any of. So the counts have to opt into a melee fight with giants, which isn't usually a good time for you. Ooh, and these giants have healing. I didn't really think about that with ogre giants, because most rosters with giants don't have healing.
Yeah, troll guts will probably top them off in a single cast. It just lasts so long, so. And it's not like counts a lot of fire damage to actually reduce that healing in any way, so. Those giants are going to be really tough to kill, and probably counts aren't going to be able to do it. They'll have to play around them.
So, we've talked about the ogres a bunch. Counts are bringing normal count stuff, it looks like. Cryptors, skeletons. Heinrich Kemmler.
Kemmler. Yeah, I spy a Kemmler. It's a bit of an interesting choice. I guess if you're pairing it with these Blood Knights that he's brought as well, that's been a very potent combo for a very long time, with the Tomb Blade just healing them up. Then Krell is actually probably going to be very, very effective against ogres as well. Anti-large fighter. To be very hard to kill, and he could just drop it and be very disruptive.
I wonder if he drops it and just sends it after the Slaughtermaster and keeps him occupied for a while. I think that's like tempting, but the ogres are very fast. That's something that's easy to forget about them. I think putting it next to a giant, just letting him chop the giant down, is probably the better option. Yeah. I mean, if Dodokison messes up and lets his Slaughtermaster just stand next to Krell, sure, it'll be a great play, but he is much faster than the undead white.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like the Slaughtermaster's interested in leaving the forest anytime soon. He's going to sit back there, pop out when he needs to heal something, and then go right back.
Yeah.
It's a very, very safe positioning.
Blood Knights are strong against ogres. Anti-large, not a great amount of armor piercing, but the ogres don't have a great amount of armor. Now, you don't really want to fight Crushers or Mournfang Cav 1v1 with Blood Knights, but as long as you just stick to fighting basic ogre bulls and ogre bulls with dual weapons, you'll do really good damage.
Especially with Kemmler support. And there's not actually any shooting here to punish them. No pistols, no iron blasters, so they should have free reign over the battlefield for the time being. Oh. Honestly, I'd kind of like to see the counts just forego the center objective and just take those Blood Knights and capture objective number 3, because there's only 2 ogre bulls over there. Those Blood Knights will crump them very, very quickly.
Yeah. Right now, people are just setting up till the capture points actually pop. Ogres currently have 2 locked down. Though, these 2 ogre bulls out in the middle of nowhere could be complete dead meat against these Blood Knights. They have no Noblars to take any shots for them or anything. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. And it's come over to take objective 3. The ogre bulls want no part of that, so it's going to take objective number 3, and that means that Dodokison has to engage in the center, and the giant is coming in to try and get a piece of those Cryptors.
I mean, he'll do okay versus the Cryptors, but he likes to 1v1. He doesn't like to 12v1 or 16v1.
Just with Undeath Resurgence popped, they have 56 melee defense, so he's not even hitting on it most of his attacks, so.
Yeah. More Skellies and more Cryptors are getting summoned from the counts running in. As far as the ogres go, the Sky Striders are here. Those guys will demolish Blood Knights in a 1v1, so I think the Blood Knights are going to want to fuck off. They don't want to fight that.
Yep, definitely. They need to be careful that it does remain a 1v1, because there are 2 Blood Knights who can still outmaneuver them quite easily.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, the Sky Striders are actually faster than Blood Knights? What the hell?
They're very fast.
I didn't know that.
Blood Knights aren't a particularly fast cav, which is fun. Anyway,
center objective does look like it's going over the force of Dodokison and his ogres, as well as the objective on the right, number 3.
I'm kind of surprised he's capturing it. There's a lot of undead here, but they have limited capture weight in all their infantry. Yeah,
Hennings is bringing his Blood Knights on the point to actually just flip that capture rate. Now we do have a cav engagement going on, just unfortunately the Blood Knights, they charge into the blob. Now the Sky Striders are counterpunching. They should be able to get some good damage down, though they are blocked up by a lot of chaff.
They didn't connect with a lot of the Blood Knight models.
Nope.
It's going to be kind of a limp charge. Now they could get countercharged by the Blood Knights again, and as ogres do, the Sky Striders will probably leave a model or 2 behind that would get picked off if they try to run away. Kemmler's dying. That happened. He fought a giant for way too long, and he needs to get out of there now. It looks like he is finally starting to walk away.
Yeah, he does have his Cloak of Mist and Shadow popped, so he's 75% fist for this, so he should be just fine to run away and get some healing up.
Yeah, it's a lot of your heal cap used up, though.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of passive healing on this build for the count, so it's mostly relying on Kemmler being in melee, so he needs to find something to fight. He should be just fine to go fight ogre bulls or whatnot, and keep his army healed up. Yeah. But the counts have taken the center objective now. Now the ogre bulls are starting to rout, and now we're really seeing the difference in staying power. The ogres can do some pretty good damage initially, but they just don't have the leadership to stay in a long fight against the counts, especially with all these spear spams.
Ogres do have 1900 supplies, and they just used it now with crushers with great weapons coming in.
More and more ogre cav. Interesting.
We're really liking crushers.
Yeah, it definitely does pretty well against the Blood Knights, but I'm not sure it's going to do a whole lot against all of these skeleton spears with the Crypt Horrors backed up.
Yeah. Could be tough, especially if you get limited on elite units, and it's like, all right, they'll win 1v1, but if you have too many elite units, then they're not going to get a 1v1, they're going to get a 5v1.
The other thing is they have to chew through all of these skeletons to actually start to capture an objective, and they need backup to do it. And Krell is actually just beating on a giant there in the center.
We did say that was probably the right thing to do, and it looks like Hannidan stream sniped and hurt us. What a cheater.
Absolute scumbag.
Yeah.
It's like the giant already got a troll guts, and now it's going to get butchered to try and keep it up. Just giving it a ton of healing, but his heal cap is in sight. It's going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Yep, and Krell's doing what Krell has to do, burning a lot of Ogre, Wind of Magic, and Army passive on a giant, so he's getting his work done. Kemmler's just being a buff bot, walking around. Right now he's not engaged in a fight, but I don't see a fight he really wants to be a part of. There's 2 giants and Sky Striders, so he just kind of wants to chill for a moment.
Yeah. These Blood Knights have been fairly passive. I still don't see an entirely full HP Blood Knight that just hasn't done a whole lot yet. You really want to be active with that expensive unit. You can't really afford to have 1,700 golden funds just lying around not doing anything.
Yeah. You say that, but it does look like it's going all right for the counts. As you mentioned before, anything that's not a giant or a crusher is getting pushed off the points. We'll just have a couple elite units here. And it looks like the trade was all of the ogres for some of the skeletons, which are still here and still crumbling.
So we got Bullgorger popping the crushers, and they're actually beating the brakes off the Blood Knights in the center there. It's half HP off of a Blood Knight, though they should be able to get out and get healed up. Kemmler is idle, though, so there's still no healing, and a lot of the Vampire Count's chaff is wearing out, which means these crushers have a lot of good targets to kill. Those large targets will be exposed with no chaff to support them. Of course, as I say that, here comes the zombie tide.
Yeah, I'm very concerned at this point. We have a triple cap from the counts. They have about the same amount of supplies, about the same damage value, though the counts are better at healing it up. And the ogres, a lot of their damage value is sitting here in double giant, double crusher with great weapons, and their lord. So it's like, there's just not a lot left.
Lord is a little isolated. He could actually be in a lot of trouble if one of these Blood Knights gets over here and actually starts crumping him.
Yeah.
But honestly, these crushers are grinding really, really well. And that's something I've seen Deductiston do a lot. He likes bringing these buff spells, like in this case he has Bullgorger, to pop on those elite units to make them really, really perform in those anti-large duels. The hallmark of his style, and it's working pretty well. Those crushers are tearing apart Crypt Horrors.
They are. But how much are Crypt Horrors? Aren't they like
900?
Yeah. So he's beating up on a lower tier unit. I hear boop boop boop. Is there lead belchers?
Yeah, it's a lead belcher in Deductiston spawn, just firing it on the Blood Knights.
Ooh.
Not a great target. They don't do the greatest against cavalry, and they're in the open field and they're just gonna get run down. So
yeah, he's got to spawn something right now to muck up those Blood Knights.
And
Looks
he
like
doesn't have the money to spawn anything that can actually save them.
Ooh, this could be all right though. 2 Ogre Bull units and the Sky Striders all coming back for these Blood Knights.
Yeah, he just kind of baited the Blood Knights in too deep, and now they're going to get absolutely crumped by those Sky Striders. The Frostbite will get applied to them. They are not going anywhere. Down to 49 speed, these ogres can stick right on their asses and just beat them to hell.
Another Troll Guts is cast. I'm worrying that the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is about out of Winds of Magic at this point, because I've seen 3 or 4 Troll Guts, and I've seen 1 or 2 upgraded Bullgorgers. These guys suck at regenerating Winds of Magic.
They definitely do. And with that Blood Knight catch, though, the Deductiston has actually skyrocketed ahead in the value lead, but I don't know that's going to be enough. He doesn't have any of the objectives. He doesn't have a whole lot of pressure on any of them either. They have a very, very hard time taking back against all these just massive amounts of Vampire Count's bodies.
That is a lot of zombies right there.
Now, the one thing that the Counts are really, really lacking, in my opinion, is a Terror Source. They've got Farguys coming, but they aren't the ROR. So there's just no terror here. I feel like a Terror Source could be very, very effective against these ogres. Ogres have notoriously shitty leadership. So just getting Devils of Swords off in, or maybe some Karen Raids or something in here to start terror routing, I feel like it could be very, very valuable.
Maybe. He could just be going with, I mean, we've seen everything that isn't a Crusher route already. So he could just be like, yeah, terror would be nice, but I'm doing fine without it. Could be the read.
Fair.
I don't know. He does have some Vargeist for a little bit of pressure here. If they can get a rear charge and everything, they'll do a lot of damage since the updates to how flying charges work. And they are going to, in fact, dive onto
Sky
Crushers.
Striders. And they're going to get rear-charged by these Sky Striders in just a second. Oh, yep. Here it comes. With that Bull Gorger pop, bringing them up to 78 melee attack and 169 weapon strength.
Mm-hmm.
They're chewing through them.
Vargeist do have regen if they cannot, instantly die. But that might not matter. Ogres are pulling up on the gold damage value. It's going fine for them. What's not going fine for them is that they have been triple capped since the time of maybe 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
They finally took back point 3, but we're getting
at this
1,000 points.
Yeah, at this point they're going to have to 3-cap, which means they have to remove this massive counts blob in the center somehow. Lead Belcher's doing good work, but I don't know if one Lead Belcher is going to be enough to remove all of these undead bodies. And the fact they can just keep bringing more and more spears and zombies is going to make this very difficult for the ogres, because while the Crushers do actually tear apart all these large targets, they take forever to kill zombies.
Indeed. There's just more counts. There's just more counts.
Yeah,
Point 1 has been entirely uncontested. There's just a skeleton warrior that's been up here watching the whole battle.
Well, you say that, and immediately an Ogre Bolt dual weapon comes over to kill that skeleton, and it will do a pretty good job of that, as well as out capturing it. So as soon as it gets there, we'll be able to take that objective.
True, but the Lead Belchers and the Spawn are about to die, and then those Blood Knights could swing up here and get a rear charge on those Ogre Bulls.
Definitely not a bad idea. Don't even know if the Blood Knights need to kill the Blood Belchers. They're just going straight for those Ogre Bulls.
Oh, that Dire Pack is murdering them.
Oh yeah, Dire Pack are insane against Ogres.
Yeah, I mean, I knew they have anti-large, but it's different to see them take a unit from full health to dead, and in the time it took a Blood Knight to wave.
Yeah, the Belchers are also notoriously squishy. Their melee defense is pretty low, their HP isn't very high. And now it looks like Count's already taking objective number 3. The Ogres are routing off, and that's going to be the 3-cap being reinstated here for Count, and that's really bad for the Ogres.
I think that's probably game.
Most likely.
Both the Crushers are
spears
heal
coming in.
capped.
Yeah, reinforcing spears coming in, they're going to make it very hard for the Crushers to actually grind through anything. They're not allowed to actually get out and charge anything, so they're going to have a very rough go of it here.
Kemler's healing up his Blood Knights. Ogres are still ahead on the damage value, but it is closing. Handedin's catching back up, and that's really bad if you're versus an undead faction.
The problem is, with all these Crushers tied up in the fight in the middle, it leaves the Dire Pack and the Blood Knights free to just spawn camp any Ogres that come in. Any Bulls that are just out in the open can get run down by Blood Knights and not be allowed to actually join the fight.
Yeah. That is looking like it.
Mm-hmm. Counts are a strong faction.
No. Yeah, you're being silly.
Mm-hmm. Slaughtermaster is getting surrounded by the Dire Pack, and he is not long for this fight. He does have a Troll Guts on him, so he'll heal up, but if he routs, the Dire Pack is going to run him off the map, and yeah, that's going to do quite a number of Ogre leadership. Yep.
And the prophecy came true. The Crushers are all still here. One of the Giants is still here. It doesn't matter, because they're all that's still here. They can't take a point alone.
Sky Striders have definitely done some good work, though. But, yeah.
Yeah.
This sheer amount of bodies that the Counts can spam out, with the Ogre Bulls can't actually stay and fight and clean up all the bodies for the Ogres, it's very, very hard to actually take objectives. Ogres are not good in a sustained fight. Ogre Bulls, specifically.
Saying hi to some people in chat. Wicked's here. Android Poetry's here. Mr. Casual popped in. Jerry Ferris. How's everybody doing? And healing is cool, but you like fire bellies? I hate fire bellies. I think fire bellies are the worst unit, dude. They have no Winds of Magic buff, so they get their mana really slowly. And then fire magic's fine right now, but it's mostly good at clearing out low armor chaff, which the ogres are already great at doing. It doesn't help the ogres do what they need to do.
I think the Ogres could have very much benefited from a burning head or two in this game.
Oh, this game, yeah, but I meant in general.
Jeez, look at the fight on those Sky Striders and Crushers.
One of the Giants had a pretty good day.
Well, I think he beat on Kemler and didn't kill him, so I just farmed value there.
Yeah. I mean, as for the vampire counts, Blood Knights did well. Cryptorers and Skellies just...
Spears did well. Spears did really well.
I wonder how many times they were summoned.
Only 2 of them got resummoned.
Yeah, anti-large will do well versus ogres.
Yeah, who knew anti-large infantry good against ogres? Dire Pack did good work too. Dire Pack outperformed one of the Blood Knights.
Dire Pack are great.
Yeah, they really, really are. That's the first game going to hand its counts. So into the question chat, yeah, ogres are not considered terribly strong in domination, but Adoxin is a very strong ogre player and has had good performances with them before.
Hume Boy, when you doing land battles? I had a stream
Every
last
day
night.
but today.
Yeah, I did a
Every
stream,
day but
stream last night where I did land battles. There's a stream tomorrow where I'm doing land battles. There's a stream Saturday where Murphlur's doing land battles on my behalf because I'll be out of town. Sunday I'm doing land battles. Wednesday I did land battles. So you showed up on the one night I'm doing domination mode. I know Cyrus loves to give me shit too. He's in the chat. He'll be like, when you stream and you never stream anymore. And I'm like, I streamed yesterday. Yeah, but I was asleep, so it doesn't count. It's like, still counts. Even if you didn't show up, means I still did it.
still counts, just means you don't love him.
Yeah. Yee. So we're on to game 2.
Yep.
I have a ping. Why do I have a ping?
Map is Broken Leg Gully.
Oh, it's Morris telling me I have a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Morris. I didn't know I had a live stream. Curse you, Moors! Alright. I was just catching up on some messages quick. I'm back. He streams maybe once a day at most. It's ridiculous. I don't do enough land battles. It's true, dude. It's true. I suck. Have you ever played this niche land battle mode? I thought about giving it a try, but I don't know. Seems complicated. I have to build an army and throw it at the other guy? I don't know. What is this chat about football and or soccer? If I wanted to watch a sport where somebody scored a point every 3 hours, I guess there's no other sport like that, because soccer sucks!
This is true. Is any race soft or hard counter vampire counts? Zinch is quite good in vampire counts, and Slanesh just destroys vampire counts. In domination. Might be different in land battles. I think in land battles, elves tend to dunk on counts, if I'm not mistaken.
They used to. Now it's just high elves.
Mm.
Well, dark elves maybe. I haven't seen that matchup since the Malice Malekith meta came into being, but wood elves are really struggling because wood elves are really struggling overall.
Yeah.
They just don't have the DPS.
Yeah.
I made a cranberry vodka tonic with a bit of like this elderwood spirit in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good.
Glad to hear that. Looks like we have Coast Beastman. Deducts with the Chad Beastman pick.
In the beginning, you kept asking that while I was casting. True. Beastman versus Coast?
Mm-hmm.
That might be rough. That might be pretty rough. The one thing I will say is Vampire Coast do not have the best time with Minotaurs, and Minotaurs got buffed.
They also don't love Ungor Raiders.
True. Now, traditionally, this is thought of as a bad matchup for Beastman, but in Domination mode, I could see it being workable. You have superior speeds, you can pick your engagements, pick fights on 2 points instead of all 3. You can rotate a lot faster than the Vampire Coast can. With Minotaur buffs, the only thing that's good against Minotaurs is like guns that don't get inhibited, which they will. Because traditionally, like in land battles, you can just pile a bunch of crabs, and then that'll win you the game. But you can only do that on 1 point in Dom, so then the Beastman could just be like, all right, you get point 2, we'll go to 1 and 3. Then you move the crab blob to point 1. They're like, all right, we'll take 2 and 3. So,
And Beastmen are very, very good at that.
yeah. I could see this being a good matchup. It could be bad for all the various reasons that it's normally bad for Beastmen versus Undead. Low leadership versus things that literally don't break. A bunch of 400 gold armor-piercing halberds with low stats, but eventually they'll hit you.
Yeah, the problem I ever see is Beastmen don't have great infantry clear. They have a hard time just chewing through a lot of chaff because their infantry is overpriced.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a very, very hard time chewing through all those deckhand mobs. But I think with the Minotaur buffs and with Ungor Raiders, they can actually deal with a lot of the more elite stuff quite well. Things like crabs will die, I assume, to Minotaur Great Weapons pretty reasonably well. Combination of that and Traderkin will do well, or even Flock of Doom. And then on this map, you're not super scared of the coast gun line, because the way this map is broken up, it's pretty hard to actually get a very wide gun line. You have to play pretty deep, which means you're out of range. You can't really peel through other units very effectively. It's going to be very tricky to actually set up a gun line. So you are forced into a more melee style, which Coast isn't as comfortable with.
Yeah, Trigger's mentioning the Beastmen can't handle the air very well. That's true, but again, in Domination, it's like you can kind of ignore the air. Kind of. It's not going to do DPS quickly enough to keep you off of points and stuff.
Yeah. Gunbats are still a fine unit, but they're no longer the kind of... in Domination, they're the kind of thing you can base your entire build around. They're not going to hard carry you, but they just do still deal solid damage.
Yeah. Also, I was joking when I was making fun of soccer. It's fine.
I wasn't.
I know. But some people actually enjoy it, and that's fine. I don't, but I don't enjoy most sports.
Nope. Somebody's a different opinion than me, that means they're automatically wrong. This is how the internet works, human boy.
Dude, okay, real hot take for a second. Like, American football, in its current state, sucks ass. I tried to watch football, I think it was the Vikings opening game, and it was like 2 plays, commercial. A play, commercial. Timeout, commercial. And I'm like, there's been more commercials than plays. And the plays themselves aren't even super long. It's like, hike, give it to this guy. He runs for 2 seconds. He's down. All right. Got back up. Hike. Wait for a second. Throw the ball. Guy caught it. Goes down. Commercial. And I'm like, that was 2.5 minutes of content for 2.5 minutes of commercial. That is not a good ratio.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I tried to say in its current state, where some people are like, bro, I went to a college football game and it was great. It's like, yeah, college football doesn't stop every 10 seconds for Doritos.
The game is fine. The monetization level is not.
It's all over the place, man. I couldn't sit and watch it.
Anyway, I see a very Chad character on the Beastman side. Do you see him?
Yeah, the Butchers of Kalkengard. The ROR.
That's very much what I'm talking about.
Minotaurs. No. It's this guy. It's Kazric. It's the one eye.
Yep. I don't hate him here. He is very disruptive against enemy gun units. He needs to be very careful of animated hulks and gun bats.
Yeah. Kazric's kind of squishy. He only has a health pool of like 5,000. 100 armor seems like a lot, but that 28 melee defense really hurts him.
The things that want to beat on him are AP anyway, animated hulks, gun bats, well, with handguns, anything like that. Anyway, and then we got some Minotaurs, we got some Raiders. Yeah, a lot of the good stuff we were talking about.
A lot of Ungors, so also some of the bad stuff we were talking about.
Yeah, I feel like they're a necessary evil, because they should actually beat zombies 1-1 if the leadership holds. Big if. But you do need something to actually go in there and just start shooting through the deckhand mobs and the halberds for you.
And I unironically like Blackhorn's Ravagers and the Destroyers of Drakwall. These 2 RORs are really good. I take them pretty much every time I play Beastmen. They always do well.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
On the other side... What, sorry?
I see a very interesting spell. The Beastman brought 1 spell, and it's the Mantle of Gorok.
Why?
This is something that I've seen the Dachshund do before. Previously, he was using it on Harpies, and they were just tearing apart things like Ushabti Great Bows.
Okay, Harpies I could see, but...
Yeah. I could also see it being popped on Minotaurs to just go ham on the Lamprey's Revenge or something. But I'm curious to see what he's going to be casting that on.
We'll see. On the other side, we do have the Lamprey's Revenge. We also have a Pistol Caster of Vampires with Wind of Death, interestingly enough. And Wind of Death versus Beastmen? Okay.
It's pretty standard for VP because you get so much WOM generation out of Black Periaps that you can afford to just yeet it on Raiders or something.
I guess. Still don't know if it's worth it though. Beastman Infantry is trash. Then we have Depth Guard, Pokey Boys, Stabby Boys, a couple Bombers, and then 1 Pistol Mob.
And a Mortar.
And a Mortar. Did I miss the National Anthem and Salute to Our Troops portion of this sporting event? No. We're international, so we'd have to sing too many songs, and the committee just voted we don't do that.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. Human Boy does have a beautiful singing voice.
I do. My voice only cuts out about 3 or 4 times during it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still going through puberty. Give me a break. Alright, Kazrick's trying to get free value on the zombies, but that charge isn't looking so free.
Those are, in fact, the halberd zombies. I'd rather see him focus on the depth guard. He'll get a lot more value there and actually be able to use his AP values pretty effectively, and they are a huge threat to him otherwise. Although those are depth guard with polearms as well.
Yeah, a lot of depth guard.
So many more juicy targets than the halberds, so I'd much rather see him go on to those.
I think he's just worried about it getting caught up in their superior mass. Kazrick's mass is infamously trash.
Yeah. Anyway, and there's the gun bats you wanted to see. Deck dropper bombers, very, very good for clearing out on raiders or any cheap archers like that, as well as all this other bunched up infantry if they don't get a little more careful about their positioning.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Bomber bats have been making a pretty huge comeback.
They're quite good.
There's so much damage.
Okay. Butcher's going in ham on the high ground, and also what I like to see is just the ducks and like pull back in the mid, and just focus on taking the high ground, or vice versa. Like you don't really want to be fighting for both of these objectives when you don't have to. You gotta just take your entire force and collapse on one position.
Yeah, though the butchers are fighting depth guard with pole arms right now, along with some zombies. But nothing.
That's going poorly.
It is going poorly. He's even got Mantle of Gorok popped on these Minotaurs, and they now have 5 armor, and they're just piling in. Now, sure, they have more melee attack than God, but they already had plenty of melee attack, so they're not gonna. It's not like they do any more damage. It just gives them more melee attack. I suppose it does give them 50% more damage, but like, I meant overstacking melee attack is like, eh.
Yeah, like they're hitting every attack already.
Yeah,
just about. Anyway, looks like the Lamper's Revenge has caught up to Kazrak, who is trying to just make a nuisance of himself in the back line. Don't know if he's gonna be that long for this world.
Bombs!
Bombs are going ham on the Ungor Spears, as well as trying to take out the Raiders. They're doing quite a good job. The Raiders are wavering and losing HP pretty rapidly.
Yeah. So. It's already looking a little scary for the Beastmen, in my opinion. Minotaur's taking a lot of damage on the top side. So are the Depth Guard, but Depth Guard have passive regen. So as long as they don't completely die, they will be just fine.
And Invocation is available to bring those models back for them.
Good.
Harpies are getting on top of the bombers, or the deck dropper bombers, which is a pretty good play.
That's a huge value trade.
Yeah, that's excellent. Harpies are actually really, really good here, I think. And there's nothing actually here to defend that mortar, so I wonder if these Harpies could kill the bombers, then just go and eat that mortar for free.
They sure could. Meanwhile, more Minotaurs are spawned on the low ground, and they are helping peel off the back line. But there's no back line left for you to peel anymore. They already ran. So unless these 2 Minotaur units can take this whole point, I think they would be better served up at point 1.
Yeah. And this is the problem, I was saying. Like, he's fighting both objectives. He's taken neither of them with the Beastmen, and he seems to be losing pretty heavily on both points. You'd rather just consolidate your force on one objective and take it.
Yeah. We did mention at the very start that the advantage for the Beastmen in this matchup would be just like baiting your opponent into defending multiple points and then yeeting away and just fighting on one. But it looks like he's handshake, man-to-man, 1v1ing the Vampire Coast, and that's not going very well for him.
And the other problem is, because Beastman capture rate is so tragic, they can't even capture the objectives while they're losing it out, so they're losing in tickets and in value very, very quickly.
The mortar despawned as the Harpies were charging, because that's a cool mechanic.
That is so troll.
Yeah. Hopefully
they'll get
taken out.
Yeah, Centaurs are in the backfield, and there's not a whole lot here to stop them. There's just a bunch of deckhand gun mobs. So they should be able to just eat all these gunners pretty much for free.
True. They will get some good value. Just wonder if it's too late. I mean, pistol mobs are going to be protected by other pistol mobs, so you're going to have to compromise multiples at the same time.
Yeah, the problem is with the Lamprey's Revenge here, you need to actually get a good chunk of units on this point to actually cap it away from them, even if you kill everything else. So it's going to be very hard for Centaurs alone to take that. The Bombers are still doing really good damage to them. Bombers are a good unit.
Yes, they are. On the high ground, there was a Wind of Death that entirely swung and missed. So that is an unfortunate waste of Winds of Magic. Also, the Beastmen are slowly taking point 1 up here. Vampire Coast did not offer any healing support to their Depth Guard, and their Depth Guard just eventually got ground away. I know you're defending Wind of Death. I know you're a very smart person, but my brain is just is it almost 20 Winds of Magic spell worth it on Beastmen infantry versus healing up Depth Guard? I mean,
Yeah, you'd probably rather be spamming Invocation.
I'm not against bringing it, but I am against
Yeah.
that usage of it, where it's like 20 wins of magic to maybe take out one Unger Raider.
Yeah, your priority should be on the heals, definitely.
Yeah, I'm salty.
Beastmen are taking the high ground objective pretty decisively, and that's actually a problem because Coast don't push in melee very quickly. They can grind just fine, but it takes them forever to actually kill things. So they're gonna have a hard time actually recontesting that objective, and they realized that and just opted to go to try push objective 3 with some deckhands instead.
I think the Coasts are in a decent spot though. Kazrick's getting pretty low, which I mean, sure he could be desummoned, but that's still a lot of value trade for them. Center point's going fine. I think if they play the long game, they'll be all right. They do need to stop spawning these bomber bats though, because they're just getting chased by harpies a lot. Nice play to defend them with these pistols, but
yeah, but I mean they're already low HP and they're not doing the job they need to be doing right now. These Minotaurs are just feasting on these depth guard.
Yeah,
it is a real problem. And geez, Lamprey's Revenge taking a lot of damage. These Minos have great weapons. Oh, they have the Mantle of Gorok, and they're just tearing apart the Lamprey's Revenge there in the center. Oh boy. The Lamprey's Revenge are getting invocation, but they're still crumbling away, and their heal cap is in sight. And that's a lot of damage on those for those Minos very quickly.
Pistol Mobs are trying to shoot the Minotaurs in the butt because Minotaurs have fully pushed through the Vampire Coast front lines, so now their backs are to the pistols. And Kazrick's doing whatever he can to try and stop the pistols from firing, but they're just ignoring him and continuing to fire anyway.
And this is the downside of that spell, is that now your armor is at 5, and you're taking a ton of damage from all these pistols that are lined up and just last samuraiing these guys. That said, there's more where that came from, and these ones have shields.
More Minos!
More Minos! Beastmen do actually get the cap weight advantage in the center for the moment, but I don't think that's going to be lasting. No, with all these zombie reinforcements. But we do have more Minos rotating down off of the high ground, which I don't hate as a decision, but there's a lot of bodies here in the middle that you need to take care of. I feel like you'd have a much easier time actually defending objective number 1 rather than trying to salvage the fight on objective number 2.
Bomber bats are ready to do some work, but they're sitting here staring at... I thought I saw harpies, but I guess not. They could move up and attack these raiders for sure.
I feel like they're raider positioning.
This is a lot of pistols for the Coast to defend.
Pistols, which I kind of question.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of great targets. These Minos have silver shields. Like, the Ungor Raiders aren't an angle where you can hit them, and they just have terrible melee stats. So I'd rather just be seeing more pole arms, more animated hulks, that kind of thing. And just melee grind. Like, Coast is actually deceptively good at the melee grind. So, like, you've got a value lead from your shooting already. Just stop summoning more missiles. You don't need to farm value. You just need to push on the objectives with your melee grind, which is very strong.
Bombers are attacking the Butchers of Kalkengard, doing more damage than I would have thought against those guys. Kind of thought bombs would do better versus clumps, not random monsters infantry standing in woods.
You'd think. There are many things you'd think about this game that aren't actually true.
Fair.
I mean, Ungor Raiders are just getting volley after volley from the high ground, doing a good job wearing down those pistol mobs, but I really wish Beastmen would just commit whatever reinforcements they bring to the high ground, or to either high ground. I really think the center is a lost cause, and it's not one you need to fight over. I'd rather just see the Beastmen controlling the ramps on either side, and preventing Coast from actually rotating out of that center pit.
Bombers did some damage to Ungor Raiders, not actually going to finish them off, and at 0 leadership, now 3, they will rally, but the Bombers do need to help with the infantry push, because Harpies were just spawned and sprinting straight at them, so they have very limited time to do anything before they're going to need to move.
Yep. Kazrak, how's Kazrak doing? Jeez, Kazrak has almost 400 kills.
Yes, he does.
Kazrak is going nuts.
Yeah, the Coast has gone with the just ignore him strategy, which isn't really seeming to work out super great.
Yeah. There's not a lot of good answers to the traits. Bomber bats just despawned, yep.
Yeah.
Very strong, very trolly attack. Now the Harpies can just feast on these gun mobs, because these gun mobs have 6 melee defense, and it's still going to take a ton of damage very quickly, and be forced to fight before they get on the objective, which just buys the Beastmen even more time to hold that objective and accrue more victory tickets. Beastmen are actually grinding out in the middle as well.
Depth guard are back.
Infantry. Yeah, the Coast infantry has crumbled away, and Kazrak is just doing work in the backline, apparently, so... With the Ungor Raiders completely uncontested, able to just fire in, they're doing a good job clearing out all these infantry. But Coast is going for the back gap. We do have some Centaurs coming in, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to kill both those deck mobs.
Oh yeah, they'll destroy those deck mobs.
Yeah, eventually. But more importantly, they'll hold them off the objective for a very long time, regardless.
Yeah. I think Handmaidens is suffering from having spawned too many ranged units in the early game, not being able to defend them, and now he's just lost momentum, which he's trying really hard to get back, but the Vampire Coast struggles with that. They're better at like getting ahead early and staying ahead than they are about clawing clawing back from
Yeah,
the deficit.
And the thing with Coast is you don't like you use your range tools to get a value lead early, kind of like Skaven, where you fight early through missiles, and then you can transition into a full melee build late game. You just your missiles do their job, they run their course, then you just start summoning infantry and animate hulks. You can grind really, really effectively. Like a late game summon on a mortar like this, there's a very low chance it actually gets its value for this summon in a reasonable amount of time. You would have been much better served with just an animated hulk or two pushing onto the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
Butcher Calculator are still grinding. Those are some tanky boys.
That is something I'm noticing. We haven't seen a lot of crab summons or animated Hulk summons. It's been all zombie chaff or pistols.
Yeah. Crabs aren't that popular in Domination, just because they can't be everywhere at once and they're very, very slow and grindy. Animated Hulks are the reason you don't see them, because you don't need them because you have animated Hulks. They're like, you almost always see 4 animated Hulks, and I'm kind of surprised they're not just being spammed out. But Depth Guard coming on. I suspect these Butchers can probably still kill that entire unit of Depth Guard by themselves. They are quite good at that job. And Beastmen are taking the center. I think Beastmen are winning this game.
Yeah, Beastmen got it.
Yeah, they're down 2k in value, but it's not looking like it matters. There's just some suboptimal summoning choices from Manadins. Just all these missiles that he can't protect are really, really hurting him, I feel like.
Yeah, Harpies dove on the mortars that were freshly summoned. They can't despawn now, and it looks like they are going to eventually die. Butchers and Calvin Guard just opting not even to fight the Depth Guard at all. They'll just get a downhill charge on these Iron Pyromech mobs with pole arms, trying to get rid of them. Kazrick's still alive, which is criminal at this point in the game. He really should have been shot a long time ago. And that means the Beastmen haven't got their Lord is Dead penalty or anything like that. Another Winds of Death cast is just going to hit one Ungor Raider. I just am not loving that spell.
Yeah,
it did half HP on a single Ungor Raider.
Yeah, I'd much prefer to see more invocation spamming. That would have been a much more efficient use of one, I think.
Or summons.
Yeah, summons are fine too. He had some summons go down, I saw, but invocation's probably just better here. But Butchers should be able to salvage that top objective. There's not a lot there.
They're getting a rear charge right now.
Yeah, they're going to tear apart those Depth Guard real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The Beastman's caster has gotten shot to pieces, but at this point, I don't think it matters.
I think it's GG 100%. Also, we don't have any dogs. That's another thing I'm noticing.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Dogs are a very, very efficient tool for peeling things like Harpies or Centaurs out of your backlines. You kind of just need them if you want to have artillery like mortars just sitting near your spawn. They're the one thing that can actually be summoned in quickly to protect those mortars.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a dog, then when the Harpy comes, you don't need to de-summon your mortar. You just summon a dog, it eats the Harpy, and the mortar keeps doing its job. And more Bomber Bats. It's very late in the game to be summoning units without capture rate.
Yeah.
Bomber Bats... Yeah.
I'd have to see what he brought as his build and his reinforcements, because what if he doesn't even have dogs or hulks? Like, what if these are just the tools he has and he bet on them and it didn't end up working?
Yeah. Like I said, this map doesn't really allow for the style of build Hanadin seem to have opted into, where you just have mass missile pieces. Because of all the terrain chopping up the map, there's not a lot of places where you can actually peel for your other units with your guns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think this one's over. We're about to have a Beastman triple
agree.
cap. There's nothing coming to save the coast, and it's over.
Yeah. And we're going to go to an ace match. But that's still very impressive. Beastmen aren't very good, and I don't know how they're doing in land battles these days, but in Domination, they're definitely considered like maybe C tier at best.
Yeah, they're mid tier.
Really good. Yeah, Coast are very, very strong. So this is still a pretty impressive display from Ducks, and he is a Beastman specialist. He plays them quite a bit and quite well, as you're seeing. So this is very impressive.
The Beastman did play quite well. I thought it was pretty obvious as I was casting the game. I'm a little more disappointed in the Coast than I am impressed by the Beastmen. Looking at his reserves, he had 3 animated Hulks that were never summoned. He had Sirens that were never summoned.
I would have loved to see either of those instead of just the repeated pistol mobs and gun bats.
Yeah.
This Beastman, especially that Beastman build, had just no way of dealing with Sirens as well, and Terror has always been very, very effective against, again, another low leadership faction.
Yeah, it seems like Hanadin's had something in his mind about these pistol mobs. I've seen some conversations in Discord about them being OP. I personally haven't seen them being OP. They seem fine. But he was really committing to the pistol carry. The other side, it was as many Minotaurs as you can cram into a build. Looks like we have 6 units of them across reinforcements and the main army.
Kazrak got 493 kills. almost 1,400 value.
Yeah, the one harpy in the entire army got summoned over and over again, and it got 1,500 value.
The one harpy was battling for air supremacy. That's the other thing. Like, if you're gonna bring gun bats, you usually need something to protect them. Either keep them close to other guns, or you need some kind of bats to actually screen for them.
But one harpy.
So, one harpy. And like that's the thing. If you don't have anything to protect them, one harpy just came in and tore them apart over and over.
Easy.
Yeah. So that will be Dodoxin tying up our series.
What if we all just play land battle? Mr. Casual will then show up for like, out of my 5 streams in 7 days, show up for any of the other 4, sir!
Right, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll be here. Rome 1 again. Warhammer 2 greater than Warhammer 3? At the moment, gameplay-wise, probably. But the community is mostly in Game 3. So it's probably hard to find a match. Probably. Some of the first rounds are finishing up. Tim the Wilder has prevailed over Romulan Dog. Melonhead has prevailed over Ghoul Baby. Raflon Boldiga has prevailed over somebody, but this website now just says TBD. And Sersa is moving up over Ketars. Okay. For Tim the Wilder to qualify, he has to win 3 best of 3s. It's looking pretty good for him down there. He's probably going to run into Samurai Style. Oof, that would be rough for Samurai Style if he doesn't qualify for the next round. Because he's fighting Tim. Because he was also 1 game away from prevailing over Tutorial. Some of us like the Warhammer 3 factions. Yeah, I was saying gameplay-wise, 2 is a little cleaner at the moment. Less bugs, less unit performance issues. But also less content, because you're missing 7 factions. And the Wars of Chaos has a smaller roster in 2. Ogres only. Nah, some people like Khorne. Some people like Tzeentch and Slaanesh. I know Platypus likes Slaanesh. I really don't. But they're not my
I do like Slaanesh.
They're not my favorite.
Shameful.
I like Kislev a lot.
You.
I think Kislev's fun.
You.
I don't think they're the most fun, but I do think they are fun.
What are we talking about?
RJ Strom was saying some of us like the Warhammer 3 factions because some people were saying Warhammer 2 is better than Warhammer 3. And my response to that was just like, Warhammer 2 is more polished and has less bugs. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Game 2 is more polished. It's been out for years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, true. I don't like... Any new game's gonna have issues, but I don't think that Game 3 launched in a acceptable state. Like, I think both can be true. I think Game 2 can be more polished because it's been out for much longer, but also people can be disappointed in how Game 3 launched.
Like, you expect to be less polished, but this was just to an unacceptable degree.
Yeah. Like, right now, it's at a point where I'd be okay with it getting released. But we're 10 or 11 months... 10 months?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're 10 months post-release. So then that kind of skews your scale of like, oh, we still feel like this is a brand new game. And we're almost a year into it.
be able to make a bug video every day of those 10 months as well.
Let's
For
go.
a new bug.
Okay, that's true. That is true. I'll push back on that a little bit because I've been doing this shit since I was hosting in Warhammer 2. And like, because Warhammer 3 is so controversial, people are like, man, you really hate this game. I'm like, I've been covering bugs in this series for 2 straight years and I haven't run out of content. Warhammer 2 definitely has some rose-tinted glasses people are putting on. I was making bug videos before Warhammer 3 launched. I had to rush to get them out before people stopped caring about Warhammer 2, so we were still going. Warhammer 2, it's got some bugs in those walls. Don't peel back the paint. And I love them, man. I think bugs are funny. Void sent me a real good one that's going to air soon. Yeah, so I do a whole voice actor bit, so this isn't even spoiling. It's the funny part. You have to watch it to find out. But like, you know the bug that happens sometimes when the sky junk dies and your bloodthirster gets caught in it, so it forces him to land and they can't move.
Now I know it.
Okay. That kind of happens to Kairos, but nothing died. Void was attacking some dwarven cannons, and then he just said, you know what, I'm not killing these cannons fast enough, I'm gonna leave. And he starts to leave, but when Kairos is trying to take off, he just doesn't, but he flaps his wings and then doesn't take off, and then he starts shivering in place for no reason. But he's immune to damage. The dwarves don't, like, know that, so then 3 or 4 groups of Thunderers are just gadding his ass, but he's taking 0 damage. It's like, what the fuck? So the dwarves waste a ton of time shooting him, and they get attacked by Furies and stuff, and Kairos is invincible. And while he's getting shot, his shields just start recharging because fuck you.
He still got spells?
No. Void couldn't control him at all, but he was just this big distraction. He cast Kairos Fate Reaver cast a Lethanar's decoy. It was so fucked. Let's see if the tourney's still going when you wake up. Probably not. It's only 40 people today. Less.
So we got every land battle player's favorite matchup.
Cathay! Let's go! That was pretty good.
How does this matchup play out in land battles?
Usually, it's kind of like Skaven have the Skaven mirrors, either a Molder Rush, an Eshin Rush, or a Scryer shooting thing.
Yeah, it's like you go full range, you go full rush, one of the two.
Yeah, this is like... all the builds are ranged, but it's whether you rely on cannons, crane gunners, or crossbows.
Okay.
Because crossbows will beat the cannons will beat the crane gunners, and crane gunners will beat the crossbows.
Those rock, paper, scissors.
Pretty much. Because the crane gunners have armor, shield breaker, is why they beat the crossbows. Before anybody's like, what?
With that insight, I suspect in Domination that cannons are going to be the way to go, because it's very, very hard to push to your opponent's spawn to actually shut them down, because they can sit so far back in the safety of their own deployment zone.
Trying to think. Because they don't have... I mean, Peasant Horsemen are trash. Like, they're a fine unit. Yeah, but they're meant to be trash. So it's hard to get real cav pressure without going with Jade Lancers, and they're expensive for what they do. Again, they're a fine unit, but they're a blocker. So for any actual aggressive cav, you need to invest all the way in Longmas, which is risky.
Longmas aren't even that good.
Yeah. Like, the ROR is good, but basic Longmas are really risky to invest in.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, your reasoning is pretty good on cannons. I honestly think the way to probably go is crossbows. Probably. Because you can just get more of them. It's volume of fire. I don't know. Then they can pressure the points. It is Arnheim, though. Okay, on Arnheim, maybe the cannons, because it's a straight shot.
Yeah, the thing is with the crossbows, the cannon player doesn't have to leave the deployment zone until their opponent touches the objective, really. But if their opponents are on the objective, they can just shoot them and accrue value, and you have enough time to just sit and shoot. So, as the crossbow player, what you're going to have to kind of do is just not take the objectives, so your opponent has to come forward. But then the Cathay player, the cannon player can just send a single caveat to caps, and well, it's like you kind of have to bring your lines forward to the points, and then if you're getting shot, you kind of have to just keep going forward, and then you're fighting your opponent's deployment zone, which is just not that good.
Looks like neither of us are right, though, because we have double firing rocket, one on each side.
I see cannons.
There's 2 cannons on one side and a firing rocket.
Yeah, in my defense, the Dachshund switched a cannon to a firing rocket at the last second. He was sitting on 3 cannons for like 10 minutes.
You cheated! Alright, Jade Warriors and Peasant Spam for the side of Hanadins. Then we have the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, Dragonblood Shugi, Lord of Yin with Missile Mirror, Talons of Night, Storm of Shadows. We have double Alchemist, both just for the spell mastery stuff. That's about it. And Fire and Rocket, more Jade Warriors. That's this whole build.
Yeah, so the thing that Hanadins, that he doesn't have that, like, immediately jumps out to me, he doesn't have the Ancestral Warrior summon, which is very, very good at shutting down artillery. Just fly over, drop it on your opponent's artillery, and, profit. Not having that means he's probably going to be losing the artillery duel, though it looks like he's just going to opt not to take it by going to the high ground with the firing rockets.
That's interesting.
That's, contesting the low ground is going to be very, very difficult in all those cannons, and, well, you have to sooner or later because there are 2 objectives down there. Hanadins also seems to be very fond of this double Alchemist build. I've seen him, I believe he used this last time. Was it this tournament that I saw him playing in, where he was using this? He also used the same thing with High Elves, where he was just stacking spell intensity. Or
that was a different. It was not Hanadins. It was Tutorial.
It was Tutorial. Okay, I think I saw.
You probably saw him in a different tournament because you've cast a shit ton of tournaments. But
yeah, I recall multiple ODM players doing this as well, and they seem to be very fond of it because it does give you 30% extra intensity on Talons of the Night, which means it will just almost one-shot most infantry units, as well as things like Storm of Shadows getting up to a 60% slow. It's definitely reasonably strong, but it's still a hefty investment for a unit that doesn't actually have any combat power.
Talons of Night is probably the best Vortex spell left. It's real good.
Have you met my friend, the Dwellers below?
Yeah, that are Dwellers, but its damage per second is 7 with 100% armor piercing, which I think is the highest.
That's not kind of Dwellers, it's contact effect.
Yeah. But Dwellers' contact effect is so weird. Like, it's such a weird mechanic in general.
Yes, it is. But also the fact that friendly fire is incredibly strong.
That's stupid. It's cringemination. Swiss Pikeman, as many times as I gotta say this, I'll keep saying it. We have 5 streams in 7 days. 4 of them are land battles. You're tuning into the 1 domination one. That's on you.
Looks like Anne's getting very, very aggressive with his longbows earlier. There's nothing here really to peel for them, and Cathay doesn't have a whole lot to peel them in the roster other than other longbows. So, kind of curious what he's hesitating for.
Yeah, he flew all the way over here, then he got cautious. I guess he's waiting for maybe a late summon from one of these reinforcement panels to just drop on him. That's, I think, why the Lord is flying over here to run interference.
Yeah. I think he knows that his opponent hasn't spent any funds yet, which means his opponent could summon his own Righteous Lances to countercharge, which is the one real threat to them. But now we just have the staring match of how long are you going to sit the Righteous Lances here, and how long is this firing going to feel safe just sitting here firing?
Also, what's Hanadin's waiting for on his supplies? There's the Righteous Lances. Hand's gonna fuck off now, though he did throw down the Talons of Night and then canceled it when the peasants moved. And man, the red Righteous Lances did not have a good time with that charge.
No, they did not. Well, the other ones have Harmony, is the problem. The blue ones have Harmony.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they did a moment ago. Still, that looks like it's going to go in the favor of blue very heavily, because that means blue can also reinforce.
Hanadin's has 2,700 funds he hasn't spent.
Yeah, well, the thing is, his goal here is to sit on the high ground until he has enough units to actually rush. So then he's going to summon a bunch of units on the low ground to rush this cannon position. The problem is he hasn't actually been able to shut down the fire range, so that position isn't safe for him on the high ground.
Yeah.
I believe that was his plan, but that plan is just going awry very, very quickly. With Cranios coming in, his longbows are not going to be in a very good spot. These fire ranges are going to be safe to fire for age and age, and they'll tear apart all of these infantry units if they're not shut down.
Yeah, it was a pretty huge start for Dougson. Also, the Talons of Night completely whiffed. It barely caught some Peasant Long Spearmen, didn't even do that much damage to them, so that is a bit of a wasted spell, unfortunately. Storm of Shadows is cast onto both sets.
And now the Double Alchemist makes sense, because yours are still out running.
I mean, I guess it's worth 700 gold.
Yeah. We have the Fire Rain Rockets trading. It looks like that's also going very heavily in the favor of Dodakazin. They try and get these Righteous Lances to just kill off whatever artillery they can before they get killed, I suspect. Just try to get them on the cannons, shut them down, because...
Well, Hanneden's Fire Rain hasn't even fired yet. They have 0 value.
Oh, yeah, there they go. They just scooted up into range, and they got fired on immediately. Another Fire Rain Rocket coming in for Hanneden's. Just some okay damage.
I mean, did it?
It hit. I mean, it technically hit. It killed a model. It killed one.
I mean, did it?
This is the problem you run into when you bring ranged tools but don't bring as many as your opponent, is that you're just kind of getting outshot, which forces you to go in, but you don't actually have the forces to go in very effectively. Because you commit so much to range that isn't, winning the ranged fight.
I mean, did it?
Looks like one of the cannons was shut down. So Dodox only has 1 cannon remaining and is very, very low HP, but there's nothing really here to pressure it. It's going to be very hard to get Cav in this backfield with so many infantry in the way. And there's just a lot of firing and value and objectives going over to Dodakazin still. He's held 2 objectives this whole time, as well as getting like 2 to 1 in value through his shooting, which is a very big problem for Hanneden's.
Yeah, this is looking rough.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rough time to be Cathay.
Yeah. I think the way to go in this matchup is... I think the way to go in this matchup in Domination is just to bring as much shooting as you can. The infantry doesn't have a whole lot of value because it's too slow to actually rush effectively. So you really just want to get shooting, get as much value as you can as quickly as possible.
Dodokison is charging these Jade Warriors.
I see that.
With his Fire Rain. That was a whoopsie.
Fire Rain, that was very funny. Looked very heroic and then didn't do anything, just kind of bounced off.
Yep.
Another turn going the other way, but Righteous Lance coming in as well as the spawn zone to actually be able to summon in Peasant Horsemen at a moment's notice. Means that this Cav should be shut down by Dodakazin pretty quickly and effectively. As soon as his opponent pushes up Cav, he has that Vanguard point where he can summon in Peasant Horses and just catch all of those enemy Cav units.
Jade Lancers from blue are just fighting with Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spears. That's not going to go great for them, unfortunately. I think that was a bit of a mistake. I think they were trying to go for the Fire Rains and then just got distracted. Haneden summers back his second Fire Rain up on the high ground, but it's undefended at the moment. He doesn't have a lot of fun, so I wonder if it's just going to get Shugi Lord.
And on the low ground, this Ancestral Warrior Summon comes in, and Hanneden's doesn't actually drop his crew in time, so he's actually going to be losing that and getting terror routed, and he's going to lose that Fire Rain to just that summon. That's why I think that summon is so powerful in this matchup. Like your opponent has to be royally on top of it to drop the crew off the piece and just run away. Otherwise, yeah, they're already shattered. That summon just one-shot the Fire Rain, which is really, really unfortunate for Hanneden's.
They are gone. 1 cannon still firing. It still has 4 out of 4 models, so it's 100% firing capacity, even though its health is low. As you mentioned before, it's still 2 to 1 on caps.
But there are Jade Lancers coming for it, and there's not a whole lot in the area of appeal for it. So it should be shut down here pretty soon, but I worry that's just too late. There's still so much fire going on the high ground, so much pressure being taken by all of Hanneden's infantry. His infantry is just in tatters. His infantry is just so low HP across the board. He's lost so much in value. This is going to be a very, very big uphill fight for him.
Yeah, Cathay relying on their infantry to carry is not usually a recipe for success, unfortunately. Shugi Lord is going for the other Fire Rain Rocket, currently unopposed. Hanneden's does have 1,600 funds, so I think he's saving up for the Righteous Lances again. I think.
Well, you could afford them by now, yeah. No, he summoned something.
Peasant Horseman.
Yeah, just try and save Fire Rain from the Shugi Lord.
Okay.
Alchemists have popped out of the trees and started capturing Objective 1, which is pretty goddamn funny.
They're doing it. They're doing their best. They're out here. They're trying.
They have 6 capture rate together, so they do outcap Peasant Longspears, but not quickly.
Cathay Mirror, that'd be a Lion Battle Nightmare. True, Maiden. True. Doomsage, can I rewind? I'll try to rewind for you. Sure. Yeah, I can rewind. Yeah,
press the rewind button.
Easy. I mean, anyway, Doomsage could also rewind, but that sounds difficult.
Looks like you're right about Handon's saving up for the Righteous Lances, but also Handon's trying to sneak away objective number 1, and he might be able to do it. He's got his own backup coming. It's not a lot of blue Cathay force in the area, but he is going to be losing objective 3 over time as well. So he needs to make that choice. Missile Mirror is going down the Crane Gunners, and geez, that was perfectly timed. They fire immediately and lose about like 40% of their HP.
Yeah.
But Dox has realized now he's not going to be losing any more, and they're still very high model count, so it's still a very large problem.
I'm kind of curious why the Shugi Lord of Blue hasn't just dove on these fire rain rockets of red yet. He's just been following them, but it's like there's nothing here. You saw the Righteous Lances get summoned.
Mm-hmm. But now the summon comes down, and the desummon on the fire rain immediately from Handon.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake.
Timer,
you should have just committed the Yin Lord to melee. Like, there was literally nothing that would happen to you, even if they spawned something you could get out.
We're playing musical fire rains. He desummons one on the high ground, and immediately summons one on the low ground with nothing to threaten it. Just musical fire rain rockets.
Yeah.
So the fact that Handon is actually holding 2 objectives at this point is pretty good, considering the value deficit he's at. If he can hold these objectives for a while longer, he might force his opponent into a position where he can 3-cap. Because Cathay really doesn't push that quickly. If you can just set up an objective with a bunch of Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spears, it'll take a long time to push through them. So if you can get into a position where your opponent's to 3-cap, you can be in a really, really good spot to take the game.
Yeah, blue isn't far enough ahead that they can rely on just 1 cap, so they're going to need to eventually take something back somewhere.
Yeah. And the problem that blue is now running into is that they've spent so much of their force funds on missile units, they don't have any infantry to actually push forward and take objectives.
But Platty, at the start you said you have to buy all missile units. You're changing your story.
Yeah, well, I have that privilege, so...
Fair.
You just have to deal with it, I'm afraid.
Fire Rain Rocket is getting compromised by the Yin Lord in the red spawn, but Iron Hail Gunners are immediately spawned to try and counteract that. And a Talons of Night is just going to be dropped on the way out. Cool guys don't look at explosions, but it's a lot of damage for that Yin Lord.
Yeah, but it's still alive and still casting at full capacity. And honestly, so I probably spent most of its womp at this point anyway. So yeah, Fire Rain is pretty risky when the Righteous Lances are nearby and you don't have your own to actually counteract them. It's also very bold to fire a Fire Rain into a blob of your own units. That really hurts.
We love bold.
I'm sure you, the Skaven enthusiast, love watching Fire Rain rockets friendly fire. But there's all these infantry on the high ground for blue that have just been sitting here for a while. They're finally got engaged upon by red units, but Didoxin just hasn't given them orders in a while, and I feel like they could have pushed all the way to the objective by now if they really wanted to.
Yeah, I think his attention's been absorbed in the enemy spawn, where he's just been over there. Desummon the firing rockets just as the Righteous Lances are going to land on them. So then he gets a lot of that money back, and he honestly has enough for his own Righteous Lances to get spawned in here just a second.
Yeah. Doxin is retaking objective number 1. He's killed off the enemy infantry for the most part, and the Alchemists are now being gooned by the Shugi Lord, who is a much, much better melee combatant. So he should be able to retake that objective fairly soon.
Righteous Lances are chasing Righteous Lances!
Nope, where's the slows? Where are the slows?
There are none.
Nope. Well, there is one. There's one Lord right nearby.
There are none! There's no winds of magic left. 0, zip! Damn it.
You actually might be right about that.
No.
Oh, no, there it is.
Storm of Shadows costs like -3 winds of magic. There's no way you don't have enough for it.
I mean, it used to literally cost negative wins. You used to literally get wins back forecasting it, and it was a very funny time.
But yeah, that was a dark time.
I kind of liked that Cathay style because it felt lore friendly.
Somehow Cathay got more OP than having literal infinite winds of magic.
Mm-hmm. Also, wasn't as bad in Dom because Cathay was just utter garbage in Dom back then. So going for magic heavy builds was really fun because it wasn't that oppressive. Because it was just bad.
Righteous Lances are going to rear charge the other Righteous Lances, but they're right in front of Iron Hill Gunners, and there's Jade Lances coming in as supports. This could end up being a terrible time for the blue team. We'll have to see.
Yeah. But I still see red having a very, very hard time moving all of this blue infantry from the objectives.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
got so much infantry on the high ground, they should be able to waltz onto objective number 3 and take it at their leisure. They have already taken 2 objectives, and that is all they need to win, so I'm still very heavily favoring blue to come out on top.
Oh, as far as the game goes, for sure, blue is in a pretty commanding position. I just spent this one microcosm of a fight. Blue is not going to have a good time. Their full health Righteous Lances just got murked on.
Iron Hill Gunners are a good unit. They bring the damage. They really, really do. They fired like 2 volleys. They've already got a chevron and almost 1,000 value. Very, very strong unit.
Yeah. Though I do think we have begun the slow crawl to death. Blue is up 3,000 damage value. They also have 2 points. They also have more, like, victory points on the board. So, there's not a lot going for red at the moment.
Yep. Yeah. And the thing is, it just takes so long to remove all of these peasant bodies and Jade Warrior bodies from the objective that even if Handens can muster the forces to come and actually win that fight, it's going to take him a very, very long time to do it, and he may be forced into a 3-cap scenario quite quickly.
Yeah.
So I really question all of these Fire Rain resummons from both players. Like, they keep summoning Fire Rains, they get off like 2 volleys, and they get compromised and desummoned. It's just not cost effective. I'd rather see more infantry, maybe Iron Hails, maybe crossbows summoned in, but like, just all of these Fire Rain resummons just do not make sense to me.
I think we've long established this series for some reason as both players flexing on how late they can summon ranged units.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, in the first game with the Ogres, it was fine because their spawn zone was pretty safe at the time. But this one, like, they've been trying to flex and then just being shut down. And now the Righteous Lances are getting on top of that Fire Rain. That Fire Rain's still doing... Okay, maybe it's doing some pretty good damage. Still doing some pretty good damage. Okay, that's some damage. It's a dead Iron Hail, but that's a 3-cap coming in for Dodakazin. Handens does, in fact, have to 3-cap. Almost. Nope. But, yeah. He is out of luck. And that is Dodakazin winning our series.
Dodakazin takes it. The late game Fire Rain trading. Truly a Chad move.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what there is to really say about values. It's all fucked with, like, Fire Rains getting a ton, but they were summoned to desummon, so who knows what really happened.
All I'll say is the Iron Hails were summoned once, and they got 1,200 value. Good unit. Best unit on the roster.
They a pretty good unit. If the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin try to attack something right in front of you and you just get to Gatling gun them down at 10-foot range. I mean, maybe that was it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, dude. You ready? You ready for the next game?
Yeah. Are we following Dodakazin?
Nah. I got another one lined up. It's Tretch versus someone. Ian Zero, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Ian Zero and Tretch.
Sounds good.
I asked him to wait for us. Ian Zero versus Fat Kid is one person's. That's not them. Because Tretch said they were about to start, so that must be something else.
Oh, I should leave the lobby, huh?
You should probably leave the lobby. Where the hell am I going? Tretch! Tretch, what's the code? Mr. Casual is upset that I called Deadly Bunnies a casual. Alright. It was Ian Zero versus Fat Kid, so Tretch wasn't even in there yet. I was lied to. Bamboozled, fooled.
Shame. Truly shameful.
I am the most upset. Alright. He opened up slots for us. We should be able to get in there now.
I'm already in there.
Alright. Well, it wasn't telling me there were slots, so...
I didn't ask, I just went in.
Yeah. At the time I was hovering over it, it was saying, there's no spectator slots, fuck you, idiot. So then I had to message them and be angry. And it was my anger that opened the spec slots for you to just sneak in there. So... thanks a lot, Platty.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Scorecards updated. We have ODM's Tretch trying to avenge Hanadin's. I think Tretch had a buy round, though. Did he? Yeah, Tretch had a buy round. He was just sitting here waiting Waiting for someone to join and get crushed. And Ian 0. I've seen him around. I haven't seen him play.
Same.
You haven't seen him play?
Maybe?
Oh, man.
I might have played him once or twice, but I play a lot of people, so it just kind of works together.
I mean, if you don't know who this guy is, he might be fucked. Tretch is good. He's not as good as me, but then again, no one is, so... It's a steep bar to compare yourself against.
True.
I'm watching Tretch's Bretonia, and I'm trying to see if he's actually building a build, or if it's just for some reason his default.
Bretonia's always default for Dom lobbies.
It is in land battle too, but he has, like, behind the blocker, he has, like, most of a build.
I don't know if I would call that a very competitive build, or what I would expect a player of his caliber to bring.
It's not competitive, but Tretch has heart. What Skaven Lord do you identify the most with at a personal level? Probably Queek. Yeah, probably Queek. Queek's Chad.
So you're saying by extension that you relate to him because you're a Chad?
Yeah. I don't know. When I read the Queek books, like, there was a lot of stuff that I just really liked about him. He's so funny. Have I told you my theory that Queek is gay?
No.
Okay, I legit have reasons for this. It's been a while since I read the books, but I remember there were 3 different times during the books that I was, like, looking at him kind of weird, like, Queek, are you gay? And the one I remember most is he has this attendant called Ska Bloodtail, who's his right-hand man. Big, muscly, stupid, right? And there's this one scene in the books, for no reason, that this Grey Seer, who's the antagonist of the plot, walks in and he's like, Queek, get off your ass. And Queek's in his hut, butt naked, laying in blood. And he's just like, get up and do your job.
As one does.
Yeah, as one does. And Queek's like, no. And the Grey Seer's like, do your job. And Queek's like, nah, dude. And the Grey Seer's like, do your job. And Queek's like, you know what? I'm sick of your shit. I'm going to rip your head off. And then a deep voice from behind the Grey Seer goes, he'll do it too. And he turns around and Ska is there, also naked, but not covered in blood. And I'm like, what situation did Queek turn to Ska and say, come to my house, get naked, and watch me roll in blood that isn't sexual? Just saying. That's not something you just, hey buddy, you want to come over? Oh, for the blood thing? For the blood thing.
Hold on. You're assuming that Queek invited him and he doesn't just do that of his own volition.
But he didn't kick him out. When he was getting naked, he wasn't like, you should go. It was like, you better be naked too. Why were they naked? Why didn't they have their armor on? It was just there. Just saying. Just saying. If I was Skaven, I'd be gay too. Have you seen what a female Skaven looks like? That is actually true. That was one of the other points. Sorry. Real quick. One of the other points was literally every other Skaven character in the book mentions breeders as an incentive to do whatever they're doing, except for Queek. Queek is the only character that never mentions the female Skaven. It's almost like he doesn't care about them.
Okay, here's my theory. Is that they obviously only wear armor for battle, and they have fur, so they don't need clothes to keep warm, so that's just what they do when they're not ready for combat.
Nah, dude, they wear armor at all times because they're more scared of each other than anybody else.
Well, clearly he doesn't wear armor at all times.
Only with Ska. Anyway, there's my theory. If you could change something about Quick Game, what would it be? Change trophy heads a little bit to give a slow, and obviously rebalance it in some other ways, because trophy heads is really strong. I'm not saying you should just make it stronger, but Quick's main problem isn't stats. It's
catching his target.
It's catching his target. So maybe, like, I think it has minus 40 melee defense, minus 24 melee attack. Just
let him ride a help it.
Yeah, let him ride a help it. Yes, that would fix it. I don't know. Probably like a 30% slow and then a 24-24 melee attack and melee defense debuff. But he just needs the meta to go his way. More than he needs significant changes, he needs like a meta where killing an infantry lord actually matters. We're like
Dwarves.
Yeah. He's good into dwarves. Skaven already incredible into dwarves.
Yeah.
Here
like,
comes
you could take him into dwarves. You could take literally anything else and also be fine into dwarves.
Chat's just like, yeah, that's normal. That whole blood thing, totally fine. All right. Ian Zero's going High Elves versus Tretch's Zinch. High Elves, after the buffs, are they good?
They're not trashed. They're not deserving their own tier at the bottom of the list anymore, like we had them in. They're okay. They're probably like, B tier.
All right, they're B tier. We take those. We have an Archmage of Life with Dwellers Below and Earthblood. She is on horseback.
Yep. She is going to get blue fired very quickly.
Yeah, she's going to get blue fired to hell. On that, Archers, Lothern Sea Guard, a crap ton of Spearmen, and Silvern Guard? Silvern Guard.
I see Sisters of Avalon.
Oh, there's one of them. Okay.
Okay, and a Bolt Thrower.
Yeah. I hovered over 2 Archers with light armor, and I assumed the third one was the exact same.
Yeah. Each has Marauders, Chaos Warriors, a couple of Horrors, some Skirm Cap, and Kairos. Okay. So, in my experience, half infantry tends to trade pretty well into Zinch infantry. Zinch's Marauders underperform. Chaos Warriors get just shit on by White Lions, which I expect we'll be seeing something in. But High Elves really struggle to deal with Blue Fire. Because they're so squishy and have very tight formations, you can nuke units very, very hard with Blue Fire. Just getting good Blue Fire casts down the line can just absolutely devastate High Elf infantry. Except that is Silver Guard. Silver Guard are a bitch to deal with as Zinch. Silver shields plus magic resist and good armor. Very, very hard to kill.
Counterpoint. Kairos didn't take blue fire.
Counterpoint. Open your eyes.
Oh, I wanted to see if you were paying attention.
I already checked his spells. He didn't take what I thought he would. He took regrowth, which is a bit odd.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's half HP off the cast already. He popped. Yeah, he did the double blue fire.
Now we do Warp Flame?
Yeah, this is really bold. He's gonna lose these skirm cap. There's just a bunch of archers shooting them. Bolt throwers on Kairos, which is probably a mistake. You probably want them on the cap as well.
Probably wanted the Warp Flame before we threw out 2 blue fires.
Dwellers is gonna try and catch them on horsemen. It's gonna whiff. They're gonna dodge. That's a waste of a Dwellers. But your caster's not gonna live very long, so you might as well throw out the magic.
Yeah.
You take a lot of damage on your skirm cap. No sisters. Jeez, that was very far out of their range.
That was a lot.
That's cool.
That was a lot of damage.
Well, they will heal up and get their barrier back. They lose many models. They lost exactly 6 models between the 2 of them, so they're just going to heal up and be fine.
Do you throw regrowth on them?
Absolutely not. Personally, I don't bring regrowth on Kairos like ever.
Dude,
I just don't see a lot of reasons for it.
It's an ODM thing. Every time.
Well, he's not the only one.
Yeah, I know, but like every ODM player that plays Zinch brings Kairos and they bring regrowth and blue fire, no matter what it is. I don't know. There's some sickness in those parts. They all get in a voice chat together and they're like, hive mind assemble.
Regrowth. Anyway, the engagement on the low ground looks like it's going pretty well for the High Elves. There's nothing really here to actually disrupt the archers. They should be able to free fire in and kill off these blue horrors, as well as the Chaos Warriors who have turned their sides to them and will be able to fire past their shields. I think I'm going to have the Fireborn coming in. So, I really like the Fireborn, especially in this matchup. But what are you going to fight with it right now? There's just nothing on the field that's good for them to fight.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he's maybe thinking he could chase down the Marauder Horsemen. They're not going to do a lot of damage to the Fireborn because they're pretty hefty fire-resistant shields and stuff, but I agree. There's nothing right now for them to be doing. Tretch gets a nasty side shot from the blue fire, just like I said he would. God
Yep.
damn, I am
That's just
smart.
half HP off the Sisters of Avalorn. A lot of models dead too. 30 models killed. That's huge. But Siege is losing pretty heavily on the low ground.
Mm-hmm.
And I really would like to see him. See our Siege player either take the fight in like one place or the other, either 3 or 1, not both. We're seeing kind of the same issue that we saw in the Beastman game, where you fight both sides, you end up losing.
Now, High Elves are spawning some cavalry on the top. They could get to the back. The problem is it's not like there's archers back there for you to compromise. It's blue horrors, skirmish cav, and knights and marauders.
Yeah, they're not even doing a whole lot of damage, like lancing down the camp. They're doing all right. Okay, never mind. They're doing all right. They aren't AP, but they do have just very, very high stats. They can still chunk the Chaos Warriors pretty effectively. But they are starting to take some damage in return from the skirmish caps. They probably want to make themselves scarce here pretty soon. Just get another cycle charge in.
Tzeentch is continuing with his Lord Snipe attempts, and while that is going well, Tzeentch is outnumbered by High Elves, which is not a situation the High Elves are used to being in. And I'm sure it's a welcome situation for them.
Yeah. The Lord is dead, but still, I feel like that Blue Fire honestly could be put to better use, just trying to chunk through all this high elf infantry, the archers, the spears, whatever, because Tzeentch generally has a very, very hard time compromising backlines, because they just don't have any cheap cav or mobility tools aside from Furies, which we don't see any of on the field right now. So these archers are actually going to be pretty difficult to shut down, especially with all this cav on the field able to screen for them.
Counterpoint, shield dogs.
Shield dog. I mean, that's basically just Beast of Tashnar. They're not shielded, but they have 50% missile resist, so, you know, it's close enough.
I know, if I was thinking like Tzeentch shield dogs.
Oh, do you mean... Oh, yeah.
Hey, bro, you having fun? My dog's gonna come back with the second health bar again.
Barrier dogs. That'd be funny.
Alright. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch thought about charging the bolt throwers, but with Spearmen there, it looks like they're gonna decide not to do that. Instead, might just rear charge some Silvering Guard, which could be pretty nasty since their charge defense won't apply when they're currently in combat with the Chaos Warriors. Fireborn is still rather healthy. Remember that their Lifecaster's dead, so they've gotten no healing. They're just that good against Tzeentch because they have fire resist. And most of Tzeentch projectiles, if not all of them, do fire damage.
Yeah. Thing is, with the blue fire going down on, the Fireborn, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage to them. That's a nice chunk. And that should
Nice
chunk
chunk.
them down low enough that your Chaos Knights should be able to beat them in a one-on-one from this point. We do have some Lion Chariots coming in. Ooh, spicy pick. So
They
do
could
a
do
good job
alright.
chunking the Chaos Warrior. They do all right against the infantry. The problem is there's a lot of Tzeentch cavalry coming in. They have a hard time getting through them.
Yeah. Their missile resist is pretty meh, considering these two Marauder Horsemen are here. I mean, 30% is 30%, but Focus Fire will still take you down. You don't have a high health pool for that.
Yep. I think that is just the High Elves' greatest problem in Tzeentch. They don't have high health pools, and things like Skirmish Cav and Blue Fire just tear them apart.
So the handshake agreement of this game seems to be High Elves are going to get 1 point, Tzeentch is going to get 2, and I think that's how the game is going to play out. And overall, I think Tzeentch will never lose 0.1. And
Certainly looking that way.
Yeah, I'm thinking this will just end up being 0.3 versus 0.1 in 2 game.
Yeah. I feel like the High Elves really need, instead of that Lion Chariot, which is getting just fucked on, you'd really do a lot better with White Lions. White Lions, like I said, they will dominate Chaos Warriors in melee, they'll dominate Marauders, they'll dominate Blue Horrors. There's not a lot of melee options each has against them, so they're a very, very strong pick here. So, yeah, Tzeentch does have a very, very solid hold here on objective number 1. Most of the High Elf infantry has been routed off, as well as the Chariots. Cav is still running around trying to do some things, but they are getting whittled down by the Skirm Cav and Blue Fires. So they're in a pretty rough spot. The Archers have largely been compromised. There are a few more lingering on, but for the most part, the High Elf shooting has been shut down, and Tzeentch has taken a massive value lead.
Chaos Knights with a regrowth on them coming down to shut down both archers and an Eagle Claw bolt throw. Let's see if it can desummon before it gets into combat. Nope, it's in combat now. So it ain't going anywhere. That'll be a nice little pickup for Tzeentch.
Yep. And with the Fireborn getting chunked solo by the Skirmish Cav, getting forced out of position, the Screamers coming in, there's not much left here that can actually deal with these armored Chaos Knights. So they're going to be able to just run around, shut down any archers that come in, just lance down infantry, and just generally make a nuisance of themselves. And it'll be very, very hard for the High Elves to deal with them.
Yeah, and the Lion Chariots are almost dead, and they have 200 value to their name, so unfortunately that pick's not working out super hot.
Yeah. I really would have preferred that value to be spent on White Lions.
Tzeentch desummoning both of their Skirmish Cav to get some funds back, and he has 2,500 funds in the bank right now. He's
Yeah,
up
kinda curious what he's
3,000
saving
in the
up for.
damage value, too.
Yeah, kind of curious what he's saving up for. That might be just a middle of a misplay, because you probably just want to be reinforcing the infantry to objective 1 so you can maintain that stranglehold. Because if you aren't constantly reinforcing, then over time you will just get ground down by virtue of, being too far from any backup.
Maybe he's going to summon Scarbrand.
I would be quite surprised if he did that one.
Scarbrand, Scarbrand, Scarbrand. Come on, chat. Scarbrand, Scarbrand.
Let me know how it works out for you.
3,000 points. Just sitting there.
High Elf Caster is back on the field, which means there are going to be lots of... She still has lots of Whomps, so there'll be some dwellers below. It needs to be very, very careful for the Chaos Knights, because they could fuck him up real quick.
True. Yeah, and I wonder how much Tzeentch has left. No, Tzeentch generates a ton. And I haven't seen, like, regrowth spam. I've seen 1 or 2 regrowths and a bunch of blue fires. So he probably still has enough to snipe her out again. It's just going to take some time. Nice dwellers below cast on the back of these Chaos Knights and Forsaken. It's going to be a 2-for-1 and really nice value there for the High Elves.
Oh, that spell's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's so gross.
Knights are actually pulling out of it okay. They're doing all right. Took some damage, but not as much as I would have thought.
So here's the thing. Tretch has a huge value lead, right? But okay, now if he just sits on his supplies and doesn't reinforce, he's not gonna be able to hold. But he does have a bunch of Marauders and the weird spawn as well as some Blue Horrors to go try to take Objective 3, which is largely undefended, so they should be able to waltz in and take it. So I wouldn't mind seeing Tzeentch just fall back from Objective 1, hold Objective 2, and counter push onto Objective 3.
Counterpoint.
So much... Yes?
Counterpoint. Hold Objective 1 to the last man because it's ours and they can't have it! They can't take it from us, Platty! We earned it! Fair and square!
That remains to be seen. Tzeentch has never done anything fair and square. You know that.
Not one step backwards, men! Hold!
To be fair, the men aren't the ones I suggest are taking a step backwards. It's the horses. The horses should gallop back towards the other objective. The men should hold that point and just try to slow the opponents down as much as you can.
Not one step backwards, Seabiscuit! How about
Seabiscuit.
that? That's a famous horse. It's the only famous horse I know.
Interesting. I don't know who that is. So
Seabiscuit? It's a famous racehorse. Alright, Tzeentch has spawned 3 units on the low side, not even just the 2 we saw earlier. 3. So those on the Seaguard are already dead, and point 3 is now contested.
Elves are starting to retake Objective 1, but it looks like Tretch is doing what I suggested, pulling his Chaos Knights back, letting them recharge their barrier, clearing off the Spearmen from the rear objective, and just reconsolidating his forces and regrouping. That said, High Elves do have to 3-cap, and he realizes that, and it ain't gonna happen.
He never took capture point 1 back. We didn't fall, lads. We didn't fall. You were out there suggesting that he what? Surrender? Bullshit! Hold your ground! Never fails! Do you play a lot of board games?
When I have friends in town, which isn't often.
You ever play King of Tokyo?
Nope.
God damn it. Alright. I have a story for you anyway, but any values you want to point out? I mean, Kairos did great, but of course Kairos did great.
Yeah. Nothing too interesting.
Yeah, looking at it.
Fireborn got shut down really hard.
Yeah, Lion Chariot's got 200.
That feels bad.
Alright. Rip High Elves. So, speaking of never surrendering, there's a game called King of New York and King of Tokyo. They're the same game, just like different monsters, but you play as a monster like Godzilla or King Kong or something like that. And the objective is to get enough infamy to win or to kill everybody else. It's pretty simple. And to get infamy, you can stand in the city. And if you stand in the city, everyone has to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to be in there, get as much infamy as you can, then get out without dying, and like cycle through that to eventually get enough points to win the game. Well, my first time playing it, I was with some friends, and I started out in the city, and I was like, okay, so I'm in the city? Yeah, all right, cool. And I just stood in there and fought, and they were all playing the slow game, like they were trying to get money and trying to like get items and stuff, and I just kept fighting, and you need 20 points. I got to 18 without ever leaving the city to go home, to heal, to do anything like that. And then my friends were like, wait, how many points do you have? Because, they can ask, but it's not super obvious. I'm like, 18. And they're like, you son of a bitch. So they both team up on me and just insta-kill me. And I'm like, I almost did it. By ignoring the way the game was supposed to be played entirely and just never retreating, I almost did it.
Nice.
Because they were like, they're used to the normal gameplay patterns. Both of them were like, he's staying in the city too long. Someone will push him out. But since everybody thought someone will push him out, no one actually came to get me. So I just stood there.
Just vibed in the center of the board the entire game.
Yeah. And for context of the score, it was 3, 4, and 18.
Nice.
Yeah. And then I died. So then the rest of the game I was watching them. And eventually one of them won, but it was hilarious that they were like, wait, how many points do you have? Just checking, because I have, 3. She has 4. Oh, you have 18. Oh, yeah, we gotta kill that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Oh, no. It was nuts. I love that game, though. It's super good.
We got Wood Elves?
Wood Elves lizards?
Chats.
Ian Zero apparently likes elves, is what I'm gathering here.
Yep.
Do you think he's going with the army behind the blocker?
I certainly hope not.
I think he is. I think he locks it in.
I would be quite surprised.
He's deleting it. Yeah, he's not going to do it.
Uh-huh.
For chat's sake, since that build got deleted, it was like 10 total units. And it looked auto-genned. It was like Treekin, one Waywatcher.
A lot of chevrons. Treekins with a lot of chevrons.
Yeah, Treekins with a lot of chevrons. One Zote, one Dragon. It was just one of everything. Looked auto-gen.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, how's the bracket doing?
That's a good question.
Everybody's in round 2 except for Raflan Bodega has advanced over T-Rex with grabbers, so he's already in round 3, just chilling.
Nice. It's moving along pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's a rare occurrence around here.
So, Dadokasin versus Fistful, Hadries versus Tutorial. If Tutorial beats Hadries, that would be pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Drakens versus Serka. Supertai and Gianni. Ian Zero and Tretch were with. Tim the Wilder and F-Pod and Samurai Style and Melonhead.
Yep. So, all of my favorites are still in the tournament. Who did you call for your favorites again?
Hanadins, who's out.
Nah.
Yeah, I got wrecked. I agreed with you on Tim, and then I said... Oh, damn it, what's his name? Park Map. I said Park Map, but I think he got beat by Raflan or something, because his name is TBD now.
Yeah, it looks like he had to go.
Sad. Alright, so one of mine lost, one of mine dropped, and then Tim's still in it.
Yep.
Mr. Casual, damn, Warhammer 3 has so many cool and interesting factions, it's a shame you only see 30% of them. Yeah, it's pretty limited. It's pretty limited. Turns out, if a patch was released after a long time, and that patch just buffed a lot of the currently OP factions, left the rest alone, turns out the meta doesn't actually change that much.
Crazy.
Slanesh? Nerf Sigvald a little bit. Buff them in other places. Seems fine.
Mm-hmm.
Warriors of Chaos? We're happy with where they're at. Buffs. That was the weirdest sentence. We're happy with where they're at, so we're buffing a bunch of shit.
I mean, they nerfed Hellstrays and, Be'lakor. And that totally nerfed the faction a lot. Really, really brought down the power level. Totally.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's not like they buffed the other Hellstriders.
And Trolls.
And Trolls.
Aspiring Champions.
Yep, Aspiring Champions got a buff. I'm trying to remember what else got a buff.
There can get a buff where people just realizing he's good now because you don't need Be'lakor every game. I don't think you get a buff.
Archaon's strong.
Mm-hmm.
How long has Archaon been strong? Always has been.
Mm-hmm. No, Archaon's actually really good. He was just overshadowed by Be'lakor and Sigvald for ages.
Do you know... Yeah. Do you know the Michael Jordan meme, and I took that personally?
Yes.
CA hears everyone complaining about Skirmish Cav. And they took that personally.
Yep. Speaking of skirmishing, out of Lizardmen and Wood Elves, which one would you expect to be running a kite build?
I know this is a bait, but I'll fall for it anyway. Wood Elves, right, Mr. Platypus?
Yeah, that's what I thought coming into this too.
What? Are you implying that they just have a bunch of fucking trees, bro?
Maybe. I was more referencing the fact that lizards are actually running a kite build with double salamander.
Yeah, for the Wood Elves, it's just trees. It's Treekin, Dryads, and then we have Orion, a Spellsinger of Life, and the Hawkeyes of Jakira.
But human boy, Orion's not a tree. I don't think.
I mean, he's pushing the boundaries here. He's got, like, leaf hooves, a leaf scarf, green skin, wood antlers. I don't know. He's halfway there. On the other side...
Yeah, we have double salamander. We have a solar engine, which has largely fallen out of favor in Warhammer 3, so interesting to see these guys back. And some Saurus, some Skinks, and a Heaven's Caster and Oxy.
Oxy's a weird pick. Solar engines have been
like
pretty
him.
trash for a while, but Oxy's a weird pick versus Wood Elves, in my opinion. He can get
What
run
else
down.
would you bring?
I mean, Mazda's quite solid, but I've really been liking Red Crest's King Chief. He's super cheap, very hard for the missiles to snipe, if there were missiles that were trying to snipe him. Anti-large, armor-piercing, and you can bring a wider army with him because he's so cheap, and Rev Crystals will heal him up nice and steady, so I like him.
I have a counterpoint for you.
Okay.
That this is domination. You can just bring your caster as a lord instead of a Red Crested King Chief.
Yeah.
And you can go even wider. No, I don't mind Oxy. He tends to pay for himself over the course of the battle if you just stick him on large targets. He's generally pretty safe because he can just stay on your side of the battlefield and just kind of, not make a nuisance of himself.
Yeah. We'll have to see how he does, because if he has Master Predator on, none of his stuff's going to recharge. It looks like he didn't bring anything that takes recharging, though. So
Yeah, you almost never take those other ones because they just don't really do a whole lot of damage.
Ancient Sailors are currently facing the wrong direction. Now they're going to turn, and they'll be good against all these trees. As long as the Hawkeyes don't, one-shot them.
Yeah, that's what I'm really scared of. But also, they're not that... Well, they're not going to do well against the Firebark Elders because they do have heavy fire resistance. The other Treekin, they should do alright against, but they generally rely on their splash damage, so the Dryads are probably their ideal target.
Yep. Dryads are also trees. We take
We
those.
got... What is that one? Orion's abilities coming down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely not Steering Doom. That spell. The Solar Archer is trying to snipe Orion, but it's doing a piss poor job of it. I don't think it's hit him yet. Yeah, Hounds of Orion coming down does a very, very minor amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Orion's not having the best time with all this going on, but overall he's dodging decently. And Salamanders are falling back. The Lizardmen are indeed kiting away. And then we have Cold Ones! Feral Cold Ones, Cold One Riders with spears, and Saurus charging into the brink. And on the far side, Red Crest Skinks and Skink cohorts are just waiting for point 3 to unlock so they can take it and move on to the Wood Elf spawn.
Dryads are getting kited out, getting forced into fights with Saurus, which is not really a fight they're going to be happy about being in. And the Salamanders are going to be free to pick them apart at their leisure. The Salamanders are currently focused firing on the Hawkeyes, which are a bit too far forward and too revealed. They really want to be hiding in their stealth and not being shot by the Salamanders. That's probably the biggest threat to them on this battlefield. And they're just getting focus fired.
I don't know what they're trying to shoot at, but they're not shooting it. Shooting Saurus right now, that's a whoops.
Yeah, the one thing they are also suffering from is blinded from the solar engines. Their accuracy is actually greatly reduced. They're not going to be doing a whole lot of damage to any of these single entities, if they're even trying to shoot them. But yeah, they're taking so much damage from the counterfire for the Lizards. It looks pretty rough for the Wood Elves so far.
We have the Ethereal Great Stag Knights. Ethereal Great Stag Knights. What you gonna do? How are you even gonna stop them? It's not like you have magic damage.
Yeah, they don't actually. They have Wind Blast, and that's the only source of magic damage on the... Well, actually, no, they do have the Solar Engine, yeah. I forgot that does magic damage. Of course it doesn't if it doesn't hit. Yeah, it doesn't do any magic damage if it doesn't hit anything.
Oxy also does magic damage.
Does he?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah. It used to piss me off before Warhammer 3 because Oxy used to be OP. Now he's underpowered or fine, depending on who you ask.
Great Size Knights are getting very deep onto the Ancient Salamanders, but Cold One Spear Riders are coming into peel, as well as several missile units all trying to focus fire them. They are not going to be in a great spot. It's gone very, very deep, and they're getting punished pretty heavily for it. We have some War Dancers coming in, and I was not under the impression War Dancers were a terribly strong unit.
No, they're usually considered to be pretty bad.
Yeah, especially when there's so much cheap shooting from the just Kink Jabs and Salamanders and Pterodons, Chameleon Skinks and Pterodons to shoot at them. Taking damage pretty quickly as they don't have shields or armor. And rely solely on a physical resist, which does alright, but not a ton.
This next Solar Engine shot is going to do a ton of damage to those War Dancers. It's going up the line.
If it hits.
If it hits.
Come on, give it to us, baby.
Do it.
Come on.
Do it, you coward, before they break.
Oh, it turned on to
you switched targets.
the last second. What a bait.
That's so sad. Alright, these Ancient Sallies should probably just shoot the Dryads that are directly in front of them. It's nice close range, clumped up, but it looks like they're going to instead just walk into the Dryads? That could be a pretty big mistake here from Tredge.
Yeah, that could be. They're moving up to try and shoot the Dryads that are on the point to actually try and flip the objective, which isn't a terrible idea. And just kind of ignore the units that aren't on the point and actually try to swap the objective. That's a little bit early to be focusing on that. You're still early up in the game, you probably should focus on value trading. That said, they did get some really good damage on the Dryads and the War Dancers on that objective, so definitely worth the value still.
Yeah, and in Zero's Dryads appear to be distracted. They're not really going for the Salamanders, they're just standing. Now they're going to charge into the Blob fight, and a rear charge into the Skinks will probably get rid of them, but I don't know. Something's got to stop these Salamanders, man.
Yep, Salamanders are an absolute menace if they're allowed to just sit and fire. They just chunk through infantry. Orion is getting whittled down as well by Oxy and his Chameleon Skink brethren. And I don't... No, there is some sort of... Yeah, there's some Earthbloods coming down for him, but I don't know that's going to be enough.
Salamanders just friendly fired the shit out of their own Saurus because they were firing at Orion.
I noticed that.
Hawk's Talon cast on the Sallies does more damage than I would have thought, but it's still not a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of damage. I'd love to see Sally's turn and fire into this blob directly next to them. Like, they could be doing so much damage that they could probably ended that blob fight.
Yeah.
Because otherwise lizards are going to be losing out on that pretty quickly, but they will be taking the center objective as everything is terror routing aside from Orion and the caster themselves. But then on the far side, we do have some Wild Riders and some Dryads trying to get the cheeky back cap on objective number 3. They're going to have a hard time chewing through the code of Sotek, because they are some resilient bastards.
Yeah, they're going to have a pretty bad time over there. Buff the Order Tide? I mean, yeah, if you want to see things that aren't chaos, chaos, and chaos. Are Greenskin meta and Dom? Fuck no.
Not even close.
Solar Engine has just been shooting at Orion since the day it was born. It's really trying to poke him down.
And it has accrued a total value of about 1,000, actually.
About 1,000. I mean, Oxy's also been shooting at Orion this whole time. What is that woo sound?
That's his Hounds of Orion. Or whatever that ability's called. What is it called? Yeah, Hounds of Orion. I was right. It's that one.
That's a cool
it's
sound
that
effect.
ability.
I think the sound design... Sorry. I think the sound design coming into Game 3 has been actually pretty top-notch. They've added a lot of little sound effects that just add thematically to the battle that I like a lot.
Yeah. Anyway. So we're arguing here with the Dwellers, but Orion is very, very low HP, and with Oxy just sitting shooting with plenty of ammo left, can't imagine Orion's going to be on this field much longer.
Yeah, he is in his tanky form now. As he gets lower, he gets ward save and healing, but it's only 20% ward save these days, and the healing is pretty muted, so Oxy can definitely out-DPS that.
Yeah. He is getting a bit of healing coming in, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save him. He has passive healing now when he gets low because Cloak of Isha, but still he's being desummoned, so he is gone, which means that the Terror Source for the Wood Elves is gone, as well as some capture weight. Which means the Lizards should be able to take this objective here pretty quickly.
Good God, the Lizards are up almost double damage value.
Yep. It's not entirely one-to-one because there's a little bit of healing coming in for the Wood Elves, but they're still in a very, very good spot. And most of the Wood Elves' infantry does look to be gone. Some warnings coming in, but generally, Wood Elves don't have a whole lot of holding power left on this battlefield.
check out Total Tavern's win-loss stats for dominant or land battles. That'll be the best picture. Two problems with that. One, it doesn't cover land battles at the moment, so you can't do that. And for domination, there have been reports of people reporting the wrong factions. Like, if they just don't feel like filling out the stats, they'll say Beastmen beat Beastmen and Beastmen beat Beastmen in game 2 and move on.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, the Total Tavern stats are, like, neat at a cursory glance, but they have to be taken with a grain of salt.
They're also not weighted. So, like, it has no reflection on player skills. So if you have 2 beginners, it counts for the stats the same as if it's, you know, like, Intensity versus Void.
Yeah.
So sometimes you get matchups that probably should go one way or the other, and because players aren't familiar with them, they end up going the way you wouldn't expect them to go.
Yeah. They can still be useful. They're just not definitive.
Yeah. Definitely a step forward, but not quite there.
Oh, they're good to have.
Yeah.
I would take them over not having them for sure. I was just cautioning
yeah.
against, like, these are the definitive stats.
Yeah. Anyway, looks like Lizards have a solid grip on 2. They're going to be holding on to Objective 3, and they are pushing to take Objective 1. And I think Wood Elves are in a lot of trouble. They have very few units left in the field. Most of what they have is low HP. They are down very, very heavily in value, and they are not far enough ahead in victory tickets to actually make it worth it.
Yeah, the Wood Elves are about out of steam. They have 10 units on the field, and only 2 of them are healthy. The caster and these 1 dryads. I think that is going to be game.
I tend to agree.
I'm trying to find a next matchup for us, but it looks like no one else is done, so we might have an awkward pause for a second, but we'll see. Lizards doing well is a rare sight. A welcome sight. We'll take those. Unfortunately, it is against Wood Elves, another struggling faction. It'd be nice to see Lizardmen really sock it to Undead or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't have too much else to say at this point. Kind of surprised Lizardmen are down in points, but I suppose the Wood Elves were holding that center point for a long time with Orion.
Yeah, they're pushing very, very aggressively, so they were able to hold that objective for a while, but it's not going to matter, as they will likely get 3 capped here before very long, as they're just so far down in value, and they don't have the units on the field to actually control space anymore.
Yeah, Ian's out of gas. He did just summon in the Lost Sylvan Knights, so that's something.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not going to be able to, like, cap everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oxy has 1 shot left. He's out of ammo. Oh, game's over. Though also you could have just desummoned him and then resummoned him with full ammo. Big middle finger to the enemy player as you shoot him down again.
Yeah.
That would be very funny. Like, if somehow a game went long enough for there to be like 3 summons of Oxyotl, he ends the game with like 5,000 value. As he shot 150 shots at people. That would be great. You would have to have an insanely long game, though.
Yep.
How do you feel about the double sallies after all that?
I generally like double sallies. My big concern was getting shot by Way Watchers, but there weren't a whole lot of those, so it worked out. Anyway, I do have another game for us to spectate if you are interested.
Oh, definitely. What'd you get?
It's Drakens versus Cersa, or however you pronounce the name. I feel really bad because they told me and I can't remember.
Okay. Did they... What's the score?
Let me ask. Okay, score is 1-1. Okay,
All
well,
right.
these just named Drakens.
Yep, I'm in. So we're in game
Nice.
3.
Yep.
RTK Drakens. You got him
Yep.
too.
Yep. And so I knew he wasn't in the game, so I looked at Discord and I could see he was not deafened.
All right. RTK Drakens.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'll put the Squire in there because I have space.
Join the Legion of RTK.
E. When they gonna fix the ogre units? Fucking never. Nurgle meta when? Nurgle was meta for a lot of pre-Immortal Empires.
Nurgle should never be meta, not in their current state. If they're meta, it's because they have their stats are too good. Like, they aren't a very dynamic faction. So if they're meta, the game is going to be just miserable to play.
Yeah. I remember a lot of people not being happy about the Nurgle Corn meta.
When was Corn meta?
Around the same time as the Nurgle meta, where it was just like walking at the point with Chaos Warriors and Spawn. Because it was pre-IE, so it was just spawn, spawn, spawn.
Yeah, but Corn was bad in that meta. Well, they were okay.
They were good for a while in the early days. Like,
Yeah.
because that's the meta I remember coming into Warhammer 3 was Nurgle and Khorne. And then a bit of Slaanesh.
Coming into Warhammer 3? You talking like at launch? Or
Yes,
talking
at
before you went?
launch.
You and I remember a very different game, my friend.
I mean, the meta was still up in the air there, so it could have been one or two tournaments I saw that were like that.
Yeah, for the first couple of patches, Cav wasn't working right, so Slaanesh was just unplayable.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, Cav just didn't do damage for a while.
Yep.
And Ogres were very balanced back then.
That's right, Gorgers.
Ogres. And Iron Blasters.
Mm-hmm.
Iron Blasters one tapping across the map was pretty strong.
So I think why the Khorne Nurgle meta came is I remember Iron Blasters being either banned or limit 1 depending on what tournament you were in.
Mm-hmm. So, remember what happened was the second patch they increased the number of funds you got pretty drastically by about 30%.
Mm-hmm.
So you just were able to spam out all of your units so quickly. It didn't really matter if you were killing anything. It just mattered who was holding the point while things were fighting. Because basically you just had an infinite supply of units.
Yeah, I think Khorne and Nurgle were pretty good at holding those points.
Yep. When you have really tanky, really good grindy infantry, they're pretty good at that kind of a meta.
Yeah.
Really, which was really miserable.
And then a lot of the meta for the rest of pre-IE was like... I mean, I still remember Slaanesh Khorne a lot.
Slaanesh came into power towards the end.
Yeah. Well, I remember that CA Summer Championship, there was a couple games of Slaanesh Khorne, and then it would flip Slaanesh Khorne. Though, actually, Warriors of Chaos was part of that, because everybody in that had early access.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was Chaos. I still remember, I distinctly remember a Khorne mirror where, because of the comeback mechanic, it was 5.5 minutes into the game. Nobody had taken either point, and they were just staring at each other because neither wanted to be the first one. Yeah.
I think that was two ODM players playing each other. I think that was Alfredine. I want to say it was Alfredino versus like candidates or something.
I thought, I don't know, remember. I remember it was just like miserable to watch, and I remember Khorne being there.
Comeback mechanic was so fucking miserable, dude.
Yeah. So, that's where I remember Khorne being meta, but like maybe it wasn't the meta, maybe it was just like I kept popping in on Khorne games.
Mm-hmm. And that was also like pretty debated there. Like in RTK, we had a pretty good idea of what we thought was good, and then ODM had very different ideas, and then like VM had a different idea of what they thought was good. So, from my perspective, I didn't think Khorne was all that strong, but some people did. Some people had success with them.
I mean, weren't you an early Cathay bringer before they even got buffed?
I played Cathay in the first tournament of Warhammer 3.
Yeah.
In my first tournament ever, I played Cathay.
So you're always kind of you're a loose cannon, my friend.
Yeah. Apparently. Well, to be fair, back then I played Cathay because it was fun, not because I thought it was that good. Now it's the other way. I think they're very good and they're no longer fun.
I am typing to somebody at the moment. It's all on you.
Okay. What are you up to, chat? Don't see the demon lady that much for Slaanesh anymore? Do you mean Nakari? Well, first of all, I believe Nakari's a dude. But also, he comes around sometimes. Problem is he's just so squishy and has light armor, so any kind of shooting really fucks him up. But into melee factions, he's pretty good. Into like counts, into Nurgle, you can get away with him. He's still reasonable. He does really well. He actually is. He's really good at sniping characters, and he has good like spin attacks, so he does well in the hordes as well. But he's just kind of a squishy pick, and a little bit risky compared to something like Sigvald, who does kind of the same job.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Cathay was bad because it was so buggy? That was part of it. The other problem Cathay had was that the game was so much shorter that they just didn't have time to transition from like sitting back in a box and value trading to actually like pushing for the objectives. Because they were just so slow at pushing for the objectives that they very often went up like 6 to 8k in value and just couldn't get out of their spawn zone. So they could never actually touch an objective. They would just be 3-capped the entire game and would never touch.
Isn't like the whole point of a ton of Slaanesh stuff is that it's indeterminate what gender they are? A little bit, but I think Nakari is frequently referred to as a he. Oh, let's say this map. This map's in the tournament. Let's go.
Yeah, mount some more.
This is the tournament. This is not the tournament. This is the map I used to always get in quick battles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
I like
it was
this map.
the only one I got.
Anyway.
How dare you anyway me? Oh, we got our first Sigvold of the night. Fuck yeah, let's go, dude.
Yes. Everybody loves some Sigvold action.
The Siggy. I actually haven't seen a lot of him since his cost increase.
Oh, he's still quite popular.
He's still quite good.
Yep.
I just haven't seen a lot of him.
Anyway, so Tzeentch. Bunch of Marauders, backed up by Horrors, backed up by the Severed Claw. Yeah, our aspiring champion. And then Kairos with Blue Fire, Pendulum, Regrowth. Don't see Pendulum a whole lot these days. Not a bad idea, especially against this kind of Warriors Chaos build where it's just a dude wall. Infantry, as far as the eye can see, not even a caster. Just Marauders, Chaos Warriors, and Sigvald. The upside of this kind of build where you take infantry is that there's not a lot of high-value targets for the Tzeentch's shooting and Blue Fire. They're really just focused on Chaos Warriors, which are pretty resilient. There's no, there's no squishy spawn. There's no cav that's going to get punished really hard. There's just not a lot of good targets for the disruptive tools.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of walk at them and rely on your stats because Tzeentch's infantry generally underperforms compared to the base variant of Chaos Infantry.
Even though they have shields?
Yeah, because they just pay too much. Well, it doesn't help. Shields don't help infantry a whole lot because A, they're not very large shields, and they never recharge them because they're stuck in melee until they die. Or they come back with like 3 models and they recharge the shield, but then it's like next to nothing. So it's just a little bit of extra HP, and they pay quite a bit for it. So
they have more melee attack and melee defense and leadership and magic damage over basic Marauders. But I think they're paying like...
It's because most of them are chevroned.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was also going to say, but they're also paying for like 100, 125. I think the base Marauders for Warriors of Chaos are 375, or is that Norska?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 375 to 425 for Tzeentch ones.
Oh wow, I thought these guys were 500 for some reason. Okay.
Nope. Spears are 500.
50 gold
okay.
for shields. Yeah.
50 gold for barrier. Yeah, I think it's generally underwhelming.
Sorry, I refer to them as shields because I'm used to Halo.
Oh, I refer to them as not shields because shields are a different thing in this game.
Exactly, but it's really hard to break the habit when you see an extra health bar and it's blue. It's like every video game I've ever played called that shields.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it is barrier.
You're correct. Yeah, I was doing the comparison between these two units for my my Tzeentch guide, which just went up yesterday or this morning.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, which you can check out in the description below if you have a channel. Anyway, yeah, I generally think Tzeentch Marauders are the least cost effective of all the Marauder variants. Because they never get to recharge their barriers. So it's just like 800 hit points or 600 hit points for 50 gold seems pretty shit to me. Anyway,
we have a Pit of Shades caster and another Marauder coming in. Ooh, Flamers!
Flamers. This is actually pretty good against this kind of like infantry heavy build. There's not a lot of disruptive tools or anything fast enough to actually get back there. That said, I assume there are Hellstriders in reserve. There's almost always Hellstriders in reserve. But Tzeentch definitely has the tools to peel them off. Most of Tzeentch's Flyers, Furies, and Screamers both do quite well into Slaanesh Cav, so they can actually have a decent shot at protecting them. Forsaken of Tzeentch coming in. Looks like Sigvald's going to be capturing Objective 3, and Tzeentch is going to be holding 2 and 1 for the time being. We do have Armored Trolls coming in as well, which are very, very good at just punching through all these Chaos Warriors. They are quite vulnerable to the Horrors and the Flamers. They're not as vulnerable to the Horrors because they do have armor, but the weight of fire will still drag them down eventually, especially since they are vulnerable to fire because of their regeneration. More Flamers. There's a second Flamer.
Second Flamer. And now we wait.
Mm-hmm.
Is this like that Ogres versus Khorne game where Khorne just wanted to build up a certain amount of stuff?
Probably. Probably not going to be as much stuff because Warriors Chaos tends to do a lot better in melee than Tzeentch does. Like the difference is much more staggering. Yeah. And the flamers are a lot easier to shut down. Yeah. So I assume I know the answer to this, but I assume you don't see a whole lot of flamers in land battles.
No, they're trash.
Yeah, that's what I figured. They're, in my experience, they're very high risk, high reward, but because they're so squishy and short range, it's very hard to get value out of them. This is one instance where they definitely could. There's a lot of just slow, lumbering targets for them to shoot, and not a lot to shut them down. So, especially it's a faction without Furies or any kind of flyers to get on top of them, they could definitely do their work here. That said, Tzeentch's front line is looking a little slim.
I mean, we are in the forest camping meta, so as long as they don't get anywhere near the forest, I think Tzeentch is going to be okay. As long as they just stay out of the forest, chaos is never coming out.
This is true. The forest is full of jump scares, so you need to be very, very careful about entering it.
I think this is a huge mistake from Drakens. He's leaving the forest. He lost his forest buff. That's just, I don't know. It's not allowed. Revealed to his opponent that he's there.
Yeah. What you need to be doing with as in the Draken's shoes here, though, is getting around your opponent, so just getting to every entrance that you can. Just fan out, come from the sides, come from the main, come from your spawn. Like, just try to grasp every angle so that we can actually use your width. If you just shove it in the middle, you're going to block like 2 infantry units and just douse with flame. So you need to get around and actually force your opponent to block you in multiple spots and use that width to your advantage. It looks like Siggy is going to 1v1 every single Chaos Warrior in the center objective by himself, which he's perfectly capable of doing, I suspect.
But what if, Platty, you take the enemy's forests, and then you have all the forests?
Well, we saw how well the trees did for our Wood Elf player last game, so...
That's fair. Also, KV's here, resident forest enjoyer. This is the best meta for you. This is the forest game. KV, we were talking about you last night.
Were we?
Well, not you and me. Me and stream. You're not the only we here, Platty. Chaos Feral Manticore's here.
Yep. Solid Pterosaurus.
That'll do okay.
I mean, it's your Pterosaurus. That's all you really need it for.
But Tzeentch is all ICP. Oh wait, that's
true.
Slanesh.
Also, look at Signal just fucking up that Marauder unit in the middle on his own.
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, what a balanced character.
He's doing great. He's now charging into the pink horse. And they are not firing. Oh no.
Nope. It's the point of Siggy running in. They also have their melee attack lowered because he has a Paragon of Excess, which is a very, very balanced ability that Sigil definitely needed coming into Warhammer 3. Look at that flashbang of a Flamer volley. Flamers on this map look so good.
Oh, you're talking about the... Yeah, I was going to say the value wasn't that good. What are you so excited about? But
no, I'm talking about the fact that it just actually blinded me.
Yeah, the visuals. Warriors of Chaos are pushing in. They have a pretty good shot of taking point 2. Point 1 I'm a little more suspect of, but there's an awful lot of them over there. Nasty 3-for-1 pendulum on these Chaos Warriors. That was really nice.
Oh, that is really brutal. That is really brutal. But Flamers are getting shut down. The Screamers are trying to peel off the Manticore and Siggy, but it should be getting shut down pretty quickly. And yeah, this is the problem with so much missile units, not a lot of frontline, is that they're just getting collapsed all at once. Hellstars are starting to come in, and they should be able to get on top of these Flamers, but there are Screamers coming to try and peel. And honestly, I prefer Furies to actually peel off Slanesh Cav. Screamers do fine, but don't do damage as quickly. And against the Spear Cav, they're going to be taking more damage in return.
My problem
that blob really hurts.
My problem with Flamers is getting shown right now is they're shooting over the heads of these Marauders, doing literally 0 damage as Marauders just walk at them.
Oh, that's nice.
I don't know. I hate Flamers. I think they're a trash unit, personally. Ow! Yeah, you're right. That blob is getting punished. That is 3 dead Chaos Warriors.
Yeah, that really hurts. And that value doesn't actually show up in the value meter because, bugs.
Yeah.
This is just some really, really strong blob punishment coming in from Tzeentch. And yeah, Drakens really needs to spread out his units and avoid this pretty hefty blob punishment.
Manticore dove in, but it's now just getting ganked by Screamers and Blue Horrors. Flamers are firing into Chaos Warriors, doing next to no damage because reasons. Now Flamers are firing at other Chaos Warriors, doing next to no damage because reasons. I hate this.
It's like a fifth of their health.
There's 3 Flamers, so we could be looking at different ones.
Yeah, probably.
That volley just did literally 150 damage.
I'm honestly just mesmerized by the visuals because I've never seen flamers that got me new graphics card. They're so pretty.
They are very pretty. I wish they would just aim down. That's the only thing, is that they need to aim at the ground.
Yeah, well, it's very useful for firing over your own shit, but it doesn't help you hitting your opponent's shit.
True.
Anyway.
This is the chance for Flamer's
taken a
Captain
free
of
cap.
Gondor to show his glory. That's nice. I like that, Loopy. That was awesome.
That is good, yeah.
Alright, sorry. You were saying something relevant. I just had to...
Yeah, three cap for Worst Chaos. They're down fairly heavily in value, but they are 3 capping. They might be able to keep that up if they'll just keep throwing in more and more Forsaken and Cav. So while Tzeentch is trading pretty well, they're losing some Flamers, and they don't actually have the forces to actually hold this objective. Because they were playing back in Objective 1, they didn't actually plant their feet and hold it, which is fine. That's how you protect your missile units, but you need to actually be able to convert that value lead into taking the objective, which is going to be very, very hard to do when you just have so little infantry on the field.
Dude, I'm dying. I am dying.
You just zoomed on the Flamers.
No, there was okay, I did see a Flamer. So, the Flamers heard me talking shit. They're like, oh, we don't do any damage. Oh, okay. Take this, you piece of shit. They fire a full volley, and they take their own other Flamer unit from like 60% health to 0 because they're taller than the Chaos Warriors. They all got hit in the face while the fire went over the Chaos Warriors. God, I hate that unit.
I saw them crumble. I didn't realize that's why they crumbled. That's amazing.
They got shot in the head by their own guy. Oh my god. This is looking real bad for Tzeentch
until
now.
accuracy improves. Yeah, swiping up in value there and just not able to actually transition into taking the objectives. They don't have the infantry on the field. And the Hellstriders and the Trolls are just going to be able to grind so much better than anything Tzeentch has on the field. Give it a nice gaze of... Wait, that's a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch coming in? That's a very late Soul Grinder summon. You typically see those guys run to Kite early, but they're not that great in melee. They are not great melee combatants.
I think he's trying to snipe out Siggy. Like, I think that was the plan, but this isn't the best unit for it, and this isn't the best situation in that for that unit, where he needs to do it at range.
I think sniping Siggy in the first place is a very ambitious move.
Playing devil's advocate.
I know. I appreciate you for it. Tzeentch is taking objective number 3. Walk has focused their force on the other 2 objectives, so Tzeentch seizes on the opportunity and takes the back cap. Finishes coming in, rest with horrors, but look at all of this just meat for Warriors Chaos on objective 1. Like, how does Tzeentch remove all this?
They don't.
Yeah, that's the trick. They needed some of it in the middle and start killing those Screamers, because your Cav obviously isn't going to deal with Screamers very effectively. They are anti-large, they fight very well, not kind of engagement.
We respawn 2 Flamers, is that what you wanted?
No, it's not.
But we got 2 more Flamers, so mission accomplished.
And they're shooting at 14 models of routing Marauder Grey Weapons. Or Chaos Warrior Grey Weapons. Okay, they're Chaos Warriors, but still. Yeah, this is a lot of heavy investment of Flamers that are just completely unprotected, so they might get 1 volley off, but then Forsaken or Chaos Warriors are going to run at them, and they're going to have to kite. Well, okay, they're low enough health, they might finish them off. Yeah, they might finish them off. I don't know. I think Flamers need that Discourage effect all the other Flamethrowers have, like Warp Fire Throwers and
They don't have
Iron
Discourage?
Bricks. No, they have Warp Fire instead.
Warp Flame.
Warp Flame, yeah.
Still, they should have Discourage, for sure.
Yeah. The value is equaling out a little bit, but Warriors Chaos have so many more bodies on the field, it's going to be very hard for Tzeentch to push onto these objectives. And they are nearing the point of being forced to 3 cap. It's looking pretty rough for Tzeentch, and this Soul Grinder is taking an absolute beating from Siggy. Kairos does have regrowth, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Chaos Sorcerer is terror routing, but he's already cast several Pit of Shades, and there ain't good targets for him left, so I don't even know that he's that valuable at this point for the forces of Walk.
Siggy's currently trying to fight some Flamers who are instead shooting at Hellstriders. 2 units of Flamers! Can they do it? Can they do it? Oh, that's almost half. It's almost half the damage of those netted Hellstriders. Pink Horrors did as much in 1 volley.
I just watched a unit of Chaos Trolls rally, come back, run at the Soul Grinder, and tear out before touching him.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Trolls. Severed Claw have moved their way onto objective number 2. The problem is, with their low model count, their damage output is very, very low, so despite being very tanky, they're not going to chew through this infantry in any reasonable amount of time, so it's going to be very hard for Tzeentch to dislodge, again, all of these red bodies.
That was a good play from Nerexa, where he netted those Hellstriders and then shot them with 3 different range units and they routed off. That was pretty good. I liked that.
Yeah.
And Flamers are doing much better versus Cav than they did versus Infantry because they're aiming up and there's something up to aim at. Hooray!
Yeah, they'd also do a really good job of roasting the Trolls if they could get in range safely, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
And at this point, Zinch needs to spam out all the melee units it can, because it really needs to hold objectives. The problem is Objective 3 is also being taken back by Dragons' Warriors of Chaos. Forsaken are going against Screamers. Screamers having no capture rate means even if they win the fight, they'll likely lose the objective in the progress. I don't really see a way for Zinch to get back on these objectives anytime soon.
I actually think Zinch is going to hold point 3. With the Skirmish Cab shooting, I think if he rear charges soon, before the Screamers die, if he rear charges, he could rout off the Forsaken, and then if he never loses it, he doesn't have to recapture it. But looks like he is just going to let the Screamers fight it to the death, and then they will lose.
I mean, yes, all that's true, but there's also another use of Forsaken to finish where his brethren left off.
Well, I didn't see them.
Well, this is the benefit of playing from the skybox, like I do. Just zooming out to the skybox every single time.
Well, I just want to zoom in on the pretty colors and the models and go whoosh whoosh and look at the Kairos bird.
That's fair. That is the best part of Zinch, is all the colors and the whoosh whoosh.
Oops, shit, camera went fucked. Alright. It's over. It's over. The tournament is done. And our champion for today is Voidlaws. What the fuck? I didn't even know he was here. No, sorry. Drakens. Drakens does advance. Siggy did real good, as Siggy does. Other than that, the unwashed masses are going to get shit value, but man, they were there.
How the trolls do? Trolls did literally nothing.
Yeah, they were there. For to Zinch.
I see the flamer value.
Flamer's got 1,000. 2 of them got 1,000. 1 of them got 400.
That'd be really good value if they'd been summoned only once.
Yeah. I got real depressed when there was Marauders running straight at one, and they were like, fire over their heads, scare them! And I'm like, just fire at them. Just kill them.
Yeah, Flamers do a really good job against large things, but against infantry they kind of struggle to hit.
Tim the Wilder in Samurai Style is up next. I told them to wait for us, so we should have a game to go straight into.
Those are 2 of my favorites for this tournament, so this should be a good one.
Yeah, my boy Samurai Style is about to get dunked on, but I hope he has a good time doing it.
Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, so you're on your own.
Okay. Did you get in there?
I did. There's only 1 spec slot. Sucks to suck.
All right. Everybody wait. So we're getting into the next game with 2 of Platypus's tournament favorites. RTK Tim the Wilder versus AIMA's Samurai Style. Tim the Wilder is the last of my predictions to win the tournament that's still in it. Park Map had to leave, apparently, and Hanadan's lost round 1 in a very close series versus Dodakusin, something like that. So, he is my final hope, which means this is an easy dub for my boy. Though Samurai Style is an excellent greenskin player, so maybe we'll get to see some super fun greenskins. I think he was undefeated. The last Warhammer World Cup stream Platty and I had. Samurai Style won all of his greenskin games. When he eventually got knocked out of the tournament, the series was 1-2, and I think he won on greenskins and then lost on 2 other things. Should be using that net to snipe Siggy with Flamers. I don't know if Flamers can hit Sigvald. That seems like a bold prediction. All right, we have Norska. Mr. Casual just went to bed, therefore Norska must be played. It is the rules. It is the law. And it's Norska versus Zinch. You guys ready for more Zinch? You want to see Zinch? Huh? Some pew-pew? Some bright lights? Some fire damage versus a roster that doesn't have a lot of armor and has several units with fire weakness? Skin wolves, trolls, big trolls, small trolls, little trolls, Throg trolls. Are frostworms weak to fire? I forget. Frostworms are weak to fire because fucking reasons. Why are frostworms weak to fire? Anyway, everything on this roster is weak to fire, so have fun with that. Oh god. This is gonna be sad. Nerexa. Hey, Platy, Wood Elves win. 1, Nerexa, Platy's not here. 2, there are no Wood Elves. 3, hey, good games back there. We only caught the last one. It was a close one. You put your faith in Flamers and the Flamers failed you, but you gave it hell. 4, why do you come into my stream when it's about me and everyone's talking about me and you talk to Platypus but not me? I am upset.
Not everything's about you, human boy.
It is about me. Also, you're back. You can fill. I'm going to go grab sparkling water because I need something with fizz. Nerex is here to talk to you. He's in the chat.
Oh, hi. What
Yeah.
else? What
Beep, beep.
else? What? So, yeah. I will play them when they get better, when they get buffs. Flamer's great using Footlords. I don't know if it's worth like trying to focus on Sigvald. Like, at the time, if you just dump resources into him, if you can't actually kill him, then all that resources basically go to waste and he just heals up. So personally, I find it very hard to actually commit to sniping Sigvald or any other character. Like, well, I guess Sigvald's the worst defender, where it's like, yes, I could dump blue fire after blue fire into him. I could net him. I could hit him with flamers, but there's a chance he just lives, and all of that efforts goes to waste. Come back and Human Boy's not even here. Yep. He ran away screaming as soon as he realized I was back. Can you guys hear him? I can hear Human Boy in another room. Speaking of strange things and bagels, apparently.
I'm back. There's anything fun? I don't have my headset on, so I can't hear your response, so that was stupid. Don't know why I talked to you without my headset on. Alright, I'm here.
Yeah, we heard you talking about bagels.
True. You're never in my streams for us, you're here for Hazel? Alright, I can do that.
Me too, honestly.
Hang on. She's coming.
Hazel,
Hazel, stream wants to say hi. Come here.
all the sweats are stuck in here. You're gonna play some ladder.
Hazel, come here.
Enjoy.
Come here. Come here,
Not a bad idea.
Come here.
Do I hear
You want a
Hazel
whole
content?
slice of bacon?
Do I need to open stream and see the
You
Hazel
want a whole
con-
slice
Hazel
of bacon?
content?
I got one in here. It was a lie. You were lied to. Ah. Say hi to the stream, Pop Pop. Pop Pop loves saying hi to the stream. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. And she just accepts that Dad picks her up a lot because she loves Dad. Do you have a hairball? Are you eating your own fur again?
This is the content that people are here
She
for.
seems fine. Moo Cow, your turn. Come here. Come here. Come here. Here's Moo Cow. He's a good boy. Alright, run free. Get out of here. Get out of here, rascals. I gotta do things. I can hear you again.
Okay. I'm just watching your stream waiting to see the cat.
There's a delay, so he appears
I
soon.
know. I'm just sitting here waiting.
I'm sorry.
This is the content I subscribed for. There's the cat. Aww.
He's a good
He's
boy.
so pleased to be there. He
Dude,
was so happy with that situation.
yeah, Inticity hates when I talk to my cat, because my cat has the same first name as his shortened. Ed. So, like, whenever I go, like, Ed, knock it off, he's just like, what?
That's pretty funny.
come
Alright, so we
back.
got Norska Zinch.
Yeah. Is this normal?
What do you mean?
Is
it
this
a
a
common
normal matchup for
Yeah.
Thom?
Yeah, I think these are both probably A tier factions. You see them play against each other reasonably often. So the matchup
Alright.
probably favors Zinch, as things like Skinwolves and Ice Trolls kind of get fucked by all Zinch's flaming shooting. So Norska has to fall back to their own skirmish cav and infantry lines to hold, which infantry does tend to dominate Zinch infantry, as I discussed earlier. Their infantry isn't that good. But skirmishing can go either way based on how heavily Norska commits to it and the skill of the players. Because Zinch skirmish cavs are very, very strong, but they are less plentiful than Norska's.
Anticity appeared just as I...
He mentioned him and he showed up.
Uh-huh. I think it's because I mentioned my cat. I think he heard across the internet. And he was like, God damn it. That cat imposter son of a bitch is stealing my name again.
Mm-hmm.
Though, while the two armies ascend, real quick, my cat's name is Ed because when we adopted him, I wanted to go with Eddard for Game of Thrones, Eddard Stark, and my girlfriend at the time wanted to go with Edward for Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. So we just settled on calling him Ed, and then each of us could privately think his full name was the one we wanted. So that's how that one came up.
Hey, you know that unit you love?
Is it fucking Flamers?
Yeah.
Why are there Flamers here? Oh, I freaking hate Flamers. All right. We have some Chaos Warriors. Those will do okay. Marauders. Do we have Marauder champs? Or did that meta die?
You have a singular Marauder champ. Oh, no, 2 Marauder champs.
There's two! Let's go, dude!
Yeah, perfect targets for Flamers. Anyway, we do have a Buna caster, interestingly enough, which is usually used to counter skirmish. You just drop a Buna on a skirmish cav and it's just gone. It's very, very effective, but don't know if it's going to be enough to actually win you the skirmish game, because Zinch brought more skirmishers, and Blue Fire tends to impact that skirmish game quite a bit as well.
Yeah, we have Kairos Meme Weaver. This one without regrowth. That's how you can tell this is RTK Tim the Wilder, not ODM Tim the Wilder. That's because there's no regrowth.
Harmonic Convergence instead of regrowth.
Yeah. That Blue Fire, unfortunately, did not get a great angle, so his Marauder Horseman didn't get deleted. Units deleted.
Unfortunately, depending on who you're rooting for.
I'm rooting for Tim the Wilder because he's the last prediction I have left in this tournament.
Understandable. I predicted both of these two, so I'll root for Samurai.
Alright. I'm going to get really salty and competitive about it, and if I lose, I'm going to go sullen for the rest of the stream.
Anyway, are you ready to see these Flamers get dunked on by skirmish caps?
Yeah, they're running. They're running. They should be. They're getting out of here.
They've got the barrier. They'll be fine. What could be a problem is if Kairos just decides to drop a Gaze of Fate on these skirmish cav and they get roasted. Although Buna, actually, I don't think Buna kills Flamers. I believe I've tested. Oh, Wolfric is another story though. Wolfric getting Gaze of Fated. Somebody heard chat talking earlier. Someone heard you, Loopy.
And this is exactly what would have happened to Sigvald.
Look at that damage.
Nothing.
Look at all of that damage.
I hate this unit. It's so fucking bad.
Look at that damage.
God, I hate Flamers. Ugh. A lord that is not Sigvald. True. That's what we can all root for.
That's fair.
Norska spawned 2 more skirmish cav, making 6, and wow, one did not have a good day.
Yeah, Blue Fire is really, really good at impacting skirmish cav engagements. It's just so much damage, especially when they're moving. It ends up curving through their lines and impacting so many models. So Norska is having a really bad day in this skirmish game.
Yeah, they're having a real good day on the capture points, though. This is some old Zinch. This is like pre-IE Zinch, where you would take a ton of units and try, like, the whole game was, can you kill enough stuff before you have to take the points?
Yeah, this is also the Tim the Wilder special of, I'm going to sit here and summon my entire army before actually engaging.
Alright, I'm rooting against Tim the Wilder now.
Ulfric and the Shaman Sorcerer are pushing up and just getting absolutely last samurai by Pink Horrors. He does have Seafang, but there's not a whole lot of good targets in the area. There's some Chaos Warriors, but he's not going to get them on the move. More Chaos Warriors coming in. And there's not a whole lot of Grey Weapons here for Norska, so they could actually really, really struggle to deal with all these Chaos Warriors if they're not careful.
Is that Fate of Buna? That's Fate of Buna!
Yeah, that's an odd target. Chaos Warriors are fine, but usually you see that in the skirmish cav.
Yeah. I think skirmish
don't hate
cav are maybe a better target, but, like, possibly you're losing the skirmish game so hard that maybe you just FF that, and now you're killing one of the few holding tools Zinch has to, like, really limp their ability to hold on the points, I guess.
Yeah. I think as Norska, your goal isn't to win the skirmish game, it's to keep your opponent's skirmishers in check while you do other things. I'm just worried that without gray weapons, you're not going to win the other things.
Yeah.
Piece of Tashnar in the back trying to get some big horrors, but they're getting peeled off by Kairos and some Chaos Warriors. They're going to be long for this world. Terror routing, they shouldn't be able to get those flamers either. Wolfric is grinding pretty well on the Marauders, and Norska Marauders coming in to back him up. Tim the Marauders starting into the territory where he really needs to get on some of the objectives pretty soon. Sacrificing this many objectives for this long could go poorly for him very quickly.
The Tashnar beasts are on the back line, and we have a Sea Fang. Where is it? I heard the burp. It got a cross
right down
angle. Weird.
Yeah, that thing is so hard to see, man.
It is very hard to see.
Mm-hmm.
Flamers are
Flamers
here.
bathing their own Chaos Warriors in fire.
So far, the aiming high is saving those halberds, but for how long?
Mm-hmm. Tzeentch has a pretty heavy value lead, but they're already lost. You know, they're already down 500 objective tickets, so they really need to start converting it to be on an objective. They need to push their Chaos Warriors and start taking ground, or at least take their skirmishers around the side and just try to sneak objective 1 to buy themselves more time to value trade.
Now, memes aside, this is a good situation for the Flamers right now. Oh, wait, those are just Marauders. I thought those were Marauder champions. Okay. It's still a good situation, but it's not a very high cost unit. But getting a side angle like this is really nice for them, memes aside. So,
except for the fact they're obstructed by literally nothing. Or they were. Yeah, they're
they
obstructed
still
by
are.
3 Chaos Warriors, yeah. They need to move to further to their right.
Another Fate
Or
of
the
Bahuna.
Bajuna. I mean, that'll open up the sightlines for the Flamers.
Yeah.
Gotta look on the bright side.
Yeah, but it looks like that is what Samurai Styles is prioritizing. It's like, you know what? I lost a skirmish game. I'm going to take out every elite infantry unit I can and just hold the points with my bodies.
Mm-hmm. And Tzeentch is really struggling to actually get through this wall if Norse can meet. Though it is probably only a matter of time with that value lead. And with all these skirmishers for Norse doing a whole lot of nothing, to be quite frank. They're shooting the shielded Chaos Warriors and not really accruing much value.
Yeah, they're not having the best time. Would you unsummon them at this point and just get the money back, or what would you do?
It's a hard sell. It kind of depends on the targets on the field. I think having them on the field prevents your opponent from doing exactly what Tzeentch is trying to do right now, which is backcapping with the skirmish cav, and that's the only real reason you really need to have them on the field. Because as soon as you give them up, you just kind of lack any mobility, and you lose a lot of battlefield control if you desummon them.
But they're so low.
Yeah, but there's still so many of them, so it's still probably worth it. And the fact that you aren't getting a whole lot of money anyway, you're not missing out on a whole lot. Whereas, 4 skirmish cav at a quarter HP can still chase off these backcapping skirmish cav and objecting 1, which is what they probably should be, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah, probably.
But
Looks like they're committing to the
Tzeentch-
central fight, just trying to keep Tzeentch off the points.
The thing is, Tzeentch does have to 3-cap at this point.
Yep.
They are already past the threshold of being forced to 3-cap. They are trying to cap objective 1, but it's not going their way.
We have some
Their
Marauder
infantry's-
champions that are a little AFK off of point 1. They should probably just get back onto it, to be fair.
Yeah, they have a target to fight. They can keep those. They can just dominate those Marauders, keep them at the point. There's not a lot here to actually threaten it. You'd rather just push them up and stuff your opponent and prevent them from getting any actual territory.
I am very concerned for Tzeentch. We're almost at 1,000 points. They have 0, and they still aren't even overwhelming the field. They're just trapped in their own spawn, shooting people.
Yeah, and the value lead is going pretty heavily. Well, it's not. It's catching up for Norska. Army really coming down for Tzeentch, but it's not hitting like anything. It's hitting like the back of these champions,
His
but also
Chaos
doing more
Warriors are
damage to the
walking
Chaos
into it.
Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the Great Opens will walk into it, but nah, that was a really
That's it.
underwhelming army ability. The value lead has equalized. This is looking really rough for Tzeentch.
Yep. We might get a skunk.
Yeah, we haven't had one of those yet today. We don't see those terribly often, but we do see some spears summoning to the high ground. They won't beat the Iceland Mars 1-to-1, so they'll need some backup to take that fight. But, I mean, it's an attempt. But the thing is, if you're dedicating resources up there as Tzeentch, it means you don't have more resources to take the other 2 objectives on the low ground. You still have to take. And so the Norse infantry line is dying out, which is probably a good thing for Tzeentch. They generally have, well, about equal mobility tools, but Furies and Screamers can dominate things like Skin Wolves and Norse Ice Trolls, which are coming in. But Tzeentch really needs to get some Chaos Warriors onto these objectives pretty soon. The problem is, like, Norse has forced so many of these little, like, minor engages off the objectives, so Tzeentch can actually apply their capture rate and take the objectives.
Yeah, and there's no reinforcements coming. Norska's just throwing their wounded bodies into the spawn to delay.
Yeah, Norska realizes his win condition isn't killing his opponent anymore. He just has to hold him off the objectives for like 2 or 3 more minutes, and he wins this. Because Tzeentch took all that time skirmishing early on and didn't get a big enough lead and didn't actually take any objectives. It's really, really punishing.
There's a downwards red arrow, but the red is increasing on the middle point, which makes me think that Tzeentch is probably capturing this?
Yeah, I think it's downward because it's meant to be your opponent has the better capture weight. But I don't know.
Still.
Those kind of numbers are not like coloring. Yeah, Tzeentch is capturing it. Yes.
Yes.
That's what
and
I'm trying.
They have it, which is great, but your opponent only needs 250 more points to win, and they're re-securing point 1.
It's 9 minutes in the game, and you got your first victory tickets. There's a bunch of trolls and Skinnles sitting on objective number 1, as well as troops sitting on objective number 3. Like, you have to commit to both directions and spread your forces very thin. You have to do it fast. You have about 100 seconds to go before you're just out of this game if you're Tzeentch. SMRs are counter-charging the spears, and they will dominate that fight. It's just a much better anti-infantry unit than the spears are going to do in the infantry grind.
Yeah.
And there's just so many Norscan bodies over here on the low ground as well. Like, Tzeentch has just so many bodies to clear and no time to do it.
I think that's it.
I think you're right. Norsca's even overtaking the value lead.
Because 3 looks pretty safe, 1 looks pretty safe. We're almost out of it. I mean, like...
Yeah, I think given another minute or two, Tzeentch could take objective number 1, but objective number 3 is just completely barren as far as Tzeentch units. That spear got destroyed really quickly. Oh, I know that's the different spear. I can't see. There's 2 spears, but Barons are covering. But still, they're getting wrecked by the Iceborne Marauders. The Skirmish Cav are just slowing down the Pinks. They don't need to win this fight. They just need to slow them down so they can't contest. While they get more and more reinforced on the point. And yeah, I don't see Tzeentch taking these objectives anytime soon.
That's it.
Yeah.
A stomping for Norska.
Indeed. Almost a complete shutout.
Almost. You know what he should have brought?
Not flamers?
2 more flamers.
Hmm.
That was the issue. Not enough flamers.
I see. No, I was thinking he probably would have done well to have a couple of chaos spawn here.
Yeah, the
Particularly
weird
weird
spawn are
spawn.
somewhere, but they're too little too late.
Are they?
We have a spawn of Tzeentch running around.
Oh, I do see a spawn. A singular spawn of Tzeentch, yeah.
The weird spawn were summoned at one point. I just lost track of them.
You probably didn't bring them for fear of Marauder Hunter Javs, but I feel like you have enough tools to shut them down. It would have been just an MVP for you as Tzeentch.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's first game going to Samurai style. The underdog.
Indeed.
How much fight that Bunocaster get? Yeah, got a little bit, 1200.
Oh, it wasn't the weird spawn. It was just that chaos spawn. Okay. Yeah, Wolfric and the Fate Caster did fine. Skirmish Cav for Norska, like you were saying, just got murdered.
Yeah, Blue Fire tends to have that effect on Skirmish Cav.
But then their front line held, so it didn't matter.
Hey, look at the value on those Flamers. They were only summoned once.
1,000. How much did they cost?
950? 850.
All right, Flamers, let's go. Let's go.
Well, it's not counting friendly fire, of course.
Oh. Yeah, Tzeentch just didn't have a lot of thickness. Rip. Rip.
Yep.
So, Death Pass. Are we really on that map again? Round 3, Arnheim, Death Pass.
Yep.
It's felt like a lot of Death Pass today.
And we just had it in the second game of round 2 and 3. Which we happen to see multiple of.
Broken Leg Gully. Did we see Broken Leg Gully today? We must have with Hanadins.
We did. We saw Beastman Coast on Broken Leg Gully between Hanadins and Dodokazin.
What one's Death Pass?
It's
Oh, this is Death
the one
Pass.
we saw the Wood Elves Lizard game on.
Okay, I like Death Pass. I thought Death Pass was the one... I thought... I switched Broken Leg Gully and Death Pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
This one is typically very favorable for artillery factions, things like Empire and Cathay. It's very, very easy to defend your artillery pieces while also pressuring 2 objectives and forcing your opponent to come into your spawn to shut them down. And with the positioning of the hills, it can be very difficult to actually get a solid surround as a melee faction. So it's very, very easy to keep shooting alive and be very repressive with that on this map.
Nerexa saying the Zinch guy in the last game did much better. Oh, yeah. Yeah, whoever that handsome Adonis was sure did do way better. And then your last build is meant to counter the stuff Norska brought in this match.
I see people rooting for a VC mirror.
Mm-hmm. Who dared to play the Wood Elves earlier? Ian Zero versus Tretch. Is this a snow map, or am I just remembering it wrong? The picture looks like a snow map, but I always remember it being kind of like brown.
Yeah, there's a little bit of snow, but it's not like the hills are a little snowy, but it's mostly brown.
Okay, because that picture just looks like straight snow.
Yeah, it does. It lies to you.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was the snow one.
Joke's on you. There's 2 snow ones.
Don't tell me. Is it I in the north?
No.
Mountains of Morn?
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I remember that one having multiple modes. Is it always snow?
Mm-hmm.
Weird. I thought that one had a snow and a grass version. Maybe I'm just dumb. I know Alpine Ridge does. Alpine Ridge has a snow and a grass version, and we had to take it out of the map pool because the snow version literally blinds you.
I mean, it can also be the case in this game.
Yep.
The problem with snow maps is that you can't see spell indicators at all,
Nope.
which is very fun.
Yeah, it makes it hard to dodge things you don't know that are coming at you.
Yeah. Invisible spells are hard to dodge.
Try playing dodgeball with invisible balls.
ball? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just playing dodgeball at night in the darkness.
That would be terrible. Alrighty. We have another upset, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh?
Tutorial advanced over Hadries. It's not, like, shocking, but I'd still say that's an upset.
I did call the tutorials one of my favorites, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You Tutorial, Samurai Style, and Tim, if I remember correctly. I'm just... You know what, Platypus? God forbid I get excited about something, you know? You really... You shut me down. No. Still, it's a cool result. So Tutorial versus Fistful in the top quarterfinal. Drakens versus Subutai in the second one. Third is Tretch versus Raflan, Boldiga, and bottom is Tim the Wilder versus Samurai Style. So we
A
have
lot of RTK players.
AMA, RTK, VM, ODM. RTK is Draken's RTK?
Yeah.
RTK. Tutorial's
Fistful.
not. Fistful is.
No, tutorial's not. Fistful is.
All right. You predicted Tutorial's going to win over Fistful, so take that, you. Draken Subutai doesn't matter because you're both RTK. And Tim is down 0-1, though I still, it is really hard for me to bet against him, even down 0-1. Tim's real good at Dom.
Would you like to know the lore of Tim the Wilder?
Sure.
The
You know what?
secret
Sure.
to understanding his play?
Sure.
No, it's that on weeknights his brain shuts off. It's really funny that he's playing him on a weekend in the morning when he's awake, and playing him on a weeknight when he's tired. Just night and day with the guy. There are days when he looks like one of the best players in Dom, and then there are days when he's just a complete potato, and it's really funny.
See, I was thinking of the games where he's the best player in all of Dom history.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've seen him play at his best, and that's what I was making the prediction based off of.
Oh, yeah.
He's real good.
Oh, yeah, at his best, like I said, he could be one of the best. But then there's also days where he's just a potato, and it's the contrast is very funny to me. Anyway.
I missed him, the Wilder. I miss him. I used to see a lot more of him.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Big JP keeps popping in and out of existence. I'll see him for a bit. He'll enter a tournament, play a couple games here and there, and then he'll disappear.
I thought he was going to be in the stream tonight. He mentioned being excited that we were casting again.
I mean, he could catch the VOD.
Yeah. So, walk corn.
That is interesting. Also, I seem to remember somebody here saying corn was meta, and someone else saying fucking when noob. And now we have corn in WWC.
Talk shit if corn wins.
See, no, that's not how this works. I talk shit. See, I can throw out hot takes all day When 1 out of 10 of them lands, focus on that one, not the other 9, and then don't back it up at all if it goes south. That's how you look right on the internet. Hot takes all day. No one gives a shit.
I hate that I can't debate that with you. I hate that you're right.
Well, it's the same with League. By the way, you all caught up on the World Cup, World Championship?
No.
No? Do you care about spoilers?
Go for it.
Okay. I got spoiled. I'm still rewatching the VODs slowly. I'm almost in the finals. But DRX winning it all. 4th seed from Korea. All right. Didn't see that coming.
Nope.
Good for Deft. Bad for the global ecosystem, though. Because that kind of puts to bed the argument. The argument that was almost working was like, do we really need a 4th seed from Korea and China? Like, are they ever going to beat the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd seed from those regions? Can we cut them, please? And it was like, maybe. 4th seed from Korea wins Worlds. God damn it! We're never getting rid of them now. Who dared message me?
Not it.
Let's say I bed wind attacks. I go to 5, possession is 5, so keep him right. But after 2nd wind, lose him. After 2nd attack, you lose him. And back to arena.
So, for Khorne, we got a Mino bus saturated with there's a bunch of Marauders, some Chaos Warriors, and a Herald of Khorne. I assume with Locust of Wrath. Yep. So massive melee attack buff to buff up the hell out of those Minotaurs.
Those are regular Minotaurs. They aren't the Great Weapons variant.
Correct. Which means chew apart Chaos Warriors, but may struggle against things like Trolls or Spawn.
Yeah.
Or Bellicor.
Interesting.
Who we do have for Warriors of Chaos, along with the standard 6 skirmish cav that we've seen in every game. Actually, that's only 5. I can't count, but it'll probably be summoning in a 6. And then a couple of units of infantry and some trolls. So the big thing in this matchup...
Sorry, you go.
Good.
I was going to say, I honestly didn't know that 6 skirmish cap was still meta in Dom as well as land. I thought that was a land plague. Interesting.
Nope. Skirm cav are very, very balanced. So the thing in this matchup is that Khorne's skirmish cav is garbage in skirmish cav mirrors. Throwing axes travel very, very slowly, so they're very easy to dodge, as well as being shorter range than the skirmish cav. So in this instance, Samurai Cell just opted not to take that skirmish cav engagement whatsoever. Said, okay, you can just shoot at my Marauders all day. I'll keep my Minotaurs back out of range and try to just survive the onslaught.
Yeah, Khorne skirmish cav is only a throwing axe variant, so they will not have a good time versus more of a straight line arc of fire. It's harder to dodge.
We say that.
One got spawned. I mean, I don't think he's going to actually take the skirmish fight.
No,
I don't know what they're for. Yeah.
It's a pressure Bellicor, I suspect.
Also, was it you or someone in chat that pointed out that Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are actually nuts? They have 32 melee attack and 44 weapon strength.
I
and
mean,
Grail Knights have like 38 weapon strength.
Yeah. No, they're really good in melee. They have 44 weapon strength and a bonus to infantry.
Yeah.
And, yeah, good charge bonus. They're like a good light cav. Yeah, no, they're crazy. I don't know if... I mean, I've definitely pointed out before. I just don't know if I didn't do it today. Anyway, once we got the typical Death Path's handshake of, you know, everybody gets to take their right objective, and we fight in the center for the honor of the Blood God.
Yep. Which should probably favor Khorne, because the Blood God's like his god, right?
I suspect it will favor the person who brought Pit of Shades.
Right? Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Khorne's army passive. His army abilities suck, besides the Sword of Khorne. But the fact that it only charges off kills is really bad, in my opinion.
Yeah, it often just comes too late to actually be valuable. Flesh Islands are going to be summoned and take objective number 3, since Warriors Chaos have not dedicated anything over there just yet. Which means we'll be in a very similar situation to the last game, where Khorne is holding all 3 objectives, and Warriors Chaos are skirmishing very, very heavily, just trying to farm value.
But the shoe's on the other foot now, because last game it was Tim the Wilder sitting in his spawn and shooting, and now it's Tim the Wilder sitting in his spawn and shooting.
Thought you fucked up for a second there, then I realized. Yeah.
Nah, it's just the meme.
But Samurai is doing a good job of keeping his valuable targets out of range of the skirmish cav. He's got his Minotaurs far enough back where the opponents can't actually shoot them. So it forces shield Marauders, which isn't a very valuable target or trade for their ammo.
Fleshhounds are running away now that 2 Hellstriders are gunning for him.
Yeah.
That's
Also, I
crazy.
wouldn't mind seeing Bellicor start getting active, try to just tear out off these Marauders. If the Minotaurs come in to try and punish you, you can punish them with your skirmish cav very, very heavily, and it's not going to kill Bellicor. They're not even great weapons, so... Bellicor can just drop in, maybe drop a pit of shades underneath him, but basically just soak a lot of fire and try to rout off these infantry and kill them off pretty easily.
Alright, Chaos Warriors of Khorne with Halberds are spawned, also walking towards the middle, and the double Hellstriders of Green Team are going to take point 3.
Yeah, that's
And
a
it
bug.
turned red. I know. But I won't stop
bug
pointing it
for
out
the
till they
road.
fix it, because it doesn't feel like it
I know.
should be that hard of a
Oh,
bug.
yeah. Yeah, it's been around since day 1. It's still here. Anyway, I'd love to see some Chaos Warrior Halberds come in for Warriors of Chaos to help deal with all these Minotaurs. Right now, you're kind of relying on your skirmish cap to do that job. And, well, they've already spent a lot of their ammo to do other things, so they don't have a ton of ammo left to punish these Minos.
Are you saying a single Chaos Troll with armor is not going to beat 3 Minotaurs?
I've seen dumber shit in this game, but I don't expect that'll be happening, no.
Platty, you're supposed to be the Chaos Troll stan. You always talk about armored Chaos Trolls being so cool. How can you abandon them like this in their time of need?
That's not my job, that's Rusty. You want Rusty is the guy you're thinking of. He's this troll stand.
Well, here is the thing. I'm actually getting very scared for the Warriors of Chaos because they're not even that much up on damage value after using all of their ammunition.
True, but they've also taken out a lot of the Marauder chaff, which just leaves a couple of elite halberd units, which will end up being Pit of Shades, and then the Minotaurs, who are almost entirely exposed, and will just get surrounded by infantry and beat the shit. Because without infantry to support them, monster infantry perform a lot worse in melee.
True, but have you ever heard of resummoning?
What's that? Never heard of it.
Oh,
No, in reality, it'll take these Marauders quite a long time to get back on the field, just because they're not getting killed off, they're getting shattered, and they run off. And they have to run off the entire edge of the map before they back into reinforcement pools. It can take quite a bit of time.
yeah. I do wonder if he has other Marauder variants he could summon. I don't know what his reinforcement army looks like, but...
Marauder dual weapons aren't that good, in my opinion.
No, they're trash.
Yeah, so you'd kind of rather summon Chaos Warriors at that point.
Which
Fortunately
he
for Khorne,
has.
the Marauder Horsemen are starting to run out of ammo, which means Khorne, Warriors of Chaos left to engage on Khorne here fairly soon, and then the skull collecting can begin.
We have more Halberds spawning. So right now we have 3 Chaos Warriors with Halberds, 2 regular Chaos Warriors, and 3 Minotaurs all waiting for a melee fight to get its ass over here.
Mm-hmm. I think the melee fight's going to be happening on objective number 1, actually. Warriors of Chaos has decided that, hey, we have better mobility than you, we're just going to take the sides. You can have the center, we don't want to fight into all of that meat.
Well, Khorne's walking over there like, fine, we'll take 2 fights, and Skirmish Cav are getting desummoned.
Mm-hmm. Which is now that value lead just basically spiked because Tim Noir gets a lot of extra funds from desummoning those units. But can you turn that into something actually useful? Take these objectives. Come on, Chaos Warrior Halberds or Great Weapons. Either one. I see nothing, but Tim Noir is sitting on almost 3k resources.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He needs to take a fight.
3,300.
He needs to take one of these fights. Okay, looks like he's taking the fight on objective number 3. Problem is he's got a lot of Hellstriders here, and there's no room to actually get around his opponent. He'll have to take frontal charges, which aren't great for Hellstriders because they are incredibly squishy. So you'd much rather have them, you know, hitting it from behind, as Slanesh likes to do. Ah, that's what he was waiting for.
A Mortis
What?
engine?
A Mortis engine to kill all that infantry that's still alive.
But aren't there Minotaurs, Captain?
Yeah, but they aren't great weapons, and that thing has 12k HP. Almost, I don't know, it's 11k HP.
I've seen
Anyway,
poor
we're-
Minotaurs go burr before, but alright, I'll withhold my
especially with
judgment.
Locus of Wrath, I'm sure it's possible. But looks like worst case are just overrunning objective number 1. Just lots of Marauders and Hellstriders, nothing really here to defend them. And Khorne says, nope, I want no part of that. Which I suspect, yeah, they're taking the other side. They sent a Minotaur to go fight the Chaos Warrior Great Ones on objective number 3.
And Skirmish Cav
trying to skip.
respawned! Oh god.
Aha, Skirmish Cav, go burr! Where is... Okay, worst case have taken objective number 1. They're not in a position where they have to 3-cap just yet. But can they hold on to objective number 3? There are Fleshhounds coming in, and unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, all 3 Hellstriders are on the far side of the objective. And you know there's only 3 because there's also Warshrine of Slanesh. So there's nothing over here that can actually answer these flesh hounds. These flesh hounds can just run at the skirmish cav and either force them out or kill them, either one you're happy with.
I mean, won't they take a lot of damage? Because they're only 30 armored hounds.
Yes, but it forces them off the objective, which means in the meantime you're capping. Basically, these flesh hounds just like keep running back and forth on the point. The skirmish cav can't stand on the objective. But just by being nearby, the skirmish cav can't contest the objective, which means that Khorne can take that objective, which is the real goal. Yeah, they'll take damage, but that's not your goal. The goal is just take the objective to force the Warriors case to fight you somewhere else.
I suppose.
Because they don't have the time to sit and shoot you forever. They have to take a fight, so you want to take that objective and force them to fight sooner.
We're draining down these Chaos Warriors. I'm kind of surprised the Minotaurs don't just turn around, and now they are doing just that.
Well, the thing is that War Shrine is doing about 1 to 2 damage per second at the moment. It's not charged up just yet, but Be'lakor is coming in with the Pit of Shades to do just that. Is Locus of Wrath being popped? It is not just yet, so it'll be just fine for the moment. Hellstriders have made their way over to Objective 3 and should be able to tear apart these Minos and these Fleshhounds, though if they don't get the charge on the Minos, they're going to be doing a lot worse.
Well, Minos do have 70 armor. There's the Pit of Shades you talked about.
Yep. And that'll be the War Shrine getting charged up quite a bit. It's up to 4 to 8 damage. It's at almost 40% intensity. Suddenly it's a threat, but there's nothing really here to back it up, to be honest.
I really do want the Minotaurs to just turn around and fight it.
Yeah.
They're currently chasing routing Marauders into a
there's nothing else to fight. There's nothing else to fight.
I don't know. I think we're still running into the issue of last game, though. Or like, sure, you're shooting them, but is it going to be enough?
I think Tim is playing overly passively. He needs to take a fight somewhere, and he's just skirmishing and skirmishing and skirmishing. He's going to spend all the ammo off of 2 rounds of skirmish cav before he actually takes a fight. Like, these Hellstrides can bully their way through these Flesh Hounds and these Furies, especially with the skirmish cav support. The Minos are getting dragged through the mud by the skirmish cav and they're pretty low, but you need infantry to come actually take these objectives. I'd love to see it rotate over from Objective 1 back towards the center, and that's what he's doing, but it's a little bit slow.
Are you sure about those Hellstriders?
I mean, when against the Flesh Hounds, yes, they will bully Flesh Hounds. They will not bully Flesh Hounds and Minotaurs and Furies and friendly fire from skirmish cav.
Yeah. They're taking some pretty decent damage, though the damage really fell off. The Minotaurs are getting blocked by their own Flesh Hounds. They aren't really saturating the area.
The thing is, you just have too many Hellstriders there, so they're not going to be able to get in either. But yeah, the Flesh Hounds do alright to Hellstriders, to be honest. They do better than most things in the game, but now the value is really starting to spike in favor of the Warriors of Chaos. Pit of Shade's going off, and the Khorne infantry is getting dragged through the mud again. It's getting worn down and chipped away at. And Khorne hasn't been able to force that 3 cap just yet. They are nearing that point. And okay, Khorne is subbing use on the far side, trying to contest Objective 1, forcing Tim the Wilder to leave his troops there and not rotate to pressure Objective number 2, which is good. Now there's just all these skirmish cav that just feel like they're not doing a whole lot. They're shooting into armor. So sure, they'll accrue value incrementally, but you need to get boots on the ground. You need to get forces on the point, and you just don't have that right now. These Hellstriders are still just sitting here getting pounded by these Flesh Hounds and all the friendly fire. So you really need to split them up. Just having them all microed in one blob is really, really sloppy. You really need to micro them individually so they can all get a good surround and a good engagement. So, it's a pretty big waste, but Be'lakor is grinding pretty well and forcing a lot of terror routes, just routing off most of his opponent's forces before they can actually get a good deal of value. Looks like most of the Minotaurs have been destroyed.
That does appear to be true.
Or at least ground down to a pulp.
We're almost to the point where triple cap's going to be needed. And Be'lakor murdered the shit out of that Herald of Khorne.
I'd love to see these skirmish cav find their way out of the blob and over onto Objective 3, which is empty, and just back cap. Like I said before, just get you on that objective and buy yourself time. Because when you're relying on skirmish cav to do most of your damage, you need time to actually actualize that potential. So you really need an objective to give you that time.
Yeah, Khorne might be screwed, though. They're looking real thin on the ground right now.
Without the Minotaurs, they have really nothing to keep these Chaos Trolls in check, and as I said before, they will just dominate Marauders, Chaos Warriors. Halberds will give them a little trouble, but with infantry support and Be'lakor and the Mortars, they should be just fine. The other problem is these Minotaurs aren't ITP, except for when they have Frenzy up, I believe. So Be'lakor, well, it doesn't matter if they're ITP, it's Be'lakor. Who am I kidding? So Be'lakor is just tear-routing off these Minotaurs very, very quickly. But yeah, it's looking actually pretty good for Warriors of Chaos. They have a staggering amount of value, and Objective 3 is largely undefended for Khorne. So they should be able to push all the skirmish cav over there, take it, and then rotate that entire fighting force towards center, and actually be able to convert on both of those capture points.
They are in the 3 cap territory, I believe.
Yes, they are.
So they're gonna.
Whoa, that's a nice sword of Khorne that chunks out 3 units of skirmish cav over on the right.
Yeah, I
Well.
just caught the back end of it. And these flesh
Yeah.
hounds are holding for now, along with their Minotaur friends.
Yeah, but they're outnumbered so heavily that worst case can just walk around and go take, which I think what they should do. Like, this unit is dead. Like, that force doesn't matter anymore. You just need to take the objectives.
Yep. It's all about time. The longer they fight, the longer it takes Red to get over to point 3.
Exactly, and you're playing exactly into your opponent's game by taking that fight when you could have just walked around it. I'd love to see Be'lakor come in and just bunker bust the back of that little blob fight on the center. Just get in the back. If he's fighting the Minotaur Grey opens, they're not going to kill him in a timely fashion. You're not scared of them. Just get in the back, drop the leadership of all these Marauders, get rid of the chaff, let their units start taking a lot more damage, but worst case, 2 of the capture advantage on both objectives. We'll be taking both pretty soon. I
Harold's
don't
back.
know if Corn's going to be able to take. Harold's back. That's an odd choice. He's like pretty expensive, doesn't have a lot of capture rate, and like he doesn't function very well on his own. He's just a buff bot, and you have enough units on the field to actually like be worth buffing. He's just gonna go try to cap. I wonder if Samurai is like out of units to resummon or something. So that's a very, very odd summon because he needs other units to support him, or like for him to support. He just doesn't have that right now.
Yeah, I imagine you'd want a dog unit to slip into point 1 and just keep the points ticking up for you.
Mm-hmm.
We're about in the
Spec
triple
UD.
cap. There it is.
Yep. And I don't suspect Corn's gonna be able to get back on these objectives. There's just too many units for his opponent left in the field, and just so much mobility dominance at this point. Like he's not gonna be able to get away with a whole lot.
Yeah, there's nothing left here. He has no money either. That Herald of Corn is like the only fighting unit left.
Yeah, and it just doesn't perform that well on its own. And Be'lakor can just go eat its ass. Even though Bellacor's bad at eating ass, he'll still kill it just fine.
He has better stats than Wolfric the Wanderer.
Yeah, but he has shitty animations for single targets. He has such big cleaves that, well, I guess in a one-on-one he's fine, but he often spreads his damage out too much, so he can't kill single entities.
Oh, yeah. There was a series I was casting where he 1v1 Wolfric, and I thought that was a mistake, and then he just beat him, and it was like, oh, okay, never mind. It was Mammoth Wolfric, too, so it was like, oh.
Oh, yeah. Against large strikes like that, he's not bad, but shooting out small characters like this, he really struggles to do.
I wonder if there's a second Sword of Corn, if that's why this game is still going.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, to be
I don't
honest.
think that's going to be enough, but otherwise I don't know why he hadn't surrendered.
And
There it is.
Samurai agrees.
Strongest non-undead, non-chaos faction, in your opinion? Probably High Elves at that point, with that many... If you remove... What?
I'd say Cathay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I honestly forgot about them. Yes, Cathay by a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're always... Like, every series, they're a global band in land battles, so I just forget they exist most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, non-chaos, non-undead, you are removing 8 factions.
Like a third of the 8?
9 if you include Demons of Chaos.
Yeah.
10 if you include Norska, 11 if you include Beastmen, but...
Beastmen.
I mean, they are Chaos faction, they just don't function like the other ones.
They just don't get any love.
Yeah.
They're never acknowledged by any group. Antiquity says Skaven, which is actually not a bad shout. Skaven are pretty good.
Skaven are really good.
Yeah.
I still think Cathay is stronger, but once Cathay is out, it's probably High Elves or Skaven.
I agree. I think it's definitely Skaven out of those two.
Dude, last time we cast together, Skaven kept getting picked, and I don't think they won a single game.
Well, they got picked into Slutnash and Warriors of Chaos and Khorne. Like Skaven dunk on things that aren't Chaos factions that don't have Spawn and Minotaurs and Fleshhounds thrown at you, and Furies. Like that is Skaven's biggest weakness, is that all the things they hated in Game 2, there's like, hey, what if we brought 5 more factions that have all of those things?
Uh-huh. And even then, they're A tier right now, in my
Oh,
opinion.
they're still really good.
They're so strong.
Oh, Dark Elves are also up there, at least in Domination.
Dark Elves are also good. They're good in both modes.
I say for Domination because I don't know about land battles.
I didn't actually know they were strong in Domination.
Mm-hmm.
Last I heard, they were weak.
Nope. So they're kind of the same boat as Skaven, where like they can't beat all the really good factions, but they just punch down really hard.
Mm-hmm. I saw Skaven beat Slaanesh, but that was Mofet.
Yeah. Mofet does those kinds of things.
Fifth God, the Horned one. The Horned Rat's a baller. He's a real good Chaos God. He's just funny.
Mm-hmm.
Skaven are maybe the best developed bad guys in the entire Warhammer universe. And by developed, I mean, my example will be Dark Elves. Dark Elves are a shitty bad guy. Human boy, why? Why would you hate on Dark Elves? Because Dark Elves heavily rely on bullshit narrative hand-waving. Like, there weren't that many of them when they split off from the High Elves. Like, you cut the Elven race in two at best, and a lot of reports say it's like a third of Elves or Dark Elves. Okay, you don't reproduce that quickly. You are constantly at war with the High Elves, throwing waves after wave of your own bodies at their shores and constantly losing. You're also under attack by Skaven all the time. You also have slave revolts. You also have a night where you just murder each other for fun. And this race doesn't reproduce quickly. How are they still a faction? Narrative. So then there were 2,000 Dark Elves. How were there 2,000 Dark Elves? Where's this population coming from? Here they are. Stop asking stupid questions. Like, Dark Elves are horribly designed as, like, part of the larger world. Individually, they're fine. Like, their characters are cool, like, all that stuff. But it's like, as a race, they make no sense, and Games Workshop just hand waves. There's always enough of them for the plot. Don't ask any more questions. Skaven are great because it's super well developed. They reproduce like crazy, and then you're like, okay, why haven't they taken over the world? Because they usually fight themselves.
Yeah.
And even when they're about to take over the world, random dumbassery will just undermine them. In, like, one of my favorite stories is Ikit Claw at one point sets up a doom sphere underneath a dwarf hold, and he's just gonna blow the whole thing up. He's like, I did it, and if I blow this up, I get so much warp stone that they're protecting, I can make the biggest nuclear device ever, and I'm gonna win! I'm gonna win Warhammer! And one of his apprentices walks by, and he's like, I need something to finish my doom wheel. I need a metal girder of this dimension. Ah, there's one! It's just attached to this weird ball! And he just takes it, the whole thing tips over, and he walks away with Ikit's girder, and then Ikit, somewhere else, hits the button to blow up the thing, but the thing isn't where he left it, it's rolled down a couple tunnels, and he blows up an entire Skaven city, and he's like, how did it get over there? And his apprentice is like, I took this girder, and he's like, you took my girder? That was holding the ball in place! I love Skaven. They're so well written. I don't know. Yeah. I love it. Thankful stories are all really good. And Samurai Styles on his greenskins! Let's go! Let's go. I love watching his greenskins. It's so fun. He makes them look like a good faction.
That he does.
Greenskins versus Dark Elves. Is this a bad matchup for the Greenskins on Domination? On land battles, it's horrific these days.
It's actually a bad match for Dark Elves.
Oh, wow.
Unless you know a very specific build that I'm going to remind Tim about. He's my clanmate.
That's fair. All right, audience, taking all bets on how long Tim sits in the spawn. Any takers? Takers? I'm going with 8 minutes. 8 minutes on the dot.
I would take bets on how long it takes him to make a build. That's the running joke in Arctic K, is just Tim takes forever to make builds.
Yeah. Though I think RTK Sandwich so far has had the longest build times I've had to wait on.
You know why?
No.
Because he was listening to Tim.
Ha!
He was in a Discord call with Tim.
Yeah, that finals with Void. Mm-hmm. I remember there were a couple games where I had to warn him about the 10-minute build time. Skaven are so fun because they're like the things that scheme. Schemes are better than plans. Schemes are mischievous. Fuck you, Metafist. That is pretty funny, though. I like that. Yeah. Like, dude, I'm super weird. Did you ever watch the sequels of Star Wars? 7, 8, 9?
Yeah.
Did you like them?
No.
Okay. So I only watched 7, and then I checked out. Now, why is that, you might say, human boy? Economics. What? Economics, dear platypus. That's why I didn't like the sequels.
Okay. And
I just like world building is a huge part of media for me, and when I lose the plot, I'm just out. And for me, it was like if you read any of the books or know like the lore about the original Empire, they built a Death Star, and they're like, "Haha, we built a Death Star," and then their financiers came after them and said, "Hey, you're bankrupt," and they said, "What you gonna do about it? We have a planet destroyer," and then they lost their planet destroyer, and they were like, "Ah, fuck." So they sold everything they could to get as much credit as they could to get the materials to build another one because they needed another Death Star to hold off their debtors, right? Okay. So, how did some neo-Nazis on a moon get enough money to build one that's 5 times bigger? Where did the money come from? How did they do that? The known galaxy could barely afford one. Where did this fringe group get the money?
It's probably cheaper to do it on a pre-existing structure because you don't have to build like the spine of the thing. You just have to like haul out a tunnel and build the actual mechanism.
Maybe. I'm still not sold that these guys have the financial backers for it. Because that's how the Rebel Alliance was even rebelling at all, is because some of these planets were not very happy about how much they were getting taxed to pay for a second empire, so they were funneling resources to the rebels. I don't know. It's just... I lost the plot on how this fringe group got money. It felt very much like I was complaining about the Dark Elves, where it's like, there's a Death Star because we want a Death Star there, not because it makes sense for it to be there. Anyway, we're into game. We have Azhag. Azhag just slot with none of his items because CA doesn't want us to have items.
We got a green tide. There's lots and lots of infantry and a couple of orc boys, or boar boys rather.
Yeah, 2 boar boys, biggins, orc boys. Only 1 biggin so far. Oh, two. There's 2. More orc boys, some night goblins. What's the night goblin for? Is that the spinny one, do you think?
It's not the spinny one. I don't think I know. I know these things.
I don't know if they ever fixed the thing that if you hover over them, you can tell. Because they used to not have anything on their unit card that would tell you if they had the spinning wounds or not.
Oh, I don't think that's a thing anymore. I think they fixed that.
Thank God.
Yeah.
On the other side's Malekith.
And mass handbow. Just handbow kite.
What is going on with the handbows? They made like, I don't even want to say a comeback because they never were popular, but like everyone and their mother suddenly realized this unit existed, and I'm seeing them all over the place. Doesn't matter what game mode, doesn't matter what matchup, they're here.
Yeah.
To be honest, they felt a little underwhelming. Not bad, but like, when I see something ubiquitously used across every build and every matchup, I expect it to be really good, and so far it just seems fine.
I'm honestly in the same boat. Like, they're okay. I'll bring like maybe 2 or 3 at most, but like going all in on handbows just seems kind of suspect to me. They're okay. You're not phenomenal. This also isn't the secret tech that I was trying to remind him about.
Uh-oh. Tim's going rogue. He's also left his spawn, so I am immediately
Tim's
concerned.
just going off script immediately, yeah. But Azhag is in a bit of trouble. There's a bolt thrower that's going to sit on him all game, and he is not the tankiest character in the game.
No, he is super low in health. Yeah. As far as health goes for like dragon-type characters.
Yeah, nice breath attack coming in on those orc boys, but not the perfect target for them. You'd rather have on the big uns or the bacon cav.
Yeah. It is really hard to tell what is an orc boy and what's a big un, though.
This is true. You kind of have to check individually, which, you know, most top 2 players should.
Yeah, they all look roughly the same.
Oh, it's so much worse with Bretonnia when all of their cav have the same icon.
All of their cav has the same icon.
Every single. You can't tell it's mounted yeomen or grail knights. Like, you have no idea.
Even
it's
mounted yeomen get the same.
Yeah, it's so fucking irritating.
It's also not lore friendly, because there's no way a knight would give a mounted yeoman a flag at all.
Yeah. I want a Brett DLC just to fix that shit.
I will pay you money to give me different flags. All right.
Bacon Cav are sneaking around the side, going to try to possibly disrupt that bolt thrower. That's a very aggressive move. Corsairs are just shooting on some goblins, which don't have silver shields anymore, but are still a very low value target and aren't dying very quickly. So
Tim has fallen back to his spawn, and he has completed the corner camp box.
All is right with the world.
This is the Tim we know.
Bacon Cav are sneaking up. There's nothing here that can really challenge them. The only thing that could is like a Cold One Night summon. Like this armored cav is one of the things that makes this matchup so difficult for Dark Elves. Is just reining in that a lot cheap armored cav.
That was a really nice charge. Golden Knights are going to get summoned, but the Bacon Cav are already leaving, and they did a lot of damage on the charge.
Yeah. And Cold Knights struggle to actually rein in these kind of cav units because they're just so slow for cav at only 66 speed.
Yeah. Dark Shards are getting out their punishment, but Boar Boys are only 650 golds. This isn't even like... Oh no, my Boar Cav!
Back in the middle, 5 handbows have still not killed 1 goblin.
It's the Silver Shields. Oh, wait!
They would actually be better if they were just in melee.
Yeah.
Or if Malekith had terror routed them. Anyway, Dark Riders coming in to try and pincer in these Boar Boys on the right side, which is pretty solid play.
Yeah, it's a fun little play. Oh wow, those Cold Knights are going for it.
Oh yeah, that's probably a bit of a mismatch. There's nothing here really to punish them until those Squig Herds get over there and start shooting.
Spider Riders will do well versus Cold Knights because their stats are so low for their cost. Like, they pay a lot for armor-piercing anti-large, but they only have 28 melee defense, which Spider Riders have, 22. I guess their Spider Riders have high melee defense. Okay,
yeah.
Alright, you win this round, Platypus.
Anyway, another very, very defensive setup from Thimblewater, which we've come to expect, but I'm really concerned about this one. There's a lot of cheap mobility from the Greenskins, and look at this. Samurai's getting all of his mobility tools to crash onto all these handbows at the exact same time. That's excellent control of all of his mobility units. This is the problem. Like, Dark Elves tend to beat Greenskins 1-to-1, but Greenskins have so many cheap mobility tools to shut down all of their shooting. So it's going to be very, very hard to actually punish all of this mobility, especially armored ones, because all of Dark Elves' IEP is tied to their shooting. Aside from Cold Knights.
Yeah, Squig Herds are getting routed off now, but the Dirk Squig Hoppers have almost killed an entire Black Arc Corsair handbow, and they could push on to the Dark Shards afterwards.
Yeah. Thing is, I'm pretty sure they'll kill these Dark Riders too that come to peel them off, if they do. More Spirit Leeches come down. Malekith has just rubbed noses with Azag and walked on by. That's neat.
Now Azag's trying to get away.
Yeah. We get a hit? No, we don't.
Nope.
That's nice. More Ghostmage Marauders have come and they're just sitting on Malekith, and Malekith needs to be very, very careful because they are AP and will do a ton of damage to him if he just sits around.
Indeed. I'm very concerned because we have a triple cap for the Greenskins, and the Greenskins are the ones that are up in damage value. Now, the Dark Elves are evening it out, but still.
Yeah. Farming value against Greenskins can be a little tricky, though, because they have such low leadership. Often they rout with large portions of their health remaining, so their opponents can't farm value, but still, this is looking pretty bad for Dark Elves, I'd say. Those Cold Knights went deep, man.
They did go deep. They got one Bacon Cav, and then they got dragged down by spiders.
Yeah.
And Orc Biggins.
Thing is, if the Dark Elves can actually like contain all the Squigs, then Black Orc Corsairs, the basic variant, can just come in and just dominate most Dark Elf or Greenskin infantry. So they really need to focus on shutting down these Squigs and AP mobility tools.
Yeah, but this is Samurai styles Greenskins. There's no shutting him down. There's no stopping him. The WA may be delayed, but it is never stopped.
That is very true. But Dark Elves do manage to take the center objective, and with this contingent of infantry being summoned to go after objective number 3, the Greenskins need to respond with something to come contest that, or they're going to lose that objective too. And I suspect they don't have any AP mobility tools to actually resummon, because they have so many on the field that are routing out with low HP.
Yeah.
Big old Soul Sealer going down too.
The Green Beans are moving some of their Spider Riders around the red flank to try and get into their spawn, but I think they do anything that rallies on this backfield needs to just be desummoned. They need the unit slots back more than they need like an almost dead Boar Boy charging in.
Yeah. And the big problem here for Greenskins is that because of their low leadership, they want to fight towards the center of the map, because if you fight for objective 3, you're going to route right off the map anytime you lose a unit and just lose it immediately. You really want to fight towards the center so you actually not just get terror out by Malekith and be gone.
Looks like he heard us, because now we have a big summoning coming in from 3 mobile units dropping. We just need more unit slots.
But what Samurai's doing very, very well, though, is that he's got Spider Riders just getting a backstab into Tim's spawn, forcing him to dedicate Dark Riders and Corsairs to peeling that, while just absolutely leaving his Corsairs on the low ground out to dry. On objective number 3, they're just going to run right over. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we did have a Spider Rider go AFK for a bit and then just dive into the blob fight when he could have stopped these Dark Shards. So, it's a little unfortunate, but it happens, I guess. More desummons from the Greenskins, giving them a little bit more money, but mostly just unit slots to summon more useful things.
This is RB to retake this top objective, but Dark Elves are getting a bit of a cheeky backup on the high ground. I don't know if there's any green skin mobility available to contest it. Doesn't look like it. With more Dark Riders coming in, Dark Elves should be able to take the high ground. They are getting destroyed on the low ground, and they're not quite in 3-cap territory just yet.
Samurai Warrior was also a good greenskin player, but Samurai Styles has been really good recently on them. The last time we streamed Warhammer World Cup, he did excellently on them. So
Oh yeah,
that might be what you're remembering.
Share. Samurai's an excellent greenskin player. More Borkav coming to try and contest the high ground objective. I worry he's not going to be there in time, and if he does, I'm not even sure he wins against all of the Dark Elves mobility tools committed that way. Center objective does seem to be getting secured. Fighting into Malekith is very, very difficult for the greenskins. He's just such a big, obnoxious terror piece. He's very, very difficult to get rid of. Soul Steal really punches the blob that you want to do with your units, so...
Yeah, Spirit Spam's doing okay against him.
Yeah, but I suspect he still has some more Soul Stealers. We will be healing up quite well.
Azag's T-posing on him, and he flies away.
I'm not even sure if Azag wants that smoke. I feel like he's going to get smacked by Malekith if he tries it.
Well, he's going for it again, and he gets dumpstered by something. It didn't even look like Malekith attacked. He just, like...
there's two Dark Shards firing on him.
Oh. Yeah, it could have been.
The problem is, Malekith is also a big target and tends to eat a lot of friendly fire.
Well, right now he's winning that fight. Awaz popped now, as Azag is going to start to run away.
Ah, the classic wah and run away.
Yeah. I think he just needs to focus on Spirit Leeching Malekith rather than fighting him in melee like that. That's not going to go well for him.
So, in good news for the Greenskins, the Dark Elves do need a 3-cap to win at this point. So they have to come take objective number 3 at some point. But they do have Dark Repeaters shooting into Night Goblins, which, again, not the most valuable trade, but it will get the job done sooner or later. But
yeah,
I'd kind of like to see Samurai Style just kind of like bank up a handful of units, specifically a handful of mobility units, wait for Tim to start pushing towards objective number 3, and then spring out and go for either 1 or 2. Just like, spam out mobility tools to try to just take out objective very, very quickly. Just like bank up a nice big push, because you're kind of losing on the high ground and just throwing units away into a fight that you've lost. Just basically regroup with your units, put together a new push, and just wait for your opponent to actually like spread out his forces, because he has to. He has to go take objective number 3.
Malekith has about 1 more Soul Stealer in the tank before he's heal capped, and after that probably 1 more Soul Stealer. So maybe 2 left with his Winds of Magic pool, because usually you start to run out of mana around the time Malekith gets heal capped.
Yeah.
The problem for the Greenskins right now is they're just out of money. They're out of money, so it could be hard for them to bank up any form of resistance. I think he's just drip feeding in to try and keep the Dark Elves busy with something besides point 3, was maybe the thought process, whether it's correct or not, but I do understand the struggle. He's just not got a lot left. The Broken Tusks mob was spawned. Really? Why? Why would you want anything elite?
Broken Tusk mob are actually pretty good. They just have really hefty stats as well as encourage. They stay in the fight a lot longer than most other bacon camp, as well as having anti-large. So they can actually dominate a lot of Dark Elf units. I don't know if they beat Cold One Knights, but they beat pretty much everything else. You'd just be a little scared of Dark Shards, though.
Yeah, I tend to find them getting deleted by Scourge Runners, Dark Shards, Corsair Handbows.
Yeah, they're definitely a late game summon. You don't want them while Scourge Runners still have ammo, but Tim doesn't have any Scourge Runners, so...
He does have Dark Shards, and they're already almost dead.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. It's
conceptually they're fine. I think that was in the moment not the greatest choice. A little bit of costly miss micro on the low ground though. Tim the Wilder's Dark Repeaters actually sat still and got run out by Night Goblins. He might lose that very expensive reasonably expensive cav unit to a unit of Night Goblins, which will allow them to hold that low ground a lot longer.
Yeah, but we do have a Blackheart Corsair unit coming in that should end it. I don't know. I'm getting real scared for Samurai. I don't think he can hold on.
Yeah. I tend to agree. I also may have done my math wrong, and I don't think Tim needs a 3-cap. I apologize for my lack of math ability.
He does not need a 3-cap.
Yeah. So that's looking pretty rough for the Greenskins. Down a hefty amount of value, and they just don't have the forces on the field anymore. They've completely run out of gas. Just trying to spam out mobility tools to actually get in the fight and keep the fight going, but he's not going to win it.
Another Soul Stealer from Malekith is going to hit the center.
Hits a lot of damage, keep Malekith alive and terror routing.
I think that is going to be it. I think Tim will advance.
Yep.
Because even on the low ground, we have Crows of Cain chasing off Azhag, Spider Riders fighting Dark Riders, which would be even if maybe Dark Elf favored slightly, but there's more infantry coming in to support. Greenskins have nothing left to defend point 3, so it's going to be a triple cap into Dark Elf win.
Yeah. It looks that way.
We are. A last-minute summon of Squigs just to throw Squigs at him, but even two Squigs can't beat 2 Black Arc Corsairs at full health, a Dark Rider, and a Dark Rider Peter Crossbow.
Are you confident in your assessment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Things are pretty nutty, but that's quite a tall order. And Samurai agrees. Still a good series.
Still a good series. But he does fall to Tim the Wilder, and this is the first time I've seen his Greenskins be defeated.
Is it?
The first time I've seen.
I know. I can't remember what happened last time, if I'm perfectly honest.
The
like
series he
more
dropped
than a
in,
day
he was
ago.
1-2, and he won his Greenskin game, lost the next 2. Versus tutorial.
Yep. That series was more than a day ago, so it has left my memory.
I remember everything all the time because I am perfect.
I see.
All right, we're staying here because we're entering a semifinal. Tim the Wilder versus Raffla and Buldiga.
And means these two have both qualified at this point.
Yes, I'm taking us over to the bracket. So we have, I'm going to update this and hope they've already entered their scores. All right, Drakens did beat Subutai. Tutorial and Fistful are still fighting, and they have not entered their scores yet, but we do have Tim the Wilder advancing to face Rafflon. So I don't know how you normally do things. I was going to just follow Tim into Rafflon because that's ready, and then should we tell Drakens and whoever to wait for us, or let them start and we'll hop in when we get done?
It depends how late you want to go. Because this was a much shorter term than we had last week, so if you want to go a little longer, we could do both. Or if you want to go to bed at a reasonable hour, like a responsible person,
I'll think on it.
Here to the finals.
I'll ask Ent. Ent's still awake, and he was also a tournament host, because that, like, I'm a guest? When I'm running my own events, it's easier to just be like, this is what I want to do. I'm going to do it. Since I'm a caster, but it's not my event. I'm like, I don't want to wake up tomorrow to a bunch of angry texts like, you skipped one of the semifinals? It's like, my bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, did that happen last time? 'Cause I think that's what we did last time.
We cast both.
Did we? I thought we caught
No,
up
we
like
didn't.
One game of the other semi. Yeah, we caught up with the other semi.
Yeah, because Void beat Ulrich off screen.
I think we saw the third game.
No, we didn't see any of Void Ulrich. Void was ready in the finals, and he had 2 best of 3s to wait before the other side of the bracket caught up to him. So he was like falling asleep in our chat. I remember.
Okay. Ent only casts one semi, he says.
Sorry, what?
Ent says he only casts one semi.
All right. Perfect. Then we will tell Drakens to proceed without us. But I will tell him to have 2 spectator slots open and watch his DMs in case we need to hop in for his game 3. Or game 2, depending on how far he gets. All right, Rafflon is here. Is Drakens in your clan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Out of the 5 players remaining this tournament, 3 of them are RTK.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure. RTKS Drakens. Okay, I found him.
Yeah,
There's a lot of people with similar names in the community, so I was like...
That's fair. A lot of people named Bob.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people with Phoenixes. Yeah.
The Phoenix... There's 2 Phoenix Kings.
A lot of people named Platypus. There's 2 Phoenix Kings? Really?
Yeah, one's XMT Phoenix King, the really good high elf player. And the other one is just... He's also the Phoenix King, but he's just like a guy. Like, he plays the game, but he's not...
I never knew that.
Yeah.
I think I've probably talked to both of them, and I never knew that.
Yeah. The Phoenix King that isn't the high elf main, that's one of my admins, at one point messaged me because he made a game on Steam, and he said, can you promote this? And I said, sure. Which was fine. Like, I don't regret doing it. But then when I hyped it up, I was saying, like, you guys know Phoenix King for his high elf play. You know him as one of our admins, but did you know that he made a game? And he was in my chat, and he's like, I made a game? Because it was just a different guy with the exact same name.
Not confusing at all. I mean, I say that there is another RTK platypus. I'm not the only one.
Yep. I knew the other platypus before I knew you.
Mm-hmm.
And I fought you in a domination tournament, but I messaged her and I said, long time no see, come fight me. And then she messaged me 3 hours later with a question mark, and I was like, different person.
Mm-hmm.
You did not make the comeback. It's a different RTK platypus.
I only spoke to her for the first time a couple of weeks ago.
She's a nice lady.
Well, I've heard. We have okay, Skaven Dark Elves. No, Tim still has the same build as last game, so he hasn't picked yet. No, Rothland's just cycling. Okay, they're just fucking with me. Yeah, basically, people in this community need better, like, more diverse naming conventions.
Alright. I just messaged Draken saying, leave 2 spec slots open, watch DMs. If we get done from the other semi, we'll hop in with you. Sound good? And he said, sounds good.
Nice.
So they should get going when they get their opponent. Yeah. No one's tried to be any variant of my name.
Doesn't RTKS may activate as the rest of the clans combined? In Domination, probably. Land Battle's a different story.
Land battles, you guys are
probably.
making a slow awakening. Charix, Curio,
Oh, that's right. The Europeans are coming back.
Rusty, and Big JP keep poking their heads in from time to time. Swarv pokes his head in from time to time. There's one more RTK player that's decently consistent besides Curio and Charix, but I'm forgetting who right now. Anyway. But yeah, it hasn't been nearly as much as Dom.
Yeah.
You guys are
been
a
all over Dom.
Dom clan now.
I mean, like, half the tournament hosts are RTK members, so.
Bob Trash.
What about Bob Trash?
Jira was asking about him. It's Bob Trash, not Tretch, but yeah. What do Demons of Chaos need to be competitive? Major overhaul or just some high elf cost buffs? They need crumbling and demonic instability reworks, because when your entire roster is demons, and if demons fall below leadership for half of a second, they get obliterated off the map, then your roster is going to suck. But we don't want demons to turn into Undead 2.0, so it's like demonic instability needs to do way less damage way less quickly, and crumbling needs to do way more damage much more quickly.
I think they need a cheap lord option for starters.
They also
think
need a
demon
cheap
crits every game really sucks, and they need some kind of shielded infantry, because right now their entire front line is just squishy as fuck, except plague bearers, which you're forced to take.
Yeah.
You just don't have efficient chaff. Like you have to take plague bearers, which are 700, so you spend so much on your front line, which is fine, but takes a lot of damage from range. A lot of poke damage. You have no skirmish cap of your own to counter skirmish. So you're just kind of a sitting duck, and they poke you, and you take so much damage for free. So they need some kind of cheap shielded infantry. Basically, give them marauders. You know, just make them like all the other chaos factions.
No! Stop it! Stop it!
They need Sigvald and they need marauders.
No, they don't. Don't listen to him.
And skirmish cav. That
and
too.
skirmish cav.
No, they actually have like pink horrors are really nice answer to skirmish cav, so they're fine on that front.
Yeah.
I also would like to see their army abilities be a little less RNG, because that makes it really hard to use them competitively. Because like, well, sometimes I get fascination, which is fucking amazing, and then sometimes I get like relentless rage, which is fucking useless.
Yep. It's an ongoing meme on this channel that like whoever made Warhammer 3 hates Khorne, like just hates him. Because it's like out of, all right, so you guys are going to have high melee attack and high armor. All right, sounds good. But to compensate for that, you get no magic. But to compensate for that, you get a little bit of spell resist. But to compensate for that, you get high cost, no ranged units on release. You are the slowest faction in the entire game.
They had ranged units.
The fucking skull cannon.
And
That
a
was
soul
trash. And the soul grinder that you can't use as a ranged unit on purpose. What else was wrong with them? It was just like on and on and on. But they also have the worst army abilities and the easiest army abilities to gimmick. Where it's like, okay, just don't bring high model counts and they can't get their shitty army abilities. Fuck you, Khorne.
Well, on launch, their army abilities weren't the shittiest about charging. Because on the launch, Slanesh and Ogres couldn't get their army abilities against things that crumbled. Because they had to attack routing units.
Mm-hmm.
So there were many games where those factions just didn't get army abilities. Like, I remember, even when Ogres were like OP as hell, you were lucky if you got their second tier army ability in most games, because you were facing demons nonstop.
That's true. All right. Khorne did... But, like, at least the abilities are good when you get them. Khorne's abilities are pretty bad. More melee attack for already the highest melee attack faction in Game 3. And then the second one is worthless. And then the Sword of Khorne is nice if you can get it. But if you can get it is a pretty big if.
I see Horn of Khorne get some weapon damage added to it.
That'd be pretty good. I'd be fine with it being like a mini WA. Like, give
basically
speed, attack damage, and weapon strength.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be nice.
That'd be nice. Maybe ITP.
I think the Relentless Rage to be useful, it needs to negate damage, period. Like, not models can't die. It's like, no, just this unit doesn't take damage while this is active, period. Then I think it'd be fine. I don't even think that'd be that OP because it's temporary and it's a tier 2 ability for one unit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole, like, doesn't lose models, okay, every model's going to get down to 1 HP, and as soon as this wears off, it's going to crumble, so who cares?
It's only useful on a unit that's already crumbling.
Yeah.
Also, we got a walk mirror, baby.
Walk mirror, let's
Welcome
go.
to the sweaty stage of the tournament.
Yep. Not super shocked. Damn it, there was something I was going to say, but I forgot it. Oh well. It's gone. Oh, wait, I remembered. So I've ranted for a while that I don't think the Champions of Chaos DLC was DLC. I think it was locked content that was there from the start for various reasons. But I just realized in the shower the other day, the most obvious thing, and I'm kind of sad I didn't notice it, but Ogres had 2 Legendary Lords on release. Kislev had 3. Cathay had 2. All of the demons had 1. And then the first DLC made them all come up to 2. And I was like, wait, why did I not notice that in my rant about... Guys, I think this might have been locked content that was already there. Oh, wait, all of the rosters that had 1 Legendary Lord on release, the only rosters in the history of games 1, 2, and 3 to release with a single Legendary Lord, immediately got a DLC giving them a second one.
The one thing I'll say about that is that they added marks as well, which they added to a lot of pre-existing things.
Yeah. But, like, I still
feel like if it was just straight cut content, they would have just had the marks in game anyway. So they changed... It was like they were already kind of in game, they just functioned differently. It would have been odd for them to start it when they intended to change the function.
Yeah, I just, like... I don't know. It felt like they had 4 factions that weren't finished, and then they sold you the finish to them.
Yeah, whether or not that was intentional, definitely felt that way.
Yeah. Because I was, like, arguing about, oh, if you look at Khorne, if you take out unit variants, they only have this many units. In Cathay, if you take out unit variants, has this many units. It's like, no, just look at the Legendary Lords. It's 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And I don't know. It took me 8 months to realize that. I don't know why. Because I'm an idiot.
I still kind of wish all the Champions of Chaos Lords were actually like on that faction for campaign instead of just being another Warriors of Chaos faction.
That is really weird.
Yeah.
I like, when it was releasing, I had just assumed that, like, Festus would be in Nurgle, but he's not. He's a Warriors of Chaos.
No, when we got early access, I went to play a campaign at one point when I was playing early access, and I was just like, hey, I don't think I have the DLC enabled, because I didn't realize they're on Warriors of Chaos. I think I was looking for Village on Tzeentch. Just like, Village isn't here. Why is he not here?
Where everybody's Warriors of
Super
Chaos.
strange. Yeah, and I didn't realize that. I think Randomix straightened me out there.
Yeah. So then, like, it's really weird because if you click on Khorne, it's still just Scarbrand. Or if you click on Nurgle, it's still just Kugath.
Why would you click on Nurgle? You know better.
Nurgle's campaign is pretty fun. I like the Plaguing Simulator. But...
I've never actually played a Nurgle campaign. But I hear, like, replenishment rate is really low, so you just take a lot of time to do anything.
No, everything about, like, it's not a Total War campaign anymore. Everything about trying to play a Total War game with Nurgle sucks ass. But the Plague Simulator, very fun.
Yeah. Well, I've only been playing multiplayer campaigns lately, so it's like, well, not about it, unless I just want to fuck over my friends with plagues.
Yeah. My single player campaign right now is Alberic, and I'm having a blast.
Yeah, American Luster seems pretty fun.
Which Warriors of Chaos we're talking about first?
I'm hovering blue right now, and I can't see what you're hovering.
Raflan?
Yeah.
Alright, let's just talk about that one. Okay.
Belacor. So we have... The most astonishing thing here is that he only has 4 skirmish cav.
Horse masters, men.
2 of each, yeah.
I imagine there's 2 horse masters in the reserve.
Yep. And grey weapons and Belacor and a single halberd.
Alright.
Then
On
we've
the
got
other side,
full complement of skirmish cav. I think it was 4 masters, 2 men.
2 horsemen, 3 horse masters.
We have Voldemort up
Oh,
in
it's
the air
6
with blue
skirmish
fire.
cav, so that's 4 and 2.
Yeah. So the skirmish game is probably going to favor Tim very heavily because, as we saw earlier against Norska, blue fire is very good in skirmish games.
Yeah.
And then backed up with grey weapons, which is pretty standard.
These guys literally have the same build, except for the Zinch caster is so much cheaper than Belacor that Tim can afford more skirmish cav, but otherwise everything's the same.
Rufflin has a halberd as well.
I mean,
very big difference. Very important. How could you
gigantic
overlook that?
difference.
Yeah. So this is one map where I think the skirmish game is actually a little less important because there's not a lot of room to do it.
Not a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, that was a very underwhelming blue fire.
It was.
Basically, it's just like kind of 3 lanes with an access point between them. It's like an H with 3 walls. So there's not a lot of like juking room. It's like, well, you go forward, you go back. You go forward, you go back. So if you just walk up with silver shielded infantry, which you can't really do because you want armor piercing, but like even armored infantry, you just walk forward and they're just going to be poking into your armor. I don't hate the lighter skirmishing on the side of Rothlin. Elstrar is coming in for Rothlin, whereas Tim is banking because he hasn't left his spawn, as is his way.
He's trying to leave his spawn, he's just so slow.
Yeah.
Another pretty good blue fire. Though it's not... Why isn't he targeting the horse masters?
Because they have the same icon, you can't tell them apart.
Weird.
Because everything in this game is the same fucking icon as other variants of it.
Yeah.
So the big advantage that Rothlin has by bringing Belacor is that he will win cav engagements much more decisively because he can remove the ITP from his opponent's Slanesh cav and tear them off much sooner. So
Oh, that's right, Hellstriders have ITP because of the Marcus Slanesh.
yeah. So Tim needs to use his skirmishing edge to actually counteract that by just getting a heavy amount of value and taxing his opponent's skirmish cav via damage, or his opponent's Hellstrider cav.
Yeah, right now Rothlon was trying to catch him in melee on their way up that hill, but they didn't quite catch him, just dealing a lot of range damage on the way up as a little consolation prize.
I'd just like to point out something. A mistake I often see that Tim is not doing is that he's just not shooting Belacor. Just don't shoot Belacor and Dom. You don't have to kill him. You're not going to kill him. Just shoot the things that you can kill. Skirmish cav, Hellstriders, all that. You're not going to kill Belacor. Don't try. It's wasting your time and your ammo.
This map's just sending an Inspire Champion to send down the middle line. Tank enemy skirmish cav is kind of fun. They do like nothing with full ammo. Yeah, Aspiring Champions are not good targets for skirmish cav at all.
No, they're incredibly tanky. I actually don't mind them in this matchup. There's not a lot of things that deal with them very effectively.
Yeah, Aspiring Champions are great.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I was saying they're a bad target for a skirmish cav, not that they're a bad unit.
Yeah, no, they're a pretty solid unit.
Yeah.
Anyway, it looks like Tim is about to be triple capped for the 3rd time in a row.
God, he loves getting triple capped.
He loves getting triple capped.
Have you told him the comeback mechanic is gone?
Yes, I have multiple times.
He's
no,
like,
this is like
it's coming back. It's coming back. I don't want to get out of practice.
Yeah. No, memes aside, like sacrificing space in order to trade for value isn't a terrible idea. You just need to be careful you're actually trading up in value and microing your skirmish cav and not getting caught by dogs.
He's getting caught by dogs, though. How do we feel about that?
Don't do that. It's
All
bad.
right.
You should avoid that. Slash cav should come in and be able to counterpunch pretty effectively, but like I said, slash cav mirror when Bellacor's on the field, the one with Bellacore is going to be in a pretty good spot, but Rothlin is going pretty deep here and is surrounded by skirmish cav, so if this one Hellstrike can roadblock them, these skirmish cav will just tear them apart.
Doesn't look like he's going to, though.
You know, it's a work in progress.
Yeah, they kind of got onto those Marauder Horsemen a little bit.
Yeah, the fight in the middle should go in the favor of red. The Chaos Trolls will do very, very good work against the enemy Chaos Warriors. Though, of course, they picked the one Halberd to fight instead of any of the other ones, which is a bit unfortunate.
They did pick the one Halberd to fight. Red Hellstriders are still coming in, though this one got summoned and immediately ran away. Blue Hellstriders are on top of Skirmish Cav, and Dogs are as well. That doesn't look like they're going to get that much damage before they are pushed off. Tim is up in damage value, very far behind in points.
Yep. Tim should be able to take the center objective here before too terribly long, though his Trolls are getting started by Hellstriders and will rout off here before long. He needs to get some kind of support up there to actually peel off those Hellstriders.
Goodbye, Trolls.
Bye-bye, buds. I mean, they're not going anywhere. Those Hellstriders have them pinned in pretty well.
I mean, the Hellstriders are also about to rout.
Oh, nice. Love to see it.
Yeah. So Tim has secured his spawn. There it is. GG. Tim's got a spawn.
Mm-hmm. But that means his skirmish have a safe position to fire from and a fallback point, which means that Rothland has to either push even further forward to keep pressure on them, or fall back and cede space and give up objective number 1, and he has opted for aggression, a choice I can respect.
Another Pit of Shades is going to hit 2 Chaos Warriors that did get clumped up next to each other.
That hurts. That's going to hurt.
Never clump.
Never clump. That hurts a lot. That's going to be a lot of value back in favor of Rothland.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, on the top, another Hellstrider summoned onto this Vanguard point right on top of the enemy will get them into melee right away. And Tim's Cav is healthier, and there's more of them, so they should just continue pushing up, but though there is one Chaos Warrior waiting for them at the top. We'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah. The problem here for Tim is that while he is fighting his spawn, which is generally a favorable position, he's also fighting uphill. So he is taking pretty poor trades. Now he's focusing Be'lakor, which, as I said, is not generally a very efficient option. You'd rather focus on the Cav or something you can actually remove from the battlefield. Because Be'lakor, you know, you can shoot at him for several minutes before actually moving the battlefield, which is not ideal.
Yeah, it's 40% damage resist up right now with the Shadow Shroud.
Yeah, that too. Tim is behind about 500 objective tickets, and he's still struggling to take his first cap in the center. Well, not his first cap. He had one at one point, but he's since lost it. Manticore coming in. Manticore fighting Be'lakor is probably the last place you want it, to be honest. Again, you're not really going to kill Be'lakor. He's very, very tanky. He self-heals. Gotta take the Manticore over the center and start terror-routing off some of those Chaos Warriors.
Chaos Warriors don't have ITP? Oh, yeah, they don't.
No.
I keep thinking they would.
Why? The age-old meme of Chosen don't have ITP. Why would Chaos Warriors have it?
But the lore is like Chaos Warriors like have talked to the Dark Gods, so you think they wouldn't be scared of a Manticore.
You'd think.
Anyway.
It's almost like that would make sense.
Regardless, Rothlon has abandoned point 3 and just brought his Marauders down to the fight at point 2. Didn't give a shit about point 3 anymore. No point in defending it. Skirmish Cav are really focusing on Be'lakor, as is the Manticore, and while they're getting decent damage, doesn't matter if you don't finish him, so we'll see if that was all worth it. Tim is still up about 1,500-ish damage value.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen that not matter before.
Still 3 capped. Probably going to have to reverse 3 cap his opponent, which is definitely possible if you can get a big enough value lead. If he can actually kill Be'lakor and make this pay off, like, it's definitely worth it, but honestly, this Skirmish Cav just wants to walk past that one infantry unit and go cap objective 1. As I've said several times now, just take the objective. It gives you more time to value trade.
Blue Fire is also going for Be'lakor now. We're all in on sniping him,
Be'lakor
Platypus.
does it friendly fire? Actually, that's pretty good damage. You might be able to finish up Be'lakor, at least force him out. If you can get him low, then he has to be very, very safe, which isn't a bad place to be. And now the Skirmish Cav should be able to push up and take objective 1, and not a lot here. Actually, no, there's plenty here to come and recontest it. Plenty of Skirmish Cav and Hellstriders coming in, so that Tim needs to get some kind of holding power infantry up there to actually take that objective permanently.
ASB is a question for you in chat saying, I mean, you have to do something with Be'lakor, right? It's the basic... Is the best tactic to really just ignore him?
That's my opinion on the matter. It's a little bit situational. Like, if he's all alone and in like it's a shitty situation, then yeah, you can punish him. But if it's you have a choice between shooting Be'lakor or shooting like a Hellstrider or a Skirmish Cav, those are usually better targets. It's not that he's just a terrible target; it's that there's usually a better one.
Yeah. Blue is going to immediately retake point 1, it looks like, and Tim's Skirmish Cav is both wounded and running out of ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see how they do. Marauder Horsemasters take a charge on the Hellstriders and actually do a lot of good damage there. Meanwhile, more Marauder Horsemasters are still poking at Velikor, who again has 40% damage resistance, plus 25% missile resist, plus 20% physical resistance, giving him 85% resistance to these javelins coming in. 85.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually why you can't kill him.
And he's healing.
And he's healing.
And he's terrorizing things. And Rothland has once again secured the 3 cap. He is starting to lose out in the middle, albeit very, very slowly, but with some Marauder Grey Weapons there and not a whole lot left for Rothland. No, there's still some Marauders, and a Pit of Shades might actually help him keep hold of that objective. And these Pit of Shades have been brutal.
Yeah, there's a lot of clumping up going on from the Warriors of Chaos.
Well, yes.
Too many twofers.
Yeah. Some units that you need, because like if he kept those units alive, maybe he'll take this. He might take the center objective anyway. But we're getting to the point where Tim needs to start taking objectives. He needs to take them fast. He just doesn't have the dominance on the field that he needs to do that. He gave up so much space to value trade and didn't get enough of value lead to make it worth it once again.
Yep. Another blue fire onto Be'lakor, but Be'lakor is hanging out around 1,000 HP, and his leadership is in the 40s, so I don't think he's going to start crumbling anytime soon.
And we're at the point where you've committed so many resources into taking down Be'lakor, blue fire, a bunch of skirmish cav ammo, that you've just lost control of the battlefield and the rest of the area. You're up about 2,000 value, but all of that is damage on Be'lakor, and he is still alive. This is why I don't think focusing on Be'lakor is very effective. He's still alive, he's still terror routing, he's still healing. Passive. He still has that passive heal. Meanwhile, your opponent is just running over you with mobility tools that have been completely unchecked because you've been focusing the things that should be killing mobility on Be'lakor instead. Blue fire, skirmish cav, your cav.
Be'lakor's trying to desummon, but he's currently crumbling.
Well, at least something good came out of this. At least kill Be'lakor, but like, you basically lost the battle to kill Be'lakor.
All right. Be'lakor has died. Point 2 has been taken.
Him actually does have capture rate on all 3 objectives. He might actually be able to squeak this out very, very quickly. Actually, wait a second.
Maybe.
Actually, wait a second.
We'll have to see. Point 2 never actually got taken? Yes, it did. It's just a different Warriors of Chaos now.
Yeah.
All right. He's going to take 3.
Yeah, he's going to take 3, and he's taking 1. There's only a couple of Hellstriders. They're surrounded by Marauders and other Hellstriders. So Tim actually is going to get 3 cap here. He might actually pull this off.
Maybe.
Actually, holy shit. He needs to get Hellstriders or something up to objective number 3. He needs more troops because there's enemy Hellstriders coming. There's Hellstriders in the middle and skirmish cap that need to be rotated up there.
He's
as
still
well
going
as
to capture it.
Support it. He captures it, but can he hold it? His opponent doesn't have to recap it for very long is the problem.
All right, it's triple cap for red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, blue actually ran out of units. Like, their units are just in tatters, the ones they have left on the field, but problem is they do probably have enough to kill what's on objective 3 right now, so they need to get reinforcements up from the center.
We have blue
in this
fire
situation,
test.
Yeah, nice. Not that nice. Like in this situation, Rothland concedes? Okay! Well, now I feel bad about that whole rant I had about shooting Be'lakor.
I still don't think shooting Be'lakor was the best decision, but like,
yeah,
Rothland did just run out. I agree with him conceding. He was triple capped against him. He had less units than his opponent, and he had less money than his opponent, and he had no magic, so it's like, how are you ever going to regain momentum?
Mm-hmm. That was really close, though. Like, I thought Tim was out of that.
I thought Tim was completely fucked.
Yeah, Rothland just ran out of gas really hard as soon as Be'lakor died.
Yeah. Be'lakor 2,200 value. Skirmish cap did fine.
And here's the thing, both lords got about the same value, but one costs a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that he was able to finally finish the snipe and then just everything went to shit. I guess a crucial part of the snipe that we weren't talking about too much is the leadership bomb. Now, is the leadership bomb gigantic against Chaos? No, they're not a super low leadership faction, but just like that final little hit on the Hellstriders to maybe get them to lose fights, that final little hit on dogs to get them to fuck off for a bit, like it did help a mass rout come in, especially at point 1 where Tim kept spawning stuff. There was like these 0 HP Hellstriders and Horsemen just holding forever, and then Be'lakor died and that all went to shit, so.
Yeah, that did seem to be what happened. That leadership bomb really, really hurt.
Yeah. I don't think going into a game with the plan to snipe Be'lakor works, but I can understand what happened there. Be'lakor So when the snipe really started was at point 1 when Be'lakor overextended, so it was him versus... He was surrounded by Hellstriders, and there was 6 skirmish cav. Now, that could just be a bait, but Tim decided to take the bait and shoot him a bunch, so we got him down to, like, half HP, with a Manticore fighting him, too. Then the Manticore followed him to the middle point. Tim had committed too much at that point, so he threw a bunch of blue fires after him. And then the late game, when everything was completely fucked, it's like, alright, if I can snipe Be'lakor, maybe I can get a chain route and take all 3 points at once. But if I... It's like the sunk cost fallacy, except this time it wasn't a fallacy, where I've put in so many resources to killing Be'lakor that if I don't finish him off, even now, like, rotating my resources to other stuff, it's just not going to matter. So we need to finish him off, and then he got him.
Yeah.
So that was pretty clutch. But if Be'lakor had been able to stabilize...
Yeah, it was very near timing.
Yeah, one more Pit of Shades, or just running around and regenning.
Yeah, if there'd been a few more routing units in the center and Be'lakor healed up a bit more. Like, his heal's at a very low intensity the entire time, so...
Yeah.
If able to heal up a little more and stay alive, Rothman probably wins that. I think he just sent Be'lakor a little too deep. When Be'lakor's just in Tim's spawn alone against the Manticore and all the skirmish calves, that was a pretty crucial mistake.
But, so here's the thing we're also forgetting. Tim never lost his spawn, so...
No, Tim is quite good at defending his spawn zone.
I'm just saying he never lost his spawn cap, so he was fine.
So Jeraho in chat says it's like Tim is intentionally not capping points. So odd. He's giving up space on the map in order to value trade more effectively. In order to hold points, he has to commit resources to them, usually in the form of infantry. He's just foregoing that in favor of just running with the skirmish cav and accruing more value before he takes a proper fight. So it's basically he's kiting. And he's playing it much closer than I would like, to be perfectly honest. He's playing it very close for comfort. But it seems to be working out for him.
On the top side, Tutorial has advanced over Fistful, and he's now fighting Drakens.
No, my clanmate.
I know you're sad about your
tutorial,
clan, but I love Tutorial. So
oh.
I just remember having a lot of fun watching Tutorial, so I'm excited.
Fair enough. Yeah, Tomb King's dwarves. Okay.
Wow. How did Tomb Kings get through?
That's a very good question.
Like a Razor's Edge is on, but it's working. I'd just be pooping myself. I am pooping myself.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch...
Like I said, it's...
Sorry, you go.
I would say he's playing a lot closer comfort than I would like. Usually when I'm playing that kind of style, I like to cap one objective to give myself a lot more time.
Did you ever watch Scrubs?
No.
God, platypus.
Have you not figured out yet that I understand zero pop culture references?
God, platypus.
I was raised under a rock.
Dark Age
Also-
Rush says Tutorial spanked you. I'm sorry, man. I'm assuming you're
that's
Fistful. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it through context clues. Anyway, sorry, you were raised under a rock?
Yeah. And I think Scrubs probably stopped airing before I was a teenager. Nothing mistaken, because I'm also a baby.
Oh,
Compared to
God.
most people around here.
Am I allowed to ask you? Well, like, I can ask you. You can just feel free not to answer. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Fucking nice, dude. 28,
was-
turning 29 soon.
I was born in 2000.
That's easy to remember. There you go.
Yeah.
1994. I was
So-
playing. I re-quit League again, but I got back into it briefly because watching the World Championship makes me go, that does look fun. And then I'll play it and be like, fuck this shit, dude.
It's like, no, it's not.
Like, League is very fun until I have to interact with the team. And I know that sounds
Yeah.
toxic, but it's like, the easiest way to describe it is mathematically, 1/3 of games are fun. And what I mean by that is 1/3 of games are not fun because by the time I interact with my team, they're stomping so fucking hard, it doesn't matter. 1/3 of games are not fun because by the time I interact with my team, they're getting stomped so
They're
fucking
getting
hard.
shit. Yeah, they're getting stomped.
Yeah. And the 1/3 of the games that are really, really fun is when I get to interact with my team and the teams are even.
Mm-hmm.
Like, long, drawn-out, scrappy games, super fun. The other two-thirds, utter garbage.
Yeah. And like even the games that are close, sometimes your teammates are just being assholes. So
Yeah.
I love League when you have like a 5-stack and just playing with friends. It's a ton of fun, but like solo queue is fucking miserable.
Yeah, solo queue sucks. Duo queue even just gives you someone to like talk to. Like there was that
to vent with.
Yeah, like that time I was playing AD carry and our fucking tank jungler kept showing up and stealing my my waves because he was mad at me for messing up one play. And it's like, yeah, that's gonna help us win this game is if our tank jungler takes all the farm in front of my face. Mm-hmm. So I never get items and I never do damage. Thanks, asshole. I think we won that game though because you carried really hard on Akali.
I don't remember when this was.
I
remember I remember you getting pissed because somebody was taking your waves, but this was like months ago. So
yeah, and that just sounds like every game I'm in. We have 4 screaming skull catapults. Is that normal?
So this match has been like a topic of discussion in the RTK Discord a lot lately. This is Rothland's build. We've seen it before. He played it in one of the other qualifiers. I can't recall which one, where he just brought 4 screaming skulls. So the thing on this map is dwarves have no way to shut him down. Normally the answer is cannons. This map does not have great lines of sight for cannons, so they're going to be an absolute thorn in the dwarf side the entire time. That said, their damage output isn't super high, so you're sacrificing a lot of presence on the point to get all this shooting that will take a lot of time to accrue value. So, is it the right choice? I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely got... I can see the appeal of them, but they're also risky. I got Cetra on a kitty, which I don't understand, quite frankly.
Dude,
a lot of spells.
You sometimes lurk around my channel. Have you heard my Cetra rant?
No, I haven't heard the Cetra rant. What's the Cetra rant?
The very short version is that guy costs as much as Be'lakor, and he like never gets above 1,000 value in land battles. Like when he's on his kitty, he feels like a rubber ball where he just bounces around the map and he doesn't do any damage. He's just there. He's just, I got a side charge onto some Chaos Warriors. All right, you did no damage. I got a side charge onto like Skaven Slaves. You still did no damage. Why am I paying 3,000 gold for you on your giant kitty if you don't deal any damage? Well,
yeah, that feels like my experience as well.
The argument is that like some people legitimately like him, and I don't like him, but I'm not trying to say that they're all wrong. I just don't understand why they do like him because Arkan's great for half the cost. He's great.
I like him. I don't like his price tag.
Yeah, if he was cheaper, Cetra would be fine. I think he's a fun lord. I don't think he's a good lord.
Yeah, I think Kotep is just objectively the best because he's cheap and he spams the lore passive, and the lore passive's busted as hell.
True. Most of my competitive experience in Warhammer 3, the lore passive's been banned because of the bugs, but now it's unbanned. Mm-hmm. And Tomb Kings are just getting perma-banned by everyone because they're strong. So I haven't seen Kotep, but mostly due to bugs and or strength of faction.
Yeah, well, have you done the math on how much extra HP the lore passive can give you?
I haven't done the math, but I know it can heal cap all of your infantry.
36.4% for your entire army.
That's really great.
You use all of your WOM on the cheapest spells.
Yeah, and then you have the Realm of Souls.
On top of Realm of Souls!
Yeah, you can legitimately heal cap all your infantry.
Yeah. That's why I think, like, that's actually my biggest complaint with this build of 4 catapults. I'd rather have all be infantry that you can get healed. Like 2 infantry instead for each catapult. That's being healed and is 150% HP, basically.
Yeah, Turin doesn't ban Tomb Kings in a lot of his tournaments because of Screaming Skull catapults. He bans them because of their infantry spam with infinite healing.
Well, Turin doesn't ban them anymore.
True.
Well, in some
Other people do.
SFTs. But yeah, they were being banned for a while because of the ammo bug, and then they haven't really been banned in Domination since. Well, and the Resurrection bug, which was a much briefer period.
That bug was hilarious.
That was a hilarious bug.
Are we going to have forest camping again?
That doesn't look like he's going pretty aggressive. For dwarves, by the way, we have a bunch of infantry, just dwarf warriors, looks like max, and then quarrelers, and then a couple of slayers being summoned in with Thoric.
And some slayers, but yeah.
Are doing some good damage, but they're also spending their ammo very, very quickly. It's pro or con, depending on how you see it. Cetra on the kitty is going to do... Hey, that's some damage. He actually dealt damage.
He dealt some to a 450
He dealt 1,000 damage. He charged once and got 1,000 damage. That's actually not bad.
Good for you,
if the dwarves in these blocky formations a lot, though, he'll be doing quite a bit. He'll be hitting pretty hard.
Yeah.
I really don't like the dwarven decision to just march up the center into 4 Screaming Skull catapults and the Chosen of the Gods. Usually you want to be a little more coy and just like play the sides and play where there's cover. March up the center against like oppressive shooting is going to be very, very difficult.
I like how we meme on Tim for sitting in his spawn all the time, and then the one time I'm like, you should probably sit in your spawn, he's like, fuck it, going in deep.
Yep. Yep, basically.
At this point, I think Tim's just like flexing on everyone.
Well, I think Tim's theory here is that he's going to go down in value because his opponent has those 4 catapults, so he needs to take the objectives and do what's been done to him all night. And just take all the objectives and force his opponent to 3-cap him. To reverse 3-cap. Basically, Shopti coming in for Offland is a very, very good choice. They are basically a can opener. They really help you chew through all this Dwarven armor, which is really what you need in this matchup. It's just a way to chew through all the Dwarven armor because your infantry is not AP, except for halberds, which you're not bringing halberds against dwarves.
Yeah. I am just waiting for Roflon to forget for 1 second that Cetra's here, and the Althar Raiders will just delete his ass.
Oh yeah, the Althor's Raiders are nasty.
Yeah.
They will absolutely shred him.
If he forgets about Cetra for a second. Right now he's been really good about just constantly cycle charging, but if we look back and Cetra's dead, it means he forgot about him for just a second and let the Althar's Raiders shoot his ass.
Yeah.
So how's the center going? Tomb Kings control the center. Dwarves control both the sides.
Yep. I love to see these quarrelers in the middle push ups. They're actually on the objective because they could outcap here. I think they could take the point while fighting for it, which is an ideal situation.
Yeah, I think right now he's just accepting that the Ushapti Great Bows are sitting within their range, and he wants to get his damage out while they're still doing that. And then he's probably suspecting that they'll back off once he realizes they're under fire.
I don't think they're gonna kill the Ushapti Great Bow before they spend all their ammo. Before the Ushapti Great Bow spend all their ammo. So I think it's kind of a moot point, to be perfectly honest.
Fair.
Cetra's getting on the Althar's Raiders. He ain't about to take that shit from them.
He did a ton of damage there. Nice job, Cetra.
Yeah. Cetra heard us talking shit.
Yeah, he's finally doing good.
Yeah.
That's a good boy.
Karen coming in to try to shut down the quarrelers. Fortunately, if the game he's lagging like this, he won't have an opportunity to forget Cetra. He'll just be able to, get all over the place and remember things.
Yeah.
It's not hard to forget when everything's going at the speed of a snail because we got players from all over the world.
Yeah, Cetra is constantly cycle charging, which is very good. He really can't just sit and fight, or he'll die. Althar's Raiders were actually about to get a nasty volley, and they got orders to move.
Yeah, well, now the real problem for the Tomb King comes in, and that is the blasting charges. Let's see this volley from Mechan's Miners, baby. Goodbye, Kepragard.
Yep. Oh, Althar's Raiders are back shooting at Cetra.
They're getting pounded by double catapults.
Yeah, but they're just trying to get some throwing axes off. He does have 40% physical resist from the Incantation of Protection.
On top of his base. Oh, no, he doesn't have any bases, but it's just missile resist.
Yeah.
Long base coming in, but dwarves are about to take the 3-cap, and is this the first time we've seen Tim the Wilder 3-cap before 10 minutes?
Yep.
I think it is, yeah. But the dwarf tide is indeed strong. Thoric is just chasing the Chosen of the Gods by himself. Okay, he's not interested.
I mean, they don't even have any ammo left. Are they even worth chasing, to be honest?
Not in the slightest.
Yeah.
Especially not that deep, where they'll probably just lose it if you do.
I'm getting a little scared for the dwarves, though. Damage value, they're looking okay, but just, like, the eye test tells me the dwarves are running out of steam.
I don't know, the Tomb Kings are losing a lot of their infantry, but, I mean, health bars can be a bit deceiving because they do have that passive and so much healing. Oh, dwarves look to be doing alright. The one thing I remember is the quarrelers aren't actually doing a whole lot of damage because they're just firing into silver shielded infantry a lot or armored constructs that they can't really damage. Shopty summon coming in. I don't know, I feel like these catapults aren't actually doing enough fast enough. I feel like you really want to spread, like split target with the catapults. You don't want to focus fire because you want to hit full units. Then each shot is going to like displace units and make the shots do less damage, as well as spreading out that leadership buff across the whole battle.
There are some Nekar horsemen just trying to push through like a line of dwarf warriors with great weapons, and it reminds me of one of those weird high school like cheer things where you run through 2 lines of people and give them high fives on both sides. except these high fives are double-bladed axes, and it's not going very well.
Yep, I see it. Cetra is taking an absolute pounding now. More miners coming in. And I really worry about their Tomb King's ability to deal with these miners. Blasting charges just chunk Tomb King's infantry so quickly. And leaves your constructs actually fend for themselves.
What are the blasting charges throwing at right now? I can't tell where their arc is, but if they're shooting at Cetra, that is
They're
a
shooting
big
at nothing
whoopsie.
right now. The ones on point number 1.
Yeah.
They're not shooting. Now they're shooting into the spears.
Good, good. Okay, I thought they were trying to shoot Cetra. Like, that would be a misclick for sure. That is so much damage. Ugh.
Yep, blasting charges. Good unit.
They're
Good
really
unit.
Yeah.
So
Cetra's getting whittled down.
Yeah, but so are the Dwarven lines. The problem is the Dwarves take much longer to reinforce than the Tomb Kings do. A lot of the reinforcements do seem to be ranged units, which isn't really what you need at the moment, I fear.
I mean, Thor can't go anywhere.
Thor ain't going anywhere, but is Thor going to be able to kill everything by himself? Unlikely. The Dwarves are still just staunchly holding on to all 3 objectives. Pretty soon he will force Rothland into a 3-cap scenario, and at that point, as Dwarves, you can just spam every unit in your roster onto either Objective 3 or Objective 1, and just, tank on one objective as long as you can.
That'll be fine.
More blasting charges in the middle. These blasting charges are really proven to be a problem, just clearing out the Tomb King's infantry, and removing all of their capture rate, so the Dwarves are able to just keep 3-capping.
Alright, blasting charges, give it. Give it!
The other problem is, like, all of the Tomb King's mobility tools, Cav and Carrion aren't AP, so the Quarrelers are completely resilient to them.
That's so satisfying.
Oh, I missed it. Was it in the middle? Yeah,
it was in the middle.
I see the fiery ruin. Yeah, and the Tomb King infantry is just getting deleted by those blasting charges. I mean, you can't heal up a unit if it gets one shot by a blasting charge.
Yeah, and it's gone. There's another miners with blasting charge with full ammunition sitting in some Ushabti right now. They definitely need to back off.
What I'd really love to see here, honestly, with Tomb Kings is some chariots. Like, some basic Tomb King chariots can just come over and run over the Rangers and the Quarrelers very, very effectively. Keep them moving. They'll pay for themselves pretty well and stop your opponents from shooting you.
Alright, our blasting charges are getting away from the Ushabti. There's a full health skeleton spearman coming in. Let me see it! Give me the blasting charges! Point 1 has been taken by the Tomb Kings.
Alright. But I think we're in 3-cap territory now already, so Rothland Wolf to 3-cap. So if Tim can just hold on to these, he doesn't have to retake that objective. He can just hold on to these for quite a while.
And part of my problem with Cetra is coming to bear now. Cetra has been played with, honestly, perfectly. And he's still 1,000 gold away from paying for himself, and he's almost dead. Like, he is just so expensive.
To be fair, you're also paying for his casting abilities, which don't result in value. They result in healing, so...
Yeah.
There's a little grain of salt there, but I definitely see your point.
Like, he was played with perfectly this game.
Oh yeah, the micro was on point, and he's still in a lot of trouble. Anyway, Dwarves are doing what I mentioned, just starting to spam out blasts with mine charges to objective number 3. The Nekar Warriors should get one shot if these guys are allowed to fire.
Though they are kind of getting caught up on the Nekar Horsemen.
The problem is Tomb Kings are taking objective number 2 from... Oh no, they're not. Okay. Okay, I think Cetra, dancing off the point, lost them the capture weight.
Yeah, and Cetra's currently going down. He's getting shot by, like, the petty remains of some Quarrelers, but he cast a spell within range of Thoric, and he nuked himself. He's starting to crumble.
Oh, no. He did... It was the Incantation of Protection, so he does a Fizz Resist, but that's not going to stop him from crumbling.
But what will stop him from crumbling is Tomb King's silly leadership. So, he's fine for now, but still concerned. Minus blast charges.
Also, I wouldn't mind seeing Thoric coming over and just smacking him once and ending him.
Yeah. Minus the blasting charges. Getting charged on both sides by Nekar Horsemen means they can't throw, but these ones can. Give it to us.
Give it to me, baby.
Half health Nekar Warrior, more like dead health
No
Nekar
health.
Warrior.
Oh, that's so satisfying.
It really is.
When you're not playing against it. It sucks when you're playing against it.
Cetra the kitty
There goes
cat's
Cetra.
dead.
That's the passive feeling gone, and I'd love to see some... Yep, there's some more Longbeards coming to the center. Yeah, these catapults, they fired their entire ammo, but it's just not been enough.
Rothlan moved his cavalry to fight the miners that already used their blasting charges, freeing up the ones that haven't. I'm really
Give it to me, baby!
Do it!
Yeah, they're not firing in a volley, they're just firing one at a time, which is way less satisfying.
It is way less satisfying, but they're still burning all these horsemen alive.
Well, not really, they're not alive.
True. Burning all these horsemen dead. Also, dwarves are retaking point 1, by the way.
Oh yeah, there's the Tomb Kings all completely crumbled. I think dwarves have this.
Yeah, they do.
I love seeing Tomb Kings lose, personally.
Yeah.
Is that Tim going to our finals?
Yeah, it's 2-0.
Is that the first 2-0 we've had tonight?
No.
A lot of 3 games. Okay.
I think there was another one, but hold on. I got a message tutorial on Drakens.
All right.
We ready for you whenever you are back in a lobby.
They're in the lobby right now.
Okay. Samurai Style was 3 games.
No,
Tretch
I think it was
Tretch
one of
versus-
it was Tretch. Yeah.
Yeah, Tretch versus Ian Zero. I knew there was 1-2-0.
Quarrel's got 1,500 value. There's a Quarrel with 2 Shepherds with 1,500 value. How much did Tetra's final attack? Okay, 21. That's okay, I guess. Slayers did really well. Blasting charges didn't actually pay for themselves. Not one of them. Except the Ekron's Miners. Ekron Miners did.
Yeah, but it's more about the spirit of what they do.
Yeah.
Say
Just
goodbye
the
to your
instant
capture
deletion.
weight.
Yeah, and the fact that you can't heal them up because they're just gone. The shock damage really, really hurts.
Cetra got 600 more gold than some of the Quarrelers that were shooting at him. Yeah, nothing else is really standing out on value too much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really surprised the blasting charges, like, the numbers are just so low, because they look like they do such good work, but I guess Skeleton Warriors are 325, so yeah, you win that round. Tutorial is up 1-0 versus our boy Drakens.
Okay.
Though I will say, I'm not exactly sad about that. I enjoyed watching Tutorial. He seemed fun.
Well, I'm sorry to say it, but the fun is over. Vampire counts are here.
Let's go, dude! We love vampire counts in this house.
I
Love
want to know if this is the matchup they just played or the one they're about to play, because Tutorial's build is wild.
Give me a second. He's up 1-0. Maybe he's feeling himself. Alright, what are we dealing with? I have a blocker up. Yes, I do. Before I tab over. Oh, I hope we're going to get to see it. That would be great. I'm fucking down. Let's go. Every explosive damage I've seen is also 100% AP. Is that all of them?
No, they're not supposed to be 100% AP, though they do quite good damage to armor.
Yeah.
Organic launchers are not technically AP, but they still do excellent damage to armor just 'cause they hit so hard.
My clanmates must avenge me. Well, Tutorial has to finish out the series versus Drakens, and then he'll face another RTK. So the deck is stacked against him, because it's equally likely that Drakens just comes back here, beats him, and then we have an RTK final.
Yeah. I personally am here for it.
Yeah.
Also, they just played this matchup, so we're not getting this build, so we can talk about it if you want.
Okay, so Tutorial apparently just won with double Chosen of Corn, with dual weapons, Be'lakor, and double Giant.
Yep.
Let's go.
Oh, you said okay. So Tutorial's up one.
Tutorial is up 1.
Okay. And now
And
he's
he
just swapped Empire.
Let's go, dude. I told
Aw.
you. I told you. Tutorial's my boy.
I do not share your excitement for War Wagons.
I have excitement for different things. Hold on. Ah.
Bless you.
So we haven't seen Empire tonight. I'm down for it. After 5 games of Empire, I'll be less down for it. But first one of the night,
would-
sure, why not?
I would actually rather watch Vampire Counts than watch War Wagons.
War Wagons are pretty toxic.
Yeah. Like, say what you will about the meta being like strong and oppressive. Hellstriders are fun because they're so squishy. It's like at least they're fast and explosive, not just slow and untouchable.
Yeah, War Wagons are poop.
Yeah.
There's the twofold thing of armor-piercing artillery underperforming, because all artillery besides the Sunmaker suffered accuracy problems coming into Warhammer 3.
Mm-hmm.
So now long-range armor-piercing missiles aren't as threatening to the War Wagons. And then something about the Chariot hitboxes got bugged, and now they take almost no damage when they're in melee. So that twofold increase has just made War Wagons unstoppable. That, and I feel like they got a damage buff, but I'm not sure about that.
I mean, they got another model, which makes them do more damage, I suppose.
True.
Giants are kind of viable against VC, right? They don't even have missile. Yeah, we saw the Giants do pretty well against VC earlier on the ogre when in a game of ogre VC, but I mean they hit really hard. They're hard to kill, but they don't kill shaft very quickly, so they're okay. It's definitely a matchup they can be useful in. So crazy when the Giants have got them 700 weapon strength.
Drakens is going to Warriors of Chaos
Let's go Drakens.
versus Empire. Mountains of
Unbiased
Morn.
casting. Unbiased casting.
Unbiased casting.
So Mountains of Morn is a little awkward to try and micro skirmish chariots or any skirmishes around on because it's so tight. But it also means that the Sunmaker is going to be fucking untouchable. Except for flyers.
Which Warriors of Chaos doesn't have great flying options.
Nah, basically just Manticores and Lords. For some reason, I keep thinking Warriors of Chaos have Furies, but they don't.
I also think that a lot.
It's like it's the one thing that they don't have the other 5 Chaos factions have.
Why don't we have Demons of Chaos today? What's going on? No Demons of Chaos love.
Well, you know the one person I know of that plays Demons of Chaos? Tim the Wilder.
Hey, let's go.
He's the one person who might pull it out.
At least each caster is biased a different way.
Mm-hmm.
True. I don't know about Dom. I know in land battles I've been enjoying Empire and I haven't been using War Wagons. And then we found out War Wagons are OP, and now I don't use War Wagons because I think they're OP and I don't have fun playing with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I still don't really do War Wagon stuff.
Good.
But I think like Boris Todbringer's stronger than people give him credit for right now.
Oh, Boris is crazy good. Boris is really good.
Yeah. Huntsmen are strong. All of the Empire Cav, skirmish or otherwise, are strong. Again, in land battles, I think their problem in domination would be their slow infantry are bad at holding points. So without War Wagons, you're probably going to get fucked.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, this thing with skirmish chariots, War Wagons pick up about Scourge Runners and Bearhoods do it too, is that while they have all the virtues we've talked about, they're also just a massive ball of capture rate that can roll around and can't be stopped. So you can just waltz onto an objective and take it.
Loopy's saying the Warriors of Chaos Air Force is wild with Doom Knights, but I mean, like, out of your 4 marked units, are you really going to use it on Doom Knights, which are both expensive and not Hellstriders?
You can't bring Doom Knights with Warriors of Chaos.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, you can. Just the RO. Oh, no, you can. Yeah. Okay.
They're Knights. They're not demons.
I was looking and I just didn't see them. But also, that's how little I ever actually consider that option.
I don't know. I have
So
been
many
really
better
underwhelmed.
options.
Like, a lot of the ODM lads seem to love Doom Knights, especially Hanadins, but I've seen them lose a lot more than I've seen them win.
Yeah, they're kind of squishy. They get stuck in melee a lot because of flying unit bugginess. They just don't have a great damage output.
Men, again, I'm not sure if it's Manuel or Manuel, depending on what your cultural dialect wants from it, but I'm going to call you Manuel. Cheers to you, too.
Yeah, Jews.
Demons of Chaos getting no love? Not so far. Brett and Ogres, no Brett today, but we did have one Ogres game, and it was really close, but
First game of the day.
it was not a win.
I should have Demigers pulling them. No, thank you.
We've been less aggressive
awful.
about it, but there are 50 people watching Platypus. You want to do the thing?
Oh, yeah. Hi, I'm Platypus. I do Total War content. If you're looking for a way to get into domination specifically, I do a bunch of educational content on my YouTube channel. Link is in the description.
Huzzah. We are in the semifinals. If Tutorial 2-0s it, we'll go into the final, but Drakens could pull it back.
If Tutorial doesn't 2-0 it, then we just won't watch the final.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
We'll watch this is the new final if Tutorial doesn't 2-0 it. If he 2-0s it, then RTK gets another chance.
Yeah. Just how many RTK members in a row can Tutorial beat? 'Cause you already beaten 1? Yeah. This is the second one. If you can beat 3 RTK members in a row, he'll win the tournament.
Have you watched any Super Smash Brothers tournaments?
No.
God damn it!
Why?
I really like their format in that there's a loser's final and a winner's final. So, like, you know, when you get to the final, whoever has never lost has, like, a second life.
It's double elimination.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I like to think of that for tutorial is he's in the losers final and that Tim and Drakens are just like amalgamationed into the same person. And it's like if Drakens wins, then Tim and Drakens just handshake that they both won and that's it. That's the tournament.
What flying unit was the best overall? Vargeist or Arcane Phoenix?
Flying unit the best overall. After all the buffs, probably Vargeist.
I mean, overall, it's neither of those two, but between those two, Arcane Phoenixes are trash.
What flying unit do you think is best? If you're considering cost, right?
I mean, Furies.
Our Fury's the best.
For the price? They can kill Light Cav, dude.
I've seen a lot of Furies dive in, do nothing, and disintegrate.
Well, yeah. The difference between Furies being used by like a top tier player and a noob is very stark. Pretty drastic. I don't know, Screamer's also really, really good.
Oh god, ASB just kicked our ass. It's Longmas.
No, it's not Longmas, it's the ROR Longma. There's a difference. Regular Longmas are shitty. The ROR Longma is busted as hell.
Maybe triple Longmas is the easiest way for me to beat vampire counts as Cathay. Just air goons quantum. And Longmas outtrade Vargeist even when the Vargeist get heal support.
Anything that can take air superiority away from counts usually wins.
Yeah.
Alright, let's this game. So remember how you said Toddy is pretty good?
We got Toddy.
We got Toddy.
I love Toddy. He's great.
Yeah, well, Blood Roar plus Fear and Terror is really effective leadership bomb, especially on a faction that doesn't have a lot of terror sources.
Uh-huh.
And then we have interactive wagons ×4 and some
couple
spears.
spearmen. Yeah.
And a Dwellers of Balance caster on a Pegasus.
On the other
He
side, we have,
literally just has Dwellers.
he just has Dwellers. We have Archaon with Burning Head and Searing Doom. No Spirit Leech, interestingly. Marauders and Chaos Warriors spam. Marauders and Chaos Warriors spam.
Behold the Dude Wall.
It's the Dude Wall. War Wagons won't do that well against the Dude Wall. They're not great at clearing out mass amounts of infantry. They're better at sniping out high-value targets.
They're okay at it. They definitely don't suck. But there's something noticeably missing from the Empire build that I assume is in reserves. Le Sunmaker.
Yeah, maybe, and it would be really good versus all this infantry.
Yeah, that's why you don't typically see these kind of builds, despite being good against war wagons, is just because you're going to lose half your army to the Sunmaker if you do this kind of build. I assume Archaon beats... Oh my god, why does Archaon have that much melee attack? Why does he have 80 base melee attack?
Because he's a good boy. Yeah, no, Archaon is nuts. It's funny when we were looking at the Warriors of Chaos roster, we're like, this was last patch, we're like, if Sigvald and Bellicor weren't so overtuned, people would realize how fucking OP Archaon is. And
Archaon's really good.
Sigvald and Bellicor got some minor nerfs, and people were like, oh yeah, Archaon exists. And I'm like, yep, you discovered that you have 3 OP lords on this faction.
Yeah. I feel like there's some other good options too. Cause like the Zinj Sorcerer Lord is really good. Festus is still fine. Like there's so many Lord options for Warriors cast that's so good. And yeah, we got some Cav coming in for the Empire, which I find a little bit grenade launchers. They're coming to protect the grenade launchers. That's the other thing that'll fuck up this build really quickly, is grenade launchers. Although
I am super concerned for Drakens.
I see some aspiring champions, which I am here for. They are very resilient against all the things we said that would fuck over the other infantry.
They're really bad against war wagons.
Silver Shield's 120 armor. Isn't bad.
Full armor piercing also fuck your shields. Pretty good.
Do they not count towards shields? Do shields not block war wagons?
Shields block war wagons, but I think war wagons are gonna get through it anyway because I have been scarred too much by war wagons.
Okay. Grenade launchers are firing into the trees and not doing a whole lot. But yeah, remember that forest camping meta we talked about?
Oh, the forest camping meta's back. Let's go!
RTK forest camping meta. Mathor coming in. He needs to be a bit careful. I assume Boris will slap him around.
He will, but Archaon could
what?
sit right beneath them and cast buffs.
Or just sit right beneath him and just land.
True. The ability to land if you want to is one of the best features added to the game.
Oh, it's so much better. Like, not be able to land felt so bad.
Yeah, because it's like, why can't I land if I want to? Explain that to me.
Leave, yeah.
You can't leave your friends
sucks.
behind. You never have friends in the air.
Unless you were a vampire. Then you had lots of friends in the air.
Man, those grenade launchers are missing a lot because of the trees, but they're also just flat out missing. There's a lot of those grenades that are going past the target.
Yeah, that feels really bad. Grenade launchers do a ton of damage, so wasting shots like this feels just awful.
I love how he walks as close to the trees as he can, just like, come on!
He was dodging a Searing Doom that you can't see because it's the same color as the map.
The Searing Doom VFX update objectively looks good, but it also looks stupid to me because it doesn't look like metal shards anymore. It looks like snow. It looks like the hailstorm.
So, remember how Tim the Wilder just let himself be 3-capped over and over?
Yeah?
I think Dragons might be sitting in a Discord channel with him right now.
Yeah. Also, Archaon ran out against War Wagons and somehow didn't instantly die, so today is a day to be celebrated. Do you see this pathing going on for the Empire Knights?
Ah! Yeah, this is Mountains of Morn for you. That's pretty standard Mountains of Morn fare.
Just running in circles next to rocks.
So you know how missiles can like snap to the edge of these cliffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you give an attack order on a unit that's sitting there, you can't get to them. The units won't path to them correctly. It's amazing.
Goody.
Yeah. Anyway, really surprised we haven't seen the Sunmaker yet.
Yeah. If he even
Really
has
surprised
it,
by
but yeah.
I thought I saw it in this build, but I could be
That's
mistaken.
spoilers. We put the blocker up for a reason, you cheat.
I mean, I wasn't paying those that he might have changed it for all I know.
Yeah, he does have it, but like,
Okay.
yeah.
So there's Revenge Striking, jump to my Archaon, make sure they can't fire. The Warlords are all just firing to Archaon, but he is a tanky boy.
He's a very
He's just,
tanky
like, absorbing all the
boy.
fire, which, yeah.
There's no healing for him though, so any damage sticks. War Wagons on the other side got completely forgotten, and they're caught in melee against Chaos Warriors.
That's amazing.
All the micros going into this engagement, which I understand, but that is a huge mistake on the other side if it's allowed to pass.
Yeah.
Those War Wagons need to move.
Fortunately, they're not taking a whole lot of damage because they're very, very tanky in melee. 90 armor keeps them alive against Chaos Warriors without the AP.
Yeah.
Manticore is getting manhandled by Boros off from the side, which means you do lose your Pterosaurs, and that's a massive Dwellers. That's, what, 2 Marauders and a Chaos Warrior over there?
Yeah. I thought it was the Burning Head, honestly, for some reason.
That really hurts.
War Wagons are kiting away now.
Yeah, and Archaon is starting to get chipped down pretty low, but Hellstriders have come in and are just starting to rout off the Empire's units. The Warriors Chaos infantry line has been devastated.
On one flank.
On
On
one
the other
side.
flank, they're fine.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you need to win on more than one flank, or at least take a Hellstrider and cap the center objective.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Yeah.
Take it back.
Center point, no one seems to care.
Mhm.
We do have Free Company Militia walking into the fight slowly. Now they got attack orders onto Chaos Warriors, and there's no way they can see over these rocks.
Enemy wizards.
Mhm.
Come on. If Flamers can't see past one... Not even a whole unit. If Flamers can't see past one Chaos Warrior to fire at a giant clump, then those Free Company Militia can't fire off that cliff. War Wagons killing Hellstriders. It's all the same, Rick.
Yeah, the
Morty's
Empire
killing
Knights are doing
Mortys.
really well against the Hellstriders as well. Without their any AP, they do very, very poorly in that armored cavalry.
Hellstriders also caught the War Wagons, but they're doing very minimal damage because War Wagon things.
Mm-hmm. I'd really love to see Warriors Chaos just dip a toe on the objective number 2 and take it, because nothing defending it. And it just buys you time, which you sorely need at this juncture. Like, you're so far behind, you just need whatever you can get. And that looks free.
Yeah, they got rolled on the left side.
Yeah, some grenade launcher volleys and some really, really nice spells just destroyed their infantry lines.
Free Company Militia and War Wagons are now just teeing off onto Archaon for free. And War Wagons are firing through Empire Knights like it's no big deal, because apparently line of sight only matters to bad units.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I guess.
That's how that works. Okay, we do have some Forsaken coming to take objective number 2. Love to see it.
I think
They're
it's...
probably going to get dunked on by grenade launchers.
Yeah, that or... I don't know. I think it's too late, dude. Look at it. We're at 800 victory points.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough for the Warriors of Chaos. Thing is, when you do that build up where you just sit in the trees, you need to take objectives instantly. Like, you need to be on the points and force your opponent to come fight onto you.
Yeah, Archaon had to
just
retreat to the
love
cliff
it.
so he doesn't get shot anymore.
Yeah, and Archaon's kind of out of the fight.
One of the War
I
Wagons
think-
routed and is back. Tons of ammo. 2 models, so they actually lost 2 models somewhere.
Wait, a War Wagon model died? Where?
On the right flank, the one Chaos was actually doing okay until now. Now we're about to go back to triple
Oh, I
cap.
see. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a War Wagon model die.
I know. I didn't know they even had an animation for it. I thought the game would just crash.
Yeah, probably. I mean, to be fair, they don't have much of an animation. They just kind of fell over.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah.
Unending glory is yours.
Rest in peace, Warriors of Chaos. Man spam.
Fortunately for all of you in chat, Tutorial did 2-0, which means we do get to see the finals.
Yeah. Honestly, if Drakens had won and we had to just leave without watching the finals, that would have been anticlimactic. So.
Yeah, and I would have blamed you personally.
Dude, the Dwellers caster got
Dwellers
3,000
caster.
value.
I only saw 1 or 2 Dwellers.
I mean, one of them got a Chaos Warrior, a Marauder, and a Forsaken, so that alone is like a 1,900 value one.
Yeah, that's brutal. And he did take the Sunmaker out of his build.
Oh, wow, he did. Okay. All right. Thought he had it. All right. Drakens is the host, which means we have to fuck off and go find Tim.
Alright.
And it's finals time.
I see no other lobbies with spectator slots, so Tim does not seem to have a lobby.
I'm just spamming his chat right now.
Okay.
Each message got slightly longer and more capital letters in it until it was all capitals.
Did he respond?
Not yet, no. I think he went to bed.
I can see him sitting in a Discord channel.
I think he went to
That's
bed.
true. Okay.
This has been a pretty fast tournament, honestly, as far as all things go. Because we started streaming at the very start. Stream's about 4.5 hours long. We're probably going to go for about 5.5 to 6 hours, all said and done.
Oh. What I'm hearing is that you want to play a best of 7 for the finals.
No! No. I'm going to bed after this for sure. I mean, it's 9:48 here, but by the time we're done, it'll be like 10:30. Happy Armistice Day, the promise to never do that again day. That's my new favorite way of describing Armistice Day. Armistice Day was like World War II.
Oh. Again, that was before my time. First Sonic used 3 grenade launchers. Lucky Alice always seems better. Yes, like on paper, yes, but 3 grenade launchers takes a lot of micro to protect and keep them shooting. Whereas the Sunmaker, just like you summon it in, you click on a target, that target disappears.
I called Tim the Wilder a punk. Does that make me a bad person?
You want me to go get him? Do that.
No, I got him.
Okay.
He hosted a lobby. It's called
Nice.
TTR.
I see it. Alright, Bretonnian Beastman, give it to us.
That's clearly what is about to happen here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, tutorial's still on the same side. Don't have to move him on the blocker. And RTK Drakens just becomes RTK Spawn Camper.
Loopy says you're wrong, by the way.
Loopy can eat my... What? Sorry. What are we doing here? World War One? Oh, my bad. Best 23 so we can see some factions we never see. Somebody play Ogres, Doer Cowards. The first game of the day was Ogres. It was Ogres versus Vampire Counts. We've seen Lizardmen, Wood Elves today. We've seen High Elves, Dark Elves. We've seen Empire, Dwarves.
We haven't seen Slaanesh. That makes me sad.
True. We've seen Beastmen, Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast and Counts, Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, Khorne. I think I said Empire, but Empire.
Yeah, you did. Did you say Greenskins?
I have not said Greenskins. We've seen Greenskins. We've seen Norska.
Yeah.
So honestly, the factions we haven't seen are Slanesh,
Nurgle, Slanesh,
Brett,
Kislev,
Kislev. Yeah, because we saw Cathay too.
Doc.
Doc.
No,
We've actually almost
Yeah,
seen the
most of
entire
the
roster.
factions. Yeah, we've seen a lot of factions.
Yeah.
Kind
So-
of surprised we haven't. Wait, did we see Skaven? I think we saw.
No,
Skaven.
we have not seen Skaven today.
Oh, we joined a lobby after they played Skaven.
Yeah. Brett, Skaven, Nurgle, Slanesh, Demons of Chaos, Kislev. So 6. We haven't seen 6 factions out of like 24.
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah. I think our other stream was longer, and we saw less factions than we've seen today.
Yeah.
You think we're gonna get it in finals where Tim and Tutorial just handshake? We already both qualified for the next round. Let's just play all the, because we have 6 factions. We could have 3 games, both of them playing factions we haven't seen so far. We could do it. We could get them all.
I doubt.
Oh, I also extremely doubt. I'm just memeing. Lizards? We saw Lizards versus Wood Elves, yeah. Odium Tretch played it. Versus Ian Zero. Lizards brought double Salamander, and Wood Elves brought all trees. And then Mel Gibson and one Waywatcher. And the Waywatcher died, and then Mel Gibson died, and then all the trees died.
I think Mel Gibson ran away. I don't think he died. He summoned.
He stopped existing on the battlefield, so I consider him dead. If you want to change my mind, point at him. Show me where he is. Show him to me.
I'm
Oh, wait!
pointing. Look, do you see where I'm pointing?
Ah, fuck, you're right. There he is. I like to imagine that he's just outside your house.
Yeah.
You're like, look at him, and I just look over. Oh, yeah. Well, you should call somebody about that, though. That's kind of creepy.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. He's a woodland spirit. He can't come indoors. Everybody knows that's how that works.
The fact that the canon way to stop Dracula from coming into your house and killing you is consent makes him actually a very woke villain.
Mm-hmm.
He attended the seminars.
He did. He attended that mandatory sensitivity training.
Like, old Dracula used to, like, sneak up on women and then, like, come up from behind and just sink his fangs in. Like, he probably got a fucking talking to.
Oh yeah. You know, they sent him to therapy. They sent him to whatever seminar he had to go to. They got him straightened out. Now he's a gentleman.
Hell yeah. That's the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And they sent Frankenstein to ugly camp because being ugly is a sin.
True.
That was the moral of that story that I took away is, yeah, they beat up the ugly guy. There we go. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I didn't finish the book. It's just, they're burning down a windmill because an ugly guy lives there. There we go. Shut it. I've seen all I need to see. Dude, I've been reading the Halo books because when I was a kid, I used to get Gears of War, Halo, and there's one other that I always forget. Star Wars. I used to get Halo, Gears of War, and Star Wars books. And I stopped reading Star Wars because they made so many of them not canon that I just lost hope. But Halo and Gears of War I keep up on. They're pretty, like, 6 or 7 out of 10 reading. It's not great, but I'm in it so far, so I'm like, until they really fuck up, I guess I'll keep reading.
Yeah.
The Halo plot went off the walls after, like, the basic story ended. And then they wanted to expand it into a big, like, metaverse, and now AI are the bad guys, and everyone's the good guys besides the AI, and it's like, oh, robots. I love fighting robots. Like, the games went that way, the books went that way, and then they realized that wasn't fun, so now a lot of the books are like, you know how the Covenant are good guys now? Yeah, fuck that. These are Rebel Covenant, and they're bad guys, and they have a ton of ships, and I don't know why they're not blowing up Earth. even though they have all these ships, they're just not. And yeah, we're just doing the old books again. We're doing the old books again. It's like, all right, you guys are running around in circles.
Yeah, that's the problem with those series, that they keep going for just too long. Just people love them so much they just keep pumping out content, but the quality just kind of goes down, which sucks.
Yeah. Like, the only reason I haven't stopped reading is the individual books in the Halo series are actually getting pretty good. But the overall plot has just descended into, like, madness that you can't really track. The individual books are quite good, though. At this point.
I will take your word for it.
Yeah, they're definitely not worth reading. Like, it's not worth starting now.
Well, I have never been that interested in Halo. Never played the games.
Like I said, I was really interested when I was younger, and then now I'm just kind of sticking with it. I haven't played a game since Halo 4.
You ever played a video game in like 10 plus years?
I meant a Halo game. Did you ever play Evil Genius?
I want to say yes, but I'm blanking on what that game is. Like, the name is familiar.
It was an old game where you are like a Bond villain type evil genius, and you sit on an island and you have minions. And you build like a base, you send people out on missions, and you try not to piss off the world government too much, but if you do, they'll raid your island, you're gonna have to fight them back. They get like different super henchmen, like some of them were like cybernetic ninjas, another one was a giant Russian guy with a rocket launcher.
I have not played this game.
Evil Genius 2 came out, and critics panned it. I'm playing it right now, and I think it's suffering from the sequel curse. Where if this was the first game, people would say, oh yeah, it's pretty good, but as it's following a different game, then you're comparing it to the other game.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's not as good as the other games, so you're like, the reviews are like, on Steam, it's like mixed or mostly negative, but I'm playing it, and I'm like, yeah, this is a good game. It's not as good as the first one, but this is good.
Yeah.
I'm not super far, though, so maybe it just takes a turn into the boring. I'm 4 hours in, so. It's Dungeon Keeper, but James Bond. That's actually a really good way of describing it, ASB. Yeah, I'm having fun so far. I think that, like, the only reason it's not as good as the old one is they tried too hard. And now it's a little complicated. Whereas the other one was nice because it was simple, I guess. But I mean, I'm building a base, I'm stealing things, and there's a lot of comic relief, so it's really hard for it not to be fun. Oh, and tutorial surrenders.
Yeah, I think that's what that means. He's conceded.
All right.
GG.
GG, well played. Very nicely done, Tim, winning without...
Yeah, nice hanging out with you, me boy. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Oh my god, platypus.
Yes? What did you say?
Oh my god. I just realized Tim has leveled up. He was saving this for the finals. Previously he never left his spawn, now he never left the lobby. This is Tim Unleashed.
This is next level, Tim.
Try triple capping me if we don't enter the game, you filthy casual. Tutorials just like readying up and unreadying up, and Tim just never readies.
The stall tactics.
Have you read the Star Wars Tales of the Bounty Hunter, Mos Eisley, Joe Palace, all really good older anthology books? I have not read those.
I think I did a long time ago. Like when I was a kid. The series was about like Boba growing up, yeah?
Sounds like one of them was.
Yeah. I read a series about like Boba after Jango died, and like between, when he last saw him in the prequels to when you see him in the sequels.
Yeah.
Being pretty good.
The Star Wars universe was interesting. It just sucks that like Disney came in and made retcons.
Just sucks that Disney. Just you don't need to finish. Just
yeah,
sucks that Disney.
Sucks that Disney.
Yeah. Like they just removed so many good things from Star Wars.
Though I will say, while I did enjoy it, even pre-Disney, they were way too loose with that series. They let everybody do everything they wanted, and then it's like, wait, if you really track where like Obi-Wan Kenobi was through the Clone Wars, since there's
It's like 6 places all at the same time.
yeah, because there's like 2 or 3 TV series about that era. There's a movie about it, and there's tons of books about it, and it's like,
You know, when you have so many different writers that don't coordinate with each other at all, it just gets a bit chaotic. I mean, that's kind of like how Warhammer ended up too. Like it's just everything everywhere is a mess. And 40K.
all right,
It's like it's not bad. Like they're enjoyable individually. You just have to not like put too fine tooth of a comb over how things are fit together.
I haven't read any 40K lore, and it might just be me, but it sounds like what I do know about it sounds really boring to me.
Mhm.
And like I know a lot of people enjoy it, so maybe I just haven't heard any good lore. But when I talk to some of my 40K friends and they tell me the gist of it, I'm like, that doesn't sound like a story for me.
It sounds like it's gonna be a lot of depictions of battles and not a whole lot of like heavy plot, or they're gonna be like fairly repetitive plots.
Yeah. Or maybe like
Just
that Dark Elf rant I did earlier. It feels like that for every faction, where it's like, space is so big you couldn't possibly find them all. So anyway, Tyranids are
Right.
here.
It's a lot of cheap action.
Yeah. I don't know. But I'm also like, I'm not a huge space guy. I really like fantasy because of melee weapons. I find melee weapons make for really easy conceptualization of skill. It's so hard for me to understand what makes someone a good gun person.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? And not like in real life. Yeah, aim good. I fucking get that. But like a story about guns is so hard for me to really invest in. Like, this guy is the best at guns. And it's like,
Guns
how...
aren't as dramatic.
Yeah. How does his skill stop him from getting hit by the other guy's bullets? That is a very key thing that if it's not addressed well, I lose interest very quickly. Sometimes it is done well. Sometimes it is done well. But it's very easy for plots to just go into, and then the hero didn't get hit. And I'm like, well, that's not because of him. He had no agency in not dying. He just happened to not die.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I find I don't tend to enjoy sci-fi reading as much, but movies and TV, I really like sci-fi. But and then the other side, fantasy books are my thing.
Fantasy books are not your thing?
Are my fantasy? I like fantasy in books a lot more than I like sci-fi in books, and I like. Yeah, I'm pretty big even on TV for the two.
Yeah. I like John Wick is maybe one of the only gun-based movies I can really get behind, because they like the choreography is so good and they lean into it. Where they're just like, John Wick's gonna get hit by 4 cars in the intro of John Wick 2 and he's gonna get up and keep running. Sucks to suck, deal with it. That's the kind of movie you're watching. Now let's get on with it.
Yeah, it's just like deal with it, bitch, and keep going.
And it's great.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's over the top and it sells it. Where like, you know, with 40K, it's meant to be like really dark and serious, and then it's just super over the top as well, and that just doesn't really mesh very well.
All right, we're finally into the Words of Chaos Birds, Chaos Mirror tutorial.
Again.
Yeah, tutorial was having some issues. Tim the Wilder messaged me about it. Tim, ready when you are. I hope you're having a good day. Tutorial. Oh, fuck you, idiot. I'm not going to play this stupid game with you. You're a piece of shit. Tim, that sounds right. And then tutorial left. Wait, that doesn't sound right.
For a second, you had me, and I was really concerned. For a second there, I was actually like genuinely concerned.
Tutorial's just being a massive dickhead and I'm calling him out on stream. No. His game crashed twice.
Okay. Better in lobby than in the game.
Yeah. So we'll see.
So we already saw this matchup today. We already saw Tim play this matchup, didn't we? Yeah, he played against Rofflin. It's the second time we've seen Tim playing this matchup. Let's see if he brings the same build.
Yeah, who did we stop in on? Who did Tim fight first on stream?
It was Rofflin.
Samurai.
Wasn't it?
Samurai.
Oh, he played Samurai. I don't think they played a walk mirror.
No, they played Corn Walk, so it was almost a mirror.
Well, a couple of key differences there. Anyway,
So you want a Be'lakor mirror or what?
So we have for tutorial. He has Be'lakor and a Shadow Cast. So Be'lakor doesn't have any spells. The Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh on the War Shrine has the Pit of Shades.
Wait, could you take double Pit of Shades?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I was just wondering. I'm like, wait, why haven't we seen like double Blue Fire? I suppose it's so spammable. Anyway,
yeah, double Blue Fire you see on occasion, but it's not super common because you just get its use anyway. So we have a Mortis engine and Aspiring Champions, so as to not charge an opposing Mortis engine, and then Skirmish Cav, and that's all the tutorial has on the ground.
All right.
And then Tim.
On the other side, we have 6 Skirmish Cav, Be'lakor, and some infantry to charge up that Mortis engine.
A Pit of Shades with nothing to use it on. He does actually have Melkoths, interestingly enough. Melkoth's actually pretty good against Skirmish Cav, both because it does reasonable damage and slows them down enough for your Skirmish Cav to focus them pretty effectively.
Can I go on record as saying Dom or land battles? I fucking hate Warriors of Chaos Mirror.
Yeah. Mirrors in general aren't that interesting, but I don't know, they're definitely worse mirrors.
There are. But this one has a special place in my heart because both these factions are already so annoyingly common.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, hey, you want to see both at the same time? Not really. No.
Yeah. Warriors guys feel very, very bland at the moment because they're just a mix-mash of 4 other factions.
And Skirmish Cav.
Yeah. Well, guess what? There are actually 5 other factions that have those Skirmish Cav.
I know. I had to cast a game between Crabling and Mofet, Norska versus Warriors of Chaos. Basically, it was just Skirmish Cav. That was literally it.
Anyway, based solely on width alone, I suspect Tim the Wilder is going to be the one to take objective number 3, which means that tutorial will have to push up and fight for objective number 2, and ideally try to force Tim to contest with his infantry, allowing him to get value out of his Mortis engine. Other than that, Skirmish Cav.
Yeah, not Tim. Tutorial did just spawn in his other 2, so it is 6 versus 6.
Yep.
Yeah, Fat Kid at Resos, this is very lore friendly. This Chaos does fight Chaos all of the goddamn time.
Yeah, but Be'lakor doesn't often fight himself, I suspect.
He is the Shadow Master. Maybe this is some shadow boxing.
I would suspect some sort of a Zinchian scheme.
I mean, if you look out from the Black Ark, we don't really look like we're in a real place. Maybe this is just some weird training. He's in the
looks like the
time chamber.
ocean. It looks like the ocean.
Oceans aren't real.
That's true.
Hold on, you cast the game. I'm gonna go look at the ocean.
What's their cast? It's a skirmish game and nobody's fired a shot.
All right.
Actually, one unit has fired a volley at Be'lakor.
All right. So I reached the bottom. There are, in
down.
fact, boats in this water.
Well, yeah, this is a fucking boat, genius.
Holy shit, they're chaos boats.
Are they actually? Wait.
Yeah, they're chaos boats.
Oh, I see, yeah. Oh, there are actually little boats down there. Jeez, Black Arcs are massive. Anyway, yeah, this is how we feel about skirmish games, chat. Hold on, now I need to zoom in and see.
Don't worry, I'll get back to the fight soon.
This is wildly more important than the 3 damage going down on the skirmish mirror.
All right, I'm back. You feel free to look at the boats.
How can you tell that there's chaos boats?
I thought the top.
Oh, that's
circle...
a chaos arc. Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I see it.
I love how
And I see a pile of skulls on deck.
Yeah, those tiny little boats are like, yeah, we could take a Black Ark, and it clearly didn't work out for them because they all look like they sunk.
I mean, it looks like there's chaos fighting for over who keeps the Black Ark. It looks like all the Dark Elves are dead to me.
3 tiny boats took the fucking Black Ark.
It's not 3. There's 5.
I mean, with 2 Be'lakors, I suppose you could kill an entire city of Dark Elves.
I'm gonna say with 1 Be'lakor, you're probably good.
Yeah.
Anyway, as I said, Tim is taking objective number 3, which means his opponent is forced to push across the open ground to take objective 2 sooner or later after they have decided they're done skirmishing.
If you combine both armies' damage values, you have killed 1 Marauder.
Yep. And now, okay, we have Knights of the Brazen Throne for tutorial.
Wow. Wow.
That's actually a really good option against Chaos Warriors. They'll kill Chaos Warriors quick, and Tim probably doesn't have anything here to deal with them, aside from maybe Be'lakor going over there and fighting them himself. Like, who prepares for that shit?
I don't know. And Skirmish Cab wouldn't do that much versus them. 130 armor.
Oh, they're tanky sons of bitches.
Yeah.
8k HP.
Low
And
bottle
have you
count.
seen these guys crush infantry?
Honestly, no. People take them all the time, but they never seem to work out in land battles, so I'm ready for this charge. I want to see it.
They flatten infantry. I've seen them one-shot skeletons, like Tomb King skeletons. I've seen them actually one-shot them.
I believe it. They just never, like, in all the games I see them, they never get the fight that they want, and they end up, like, bogged down in Skirmish Cab.
That's why you don't see them very often. They're really slow.
Let's go.
On the high ground, there's skirmishing happening. It's very exciting, I assure you.
Yeah, I'm watching this charge. That's all I give a shit about. If people want to watch the Skirmish Cav, it's past there. You can still see it happening.
Just watch the damage counter. Counter charge coming in.
Half HP.
Half HP.
That's pretty good.
And Melkoths to keep them in melee.
Oh,
Actually,
wow.
that Melkoth's doing a lot of damage.
They're
Oh,
having
jeez.
a bad time.
Yeah, that Melkoth's.
All
And
right.
the Terror out coming in. The Chaos Warriors are gone already.
Yeah.
That
was a lot of
Melkoth's.
damage.
Jeez, that Melkoth's doing a lot of damage, though. Was it the Melkoths or was it the infantry, actually?
Their
the
Be'lakor
Melkoths.
has 800 damage value on him, so I think it was Melkoth's.
He's been casting over a while, though, but the Chaos Warriors have, like, 300 value. The Chaos Warriors actually did a good chunk.
Yeah, they did okay.
Because when you're so big and so slow, you have a hard time disengaging, so you take a lot of damage in return.
Something almost happened on the top, but then both players realized it and stopped it real quick.
The thing is, on the top, like, it's in Tim's best interest to stall this out and just deal with the Knights of the Brazen Throne and hold Objective 3. But, like, well, it looks like both players are convinced they can win the blows at the bottom side, so neither one of them want to force the engagement in the center.
Yeah.
So nothing's going to happen up there for a while.
I lost track of some arrows. They were all up in the sky in front of me and just disappeared. I'm going to watch the stream on the left-hand screen to see what happens to them.
What's the Chaos Warrior got about 340 value.
They just disappeared.
It's at 342, yeah.
Another
About 1500
Melkoth's
damage.
onto the Brazen Throne. Each Melkoth's getting about 250 value.
Yeah. Another charge on these Chaos Warriors. They're not long for this world.
Yeah, they're so spread out that the charge wasn't nearly as impactful, but still pretty good.
Yeah.
Skirmish
Skirmish
Cav
Cav coming over to try and finish them off along with some more Chaos Great weapons. Kind of surprised he didn't summon halberds. I wonder if he just didn't bring any halberds. I find halberds are quite good in the walk mirror for things like this. Just for holding a side objective by themselves. Looks like Tutorial's trying to force his way to the low ground objective with his skirmish cap from the high ground. Bellacor's going to try to intercept them, but putting themselves between like his opponent's forces and their summoning zone is pretty risky. Because if his opponent summons a Hellstrider, they can just collapse very, very easily. And looks like Tim has managed to retain control of objective number 3.
True. Tutorial's sitting on about 1,200 funds. Wonder what he is saving up for. And he's currently
Doom
outnumbered
Knights.
on the field.
Doom Knights.
Doom Knights. It's not Doom Knights, it's Forsaken. Not Forsaken, Aspiring Champions.
That's actually... Oh, yeah. I thought you were speculating, then I realized, nope.
Nope, Tom.
So Tim's Be'lakor is in a rough spot. He's surrounded by enemy Cav and the enemy Be'lakor, but, I mean, it's Be'lakor. Even he can't play himself.
True.
Even Be'lakor can't kill Be'lakor. Below ground, there's a single unit of Marauders surrounded by Skirmish Cav and Chaos Warriors. They will not live very long, I suspect. And now Tutorial is trying to force on the high ground. He sent his words are hard, man.
Dude,
Sent
words
his
are very
Aspiring
hard.
Champions. Now he's following up this Chaos Sorcerer who will try to get on top of the enemy Marauders, drop Pit of Shades to charge up the Mortis Engine, or he'll drop Pit of Shades somewhere else on a blob and not charge up his Mortis Engine, which honestly I feel like even if that hits is not going to be worth. He'd much rather charge up the Mortis.
Yeah,
Because the
that
Aspiring
was
Champions don't kill very quickly. That
that
was
was a whoops.
ambitious. That was an ambitious cast.
I'm gonna say it was an accident with no evidence, just because I think Tutorial's the best player alive.
Fair. Marauders are actually going to crumple those Aspiring Champions a lot faster than I expected they would.
Yeah. Yeah, they're helping charge up the Mortis a little bit. There's plenty of Skirmish Cav nearby. Does this Mortis have healing of some kind? Because yeah, there it is. When casting a spell.
Yep.
Okay. I mean,
So,
with Pit of Shades is your only spell, you're not going to get a ton of healing, but some is better than none.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial amount of healing as well. So tutorial is forcing the fight on both the high ground and the low ground, which I find quite odd. Generally want to dedicate all your resources to one engagement and just try to win that. But they seem to be doing actually pretty well in both at the moment.
Yeah, I think he just got really sick of Tim. Tim was winning the skirmish game by a little bit, and then they ran down and fought the Knights of the Brazen Throne, so he's like, alright, if those skirmish calves are just going to go to whatever engagement I go to, I'm going to go to 2 places and fuck them. They can't be both places at once, I think is the reasoning there.
Fair enough. Tim actually has a pocket of infantry and Hellstriders up on the very high ground that could push forward to take Objective 1 relatively easily if they can shut down the Knights of the Brazen Throne, who are getting peppered by skirmish cav and countercharged by Hellstriders. And the Hellstriders just kind of caught their momentum and made sure they couldn't run over the infantry.
Now the Knights will fight almost to the death up here, but it doesn't look like they're going to get that great of a trade.
Nope.
Slanesh Mortis Caster Engine is currently trying to drain down all these Chaos Warriors, and the Chaos Warriors are just ignoring it, running past them. And a nice Pit of Shades on 3 cav units, but it's not near the Mortis Engine, so it's not going to charge it up. And these are cav units, so they can just walk out of it. They are not stuck like infantry would be. And honestly, they just sit in it and it doesn't even do that much damage. So I think it was undercast.
Certainly looks that way. Mortis Engine isn't very charged up though, so it's not doing a ton of damage, and Tutorial still hasn't actually captured the low ground objective, so he's still pretty far behind on objective tickets, and Tim is equalizing the value pretty heavily after he's killed those Knights of the Brazen Throne. So his skirmish cav is starting to run out of ammo, so he will be desummoning those shortly, I suspect. But yeah, all that's left on the high ground for Tutorial is the skirmish cav and a reinforcement contingent of Marauders, which might be able to take the objective and hold it, but with all the opposing forces up here, it'll be a tough ask.
Blue Acor is coming over to help his caster out, but the caster's currently getting whooped on by Velikor. He's down to about half HP on the dot, and that is no bueno.
Blue Acor. I love it.
Huh? That is a shit ton of red up here, by the way.
Yes, it is, and that is problematic for Tutorial. And Tim has actually overtaken the value lead pretty quickly and pretty decisively.
Yeah. He spawned some Marauders on the low ground just for fun.
Yeah, I feel like they should just chill and not actually take the fight, because they'll lose that fight.
Why would you spawn them for fun if you're not going to throw them at the enemy for fun?
True.
Now you're thinking with portals.
Inspiring champions, like, they've been sitting here and grinding for ages, and they're just not taking much damage, but also not dealing a whole lot of damage. They're just kind of existing, and it's not really accomplishing a whole lot for Tutorial.
They're a mood.
Yeah. And Tim has taken objective number 1, which means that Tutorial needs to force him off fairly soon before he gets forced into a massive point deficit.
The trips cap?
Yeah, that one.
I will say
Looks
it's pretty clear Tim's getting tired though, because he didn't allow his opponent to triple cap him before winning the game. So he's just kind of he's like, you know what? I want to go to bed. Fun's over. I'm gonna play the game from the start now.
Looks like Blue Acor has woken up and chosen violence. Is trying to take the fight with the other Bellicor, which I view as a pretty desperate move. Like, you'd rather have Bellicor doing any of a number of other things. Like, as we discussed earlier, Bellicor is very hard to kill, so I'd much rather have him terror routing and just casting Pit of Shades and just ruining infantry or cav. So.
Yeah.
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 Tim did decide to take the fight on the low ground, but he is summoning a lot more troops to actually try and take that fight successfully. He is actually winning pretty heavily on the high ground, so he can definitely afford the resources to go over there and do that.
I think Tutorial's just too far behind. Like, the damage value doesn't feel that disparate, but if you look at the map, it just feels like Red has way more out here.
Yeah, I feel like these aspiring champions are just like a fun sink. They haven't done a whole lot. They haven't really impacted the battlefield. They just exist.
And for perspective, 2 aspiring champions is 2,200 gold, so that is 5 or 6 Marauders.
I was going to say just 3 Marauder Horse Masters.
I mean, yeah, but that's not as many dudes.
True.
My analysis is more dudes win more games.
It's true. That's why RTK likes to dude wall.
Big if true. I don't have a ton of analysis left in my body. This is a double cap from red, soon to be a triple cap. Blues out of funds, blues out of times, blues out of resources.
Blues out of luck.
Blues out of luck. It was all luck. Tutorial played as good as he could, but sometimes lands on tails, you know? Scumbag.
Well, red is starting to actually run out of steam here on objective number 1. I think it's starting to wear down and route off. And blue is getting the capture advantage, but they need to actually turn that capture advantage into a value lead pretty quickly. It's a nice bit of shades coming down. Gonna nuke that Chaos Warrior Grip, which could be pretty big.
I wonder if it was overcast.
Good damage. It looks like it was not. No,
was
it might have
not.
been. Yeah. I can never tell with a bit of shades. But yeah, with the Hellstriders and the Manticore helping out the low ground objective, Tim the Wilder should be able to take that objective pretty soon. And then from there, I'd like to see him just reinforce objective number 2 and hold that. And just let whatever's on objective 1 fight to the death, and then just fall back to objective number 3, or objective number 2. Blue Core and the Mortis Engine are taking apart Tim the Wild's infantry piece by piece, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it fast enough. Tim did make the interesting decision to resummon Skirmish Cav, which I think is probably a mistake. Skirmish Cav takes so long to get value and don't really hold objectives, I just kind of question it. I'm going to try to see probably more Marauders or some Trolls or something, or even more Hellstriders. But
I think he summoned them to deal with the Mortis Engine without throwing more dudes into it.
I think the Mortis Engine falls in the category of you're not going to kill it, don't waste your time. Personally, especially when it has the healing.
Anticity coming in clutch saying that was probably an overcast because overcast does 60 to 80% of their damage while normal does 30 to 40, so that was probably overcast.
Okay. Neato. But tutorial does need a 3 cap, and with him currently holding objective number 2 and 3, he'll have to do that for a reasonably long amount of time. He has to cap fairly quickly. He has retaken his objective, but with so much mobility left on the field for Tim the Wilder, if tutorial decides to push up his infantry from 1 to 2, then Tim can just take his Hellstriders and Skirmish have a back cap. So he needs to spread out his resources in evenly, which means he's going to have a much weaker position at either point, and that's not even beginning to talk about taking objective 3, which he also has to do. So I think tutorial is a bit out of luck.
Yeah. He just it's really, it's nice from Tim the Wilder, like very good planning, very good play, but it is funny where it's like, I have captured, point 3, I did it, and then Tim's like, I have 1 and 2. I took back 1, I took back 3. I will always have 2, and you will always have 1.
It's just, classic Art of War shit. Just, attack your opponent where they are weak.
Yeah. But here's this: if Sun Tzu was so good at war, how did he die?
I don't know. I never met the man personally.
I met him once. He's a dick.
Fair enough.
So, tutorial is pushing up towards point 2, realizing obviously he can't just sit on point 1. He needs to get up there and do something else. Kind of going for an all-in desperation. Something
I see.
better than sitting there and losing.
I see additional Knights of the Brazen Throne.
Yeah, they're back, baby. Let's go.
They're actually really good at cleaning up all this infantry, especially with their terror and there's heavy shock damage. But I feel like you just need more bodies. Like you need capture rate, and they don't provide a whole lot of it. And like I said, the thing Tim can do from here on is just take his skirmish cav, walk around the blob of infantry coming from objective 2, and go take objective number 1. Because it's completely undefended except for the Knights of the Brazen Throne, which can't catch skirmish cav.
Yeah, though I think there's not enough stuff up here with real capture weight that Troy has to worry about it, and also it is a Hail Mary. Now these Knights of the Brazen Throne, for it being a Hail Mary, are fucking around for an awful long time. They need to go elsewhere instead of chasing Hellstriders until they literally shatter.
Yeah, they need to go to the low ground and take objective 3. They're your only thing on the field that can actually take objective 3 in the frame you need. But that's also just trusting that what you have could take objective 2, which I'm kind of doubting, especially since Blue Acor is getting gooned out by Red Acor and a Manticore.
There's a lot of core up there. Yeah. Biggest wars ever, World War I and II. Sun Tzu victories in either of them? 0. Yeah, you're right.
That's a very good point.
I think Tim's got this.
I think Tim is backcapping objective number 1, like I said he should. And I don't think tutorial can contest all 3 objectives in any reasonable fashion.
But as far as style points go, we do have the Knights of the Brazen Throne summoned a second time. They still haven't paid for themselves for the first time they were summoned.
Yep.
So they have a lot of ground to make up in the next 25 seconds.
Yep.
I love how neither of the cores is going to die.
Yep.
After an entire game of coring around, they're both just fine.
The Bellacore experience.
Wow, Tim's Bellacore did a lot more, though. I guess it's because he has spells. Okay, he has spells.
He has spells.
Though without spells, is it worth it to bring Blue a core?
Probably not. Typically, when I am playing this, if I'm bringing a War Shrine, I'm usually pairing it with Sigvald, or just a cheap Siege caster. Like even then, like I don't know, I'm not a big fan of the Slanesh Shrine on the walk in a walk build in general. Personally, I only really bring it with Slanesh because generally you just want to save all your marks for Hellstriders.
Yeah. Well, for tutorial is Shadowcaster / Mortisenge got 1900 value on the dot.
All right, bets taken. Which got more value, Knights of the Brazen Throne or a random ass Hellstrider?
Random Hellstrider.
Of course it is. 1900 value on it. Knights of the
Oh,
Brazen Throne got
wow.
1500.
Yep, that is better.
Yep. That, my friends, is why you see Hellstriders and not Knights of the Brazen Throne.
That is upsetting.
It is. Knights of the Brazen Throne are a cool unit, and like it's very satisfying seeing just delete an infantry unit, but they take damage so fast, so big, and so slow.
Dude, that is the story of all of the Mornfang cavalry variants.
Yeah, but I don't have sympathy for that because ogres are stupid and they look funny. Corn Knights are cool.
Core Knights are cool. I wish Mornfang Cav was better. Not Crushers. Notice I'm not saying Crushers, just Mornfang Cav. All of the variants of Mornfang Cav, it does not matter how high their armor is, does not matter how high their melee defense is. They will take so much damage existing. It's like, oh hey, you spawned? There goes half your health bar.
Yeah, basically.
You want to remake of Beauty and the Beast with Core's Bell? Bellacore. Ha. Alright, I'm gonna go wish Grace good night while they do their picks and bans.
Enjoy.
I'll be back when I feel like it.
Okay. How are you, chat? Chat, are you sad we haven't seen Skaven yet today? Corn units, look at all this metal. See to lose to Mars with throwing sticks. Yeah, that's the thing with Corn. Like Corn looks really cool, especially when they're like previewing all this stuff for Warhammer 3, like all the trailers and shit. Corn looked so badass, and then you get in, and they just play like a potato, and it feels bad. I heard War Dancers lost. My guess is they got wrecked. Feels bad. They did. They were used against lizards, and they got shot to shit. Skaven Mirror or Nurgle Mirror? Chat, you don't want to see a Nurgle Mirror. I can guarantee you. Skaven Mirror, maybe. You don't want to watch a Nurgle Mirror because it's not a lot to watch. It's probably worse than Accounts Mirror. You know how squishy demons are? Yeah. That's the big downside of demons, that they're just so squishy. Plague Bears aren't bad, but everything else sucks. For that reason. Well, unless it's terribly fast. But yeah, like Bloodletters, Demonettes, all that jazz just suck. You know about the leadership power grab thing? Something out of the low leadership faction more? Yeah. Like they need it to be competitive, but it does just kind of violate their faction identity, which I'm not a huge fan of. Oh, you'd love a Nurgle Mirror? Interesting. Okay, so I have confirmed we're not gonna see a Skaven mirror because Skaven are global banned. The Mortis engines rubbing us against each other. Who doesn't want that? True. Who doesn't love rubbing their Mortis engine against another man's Mortis engine? I was kind of hoping that would be the moment Humbo would return. Plus, A leadership is so massive. I mean, yeah, any faction that could take that would. Teams are all squishy all, and they're unbreakable. Gotta love this fade and crumbling. Yeah. Yep. So tutorial picks Bretonia. That's interesting. This isn't hover. I'm DMing with Tim, and he's telling me that tutorial has selected Bretonia intentionally, which is somewhat surprising to me because Bretonia are pretty much hot trash. Especially considering Tim has a very, very sweaty pick 3. Tim picked his pick 3 was Slanesh VC Zinch. So if Slanesh counts Zinch, ban Zinch or ban Slanesh. And tutorial answered with, okay, he said Brett. Now he's hovering corn, so maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he came to his senses. Star just wants to end the misery. So yeah, those are the picks and bans. How are you doing, chat? Are you guys staying awake? Because I, for one, am not staying awake. I'm getting very sleepy. What's our next map? We just played Black Ark. What's next? Finals map. It is Crossing of the Sea of Claws. Okay, so tutorial pick corn ban Slanesh. Is it Tim can either play Counts or Zinch? It looks like he's picking Zinch. It's a choice I probably support. It's also a pretty classic matchup. This is one of those ones that goes back to the first days of the early days of
I'm back.
Warhammer 3. Hi.
The grace has been said goodnight to.
I have terrible news for you.
Zinch Corn?
Scaved have been global banned.
What? Why?
Scaved are not bad. It's also, when you get to this stage of a tournament, I find it's very common for players not to ban the top things, because basically they're confident in it and they're willing to take those mirrors. So like, if you're practicing and your goal is to win a tournament, you're gonna be practicing the top tier stuff. So you're usually pretty confident on it. But yes, we do have Zinch Corn.
Zinch Corn it is. Back to the pre-IE days.
So Zinch will have complete skirmish dominance.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. The other thing that Corn is going to be really, really scared of is Soul Grinders, I suspect, because Soul Grinders will shit on Minotaurs. So, well, they might waste a little bit of ammo, because they get penetrating models very well, but they'll one-shot Minotaurs, I assume. Or at least knock them over.
Do you think we'll see Flamers?
Unlikely, but I also didn't expect to see them at all this evening in general. Actually, this is the OG matchup where you did see Flamers. Like, pre-IE, you always saw Flamers in this matchup, because Zinch couldn't really kill Corn Warriors otherwise.
Yeah.
That said, things have changed.
Spawn have taken several nerfs.
Yeah, as well as having Skirmcav and your own Chaos Warriors, you can actually just grind in the front line.
Is Crossing the Sea of Claws the map?
It is.
Okay.
So I need to shame both our players for still having the basic bitch banners for both factions. Shameful,
yeah.
especially at this stage of a tournament.
Corn, I like the black. I think it's like
Yeah.
the bloody sword or something, but it's black and red.
Crimson Skulls. It's the one I like. It's just a black banner with like a red skull in the middle.
Oh yeah, I have one with a black banner with a red sword.
Okay.
Corn is not very creative with their color scheme.
No. Which fits. That fits their vibe.
True. Zinch, I usually go with the purple one. It's purple with a chaos star in the middle.
So I put out a Zinch guide today,
Mm-hmm.
and I took some time in the video to talk about Zinch banners, and I said that one's shit and nobody should use it. Basically, get
Aww,
fucked.
I love that one. Tian, you hate watching Marauder Horseman? Dude, then you hate watching Total Warhammer 3 since IE. And Total Warhammer 2 since as long as I can remember.
Yep. Well, in Warhammer 2 wasn't as bad 'cause there was 2 factions that had them. Now there's 6.
Yeah.
That banner is like, it's like my least favorite Zinch banner, but Houseplant loves it, and so anytime Houseplant and I have a debate, we bet our Zinch banners. Whoever loses has to use the other person's Zinch banner in the next tournament.
What's Houseplant's one?
It's the same one you used, the purple one.
Oh, sorry. What's yours then?
I used the Flaming Scribes. It's the blue background with the white flame
It's
on it.
the exact same as the normal one.
No, it's not.
Okay, blue and white instead of blue and yellow. Yeah, real different.
And it doesn't have the eye.
The original is just better.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You can't take the original in any of them because it looks low effort. It looks like you don't give any thought to it. You have to change it to show that you know what you're doing. You're thinking about it. These important factors.
I agree with that sentiment, except for Kislev. For Kislev,
All of Kislev's banners suck.
the Ice Court is the best.
Kislev as a faction just sucks. Everything about them sucks.
I like that you're a man of your principles. You just stick with it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, fuck Kislev.
I will continue to say fuck Kislev until armored Cossacks don't count as a missile unit.
Yeah. Yeah. Kislev need better cav.
They do.
I have so I built my admin team to have a bunch of different people with a bunch of different perspectives on the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I have 2 I pretty consistently fight with that think skirmish cav matchups are fun, and that Kislev cavalry is good. And it's just like, it's just really funny because kind of like you're talking about with Houseplant, it's not a bet, but it's like no matter what we're talking about, somehow the conversation will always end up on one of those 2 things, and the same 2 people will be arguing with me. Like no matter what we're talking about. Like I swear one of my admins could bring up like, you know, I played soccer today and it was pretty fun. And then by the end, Loopy and Phoenix King will be fighting me. That skirmish cav are fun and interesting, and or Kislev cav is good.
Yep.
Amenephis, that was a good joke. I liked that.
Yeah.
The Kosovo dervishes are good, but like Wing Lancers and the Griffin Legion I maintain are trash.
I think every unit other than their frontline infantry pays too much for Buy Our Blood, because like that's frontline infantry is the only thing you want that ability on most of the time, and so it just feels bad paying for that on like dervishes or Wing Lancers. So like anything that's supposed to be damage oriented, having that defensive ability just feels bad, but since you pay so much for it.
Loopy, I thought you were a fan of skirmish cav. Because I, like, wasn't it just yesterday I was bitching in our chat about, like, I had to cast this awful game. It was 20 minutes, well, almost 20 minutes. It was almost 20 minutes. Literally all the units were either skirmish cav, dogs, or hellstriders, and that was the entire game. And all of it, I played it on ×3 speed because it was a replay. I just had to watch skirmish cav dodge until they ran out of ammo, and then the side that still had hellstriders won because you just had shitty skirmish cav that was out of ammunition versus fucking hellstriders.
Sounds fun.
Anticity's the skirmish cav guy. That's pretty funny.
Oh, of course Anticity likes skirmish cav. You're disgusting.
Yeah,
Absolutely disgusting.
I know Phoenix King loves skirmish cav because he gets mad at me whenever I enjoy infantry fights, and he's like, "Ugh, another infantry 20 stack. Very interesting."
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm not saying you're wrong. It's definitely a difference of opinion, which is why I like having you guys on my team, because, you know, we're trying to make the game fun for everybody, not just for me, but it is funny. Anyway, the game we're actually playing. Tim again leaving his spawn. He left this for finals. It's official.
This is the internet. You're not supposed to tolerate other opinions. But, yeah. As I said, Soulgrind's going to be a real problem for those Minotaurs. And then Blue Fire's going to be a real problem for these Chaos Warriors. And everything else in the roster. For Corm, we just got a mess of Chaos Warriors, as well as double Cultists and Valkia, and then Zinch has some spawns, some Halberds, and then Skirmish elements.
Is double Cultist still good?
No.
All right.
I haven't seen double Cultist in months. Like, since IE came out, Cultists have not been very popular. Any of the Cultists. Occasionally you'll see Slanesh Cultists just as a disruption tool. Or like, occasionally you'll see these guys as a backline access tool to just drop a summon on missile unit. That's not the dynamic here. Like, there's no backline to compromise.
Yeah.
And like, I wouldn't expect there to be. So this is definitely an odd choice in my eyes. They will do alright killing Chaos Warriors, but I mean, so will your Chaos Warriors.
Yeah, that does seem like an odd one. I never really was a fan of that, like, bringing 2 Zinch cultists with Power Stone and then desummoning them. Like, it never felt like it worked out when I watched it.
That was my guilty pleasure back in the day. It was just Power Stone spam. It wasn't good, but I liked doing it because I like having WOM to fuck around with.
Magic is one of the things that makes these games like super fun, in my opinion.
Makes it so unique from all the historical games. Aside from just roster diversity. Anyway, the cliffs on this map actually make it kind of difficult for Kairos to be getting off good blue fires. He wants nice level terrain to get the proper arc, but with all the variance in terrain, it makes it kind of hard for him to do that. Tim may take that skirmish from the low ground and cap the objective. Because yeah, see, he's having a really hard time getting a whole lot of value to blue fire.
Yeah. Chaos Warriors of Khorne only have 15% spell resist. That's kind of weird, but still, it's blue fire versus hundreds of armor.
Why did we let this happen, you boy?
Why did we let
Zinch be red team and Khorne be blue team?
I don't know. that is actually very, very wrong. Now that you mention
yeah, that's very upsetting.
I can't unsee it. Why did you do this?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Why did you point this out to me? I didn't want to know. I was blissfully ignorant.
Let's see some of these halberds rotate down to 0.3 to hold against the Minotaurs. They're your best tool against Minotaurs, aside from the shooting. But Forsaken against the Minotaurs is not going to go terribly well. Yeah. Blue fighting the Minotaurs. You'll see why that's usually not that good of a use of WOM. Yep.
It killed a model.
Not too quick. Did it?
Killed one.
Hey, it did. Yeah, exactly. It only hits one.
Yeah.
Soulgrind is about to do the same thing.
Soulgrind is a little less egregious, but still not incredible.
Soulgrinder just completely whiffed. So, you know.
Rip. Stop the game right now and tell him to switch sides.
Not doing that, no.
Alright, Plata, keep casting the game.
Furious are getting on top of some skirmish camp. It's hard to cast the game when I don't control the camera that the audience is actually seeing.
Just cast the game, dude.
Okay. Tim is only leaving his spawn with skirmish elements. If you're still staying very, very far behind. What?
I got it! I changed the colors!
How did you do that?
It's in the settings.
Oh, did you do colorblind settings?
No, I just changed the custom settings, so now Khorne's red. Let's fucking go.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, I see you on stream just fucking around. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Okay.
This is my world now.
Yeah, it looks like Spawn. Oh, Spawn. Yeah, Spawn are trying to fight the Screamer. Sorry, Furies. The Cultists, they will tear them apart very, very quickly. Gaze of Fate on the Furies? I'm sorry?
That is an interesting choice, but man, they got disintegrated.
Yeah, the Cultists are getting just circle beaten by Spawn and by Halberds, respectively. They are charging their summons fairly quickly, and they will try to just destroy the Halberds when they do finally charge the summons. But I think this is a little aggressive from Tutorial. He's holding both sides. Just holding all 3 objectives, but he could have just held both sides and forced Zinch to split up. This way, he's actually just going into a funnel and fighting into Tim's spawn exactly where we know Tim loves to be.
Yeah.
So, this is actually pretty rough. That said, Zinch doesn't have a lot of great tools to deal with Minotaur Grey weapons. They need to get their halberds in position, but their halberds are stuck fighting other things, namely these cultists and the Chaos Warriors. So Tzeentch doesn't have all the intellectuals they need in the right places, it feels like. And Valkia is now chasing Kairos, and she should win that duel. Kairos is pretty abysmal in melee. So Kairos has to kind of keep running. If he's running, that means he's not casting blue fire, which is probably pretty good for Valkia.
Furies are just dying across the board. But Bloodletter summons are coming in. Those will win the melee if they can get to the melee. Also, the cultists still haven't gotten any summons off, and one of them's honestly about to break, so he needs to summon something right now if he can.
You have me so fucked up, dude, because my screen still has the colors unchanged, and I have your stream open on the other side with the colors changed, and my head, you just fucked with my head so hard.
Good. You can't tell me about something that egregiously wrong, and I have the capacity to fix it and expect me not to fix it.
I forgot that was an option. Anyway, Tzeentch is up pretty heavily in the value lead.
Oh,
The
very
skirmish
heavily.
elements are doing a very, very good job. Just getting a lot of ammo, and the Minotaurs are getting dragged down pretty heavily by those skirmish cav. But once again, Tim, well, no, he's not 3-capped. He was 3-capped for a while. He has broken from his pattern of being 3-capped all game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, life is about change, about growth.
Bloodletters!
We're seeing Tim actually come and take objectives. Bloodletter summons coming in. Unfortunately, they're being summoned on skirmish cav, which skirmish cav have this fantastic ability with deal with summons of they can just walk away, and then the summons are sad.
Yeah, but that
So-
cultist of Khorne needed to summon it on something or he's going to go down, so I guess...
Yep, he's terror routing right now, so it was a panic summon. Well, yeah, it was a desperation summon. So now, at least they can come and recharge these halberds, would be a really nice, good bit of damage there.
Ow.
And Khorne is starting to retake the center objective. And actually, we have some basic bloodletters coming in too. Like some of these aren't summons.
Yeah. He summoned 3 basic bloodletters and they're running around somewhere.
I'd really love to see these skirmish have the low ground come over here, cap objective 3, which is unprotected. Because again, having an objective while fighting near spawn gives you a lot of time to value trade. Like if Khorne's fighting this far from not 3-capping you, they're in trouble. If you cap, that forces them to divert resources elsewhere.
That's going to be
Big
a nice
ol' army
Tzeentch.
ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good cast.
I should really learn the name of that ability.
I also don't know it. I was about to tell it to you until I realized I don't have that information.
Those things you'd think I know by now, but I really just don't.
Yeah.
Anyway, that really just completely neutered Khorne's push. Losing that many Chaos Warriors really, really hurts. So they are equaling out the value a little bit with the summons helping out, but as soon as the summons are gone, he's going to be going back to the Tzeentch's favor pretty heavily. Khorne has managed to recoup the 3-cap, but Tzeentch controls the low ground and should be capping objective number 3 here in just a second.
You know Tim doesn't believe in capturing objectives until he can capture all of them. He's not
I
going
know,
over
and
there.
it pisses me off.
He's not going over there, Platty.
No, there's 36 Forsaken going to cap.
I mean, honestly, the 4 Minos with great weapons, if they get charged...
We're not acknowledging it. We're just not acknowledging it.
Alright. I still think
Nice
that
skirmish
Tim
cap.
doesn't like... He likes either being 3-capped or 3-capping. He's protesting, he just wants a single cap map. He's like, I'll play single cap in my own way.
Oh, that was a nice blue fire, but
That did
Skirmish Cap are just
so much damage.
yeah against the unit with spell resist. 25% spell
25%.
resist. Yeah, Skirmish Cav are just tearing apart the Minotaurs of Khorne. Only 60 armor, they're not that resilient against Skirmish Cav fire.
Yeah, those guys are not having a great time. Valkia's sword, is it going to actually do damage? It did alright. Did
All right. Unfortunately, those Skirmish Cav are mostly out of ammo, so they're going to get desummoned anyway. But that wasn't bad damage. Forsaken coming in, Tzeentch should be able to retake up center objective.
I'm surprised Khorne's still holding the center objective. Like, it looks like there's a lot of Tzeentch units here that would be taking it, but they're just not really getting it done that far.
Yeah. I think the cultists, you know, the cultists have the same cap weight as spawn, so it's really just one infantry unit for Tzeentch that's been here for the whole time. And there's Chaos Warriors that are just countering that.
Dog spam.
Cultists
Dog
are-
spam. Dog spam.
We have entered that stage of the game, yes.
The phase where you start
No.
saying shit a lot into your monitor and spawn all the fast units you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically.
Alright, Tzeentch is definitely capturing point 3, but these Fleshhounds should get some
I don't know
pretty
if they
decent
can
trades.
hold it. Yeah, they probably tear apart these Skirmish Cav. Like, these Skirmish Cav are not that great in melee. They'll probably tear them apart. It's just a matter of can they hold off before the long enough for Tzeentch to cap. Then hopefully get some kind of, like, Screamer down there. Maybe Screamers or Furies down there to bail them out, because this is Tzeentch's biggest weakness, is the mobility game. They have to rely on flyers without capture weight to actually contest it, which feels pretty rough. They do cap, though. Of course, they do have to 3-cap, but I think, as you said, Tim's just making a statement at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for Khorne, or perhaps fortunately for Tim, objective 1 is completely undefended, and there is a singular spear just waltzing over to it. Now this Chaos Warrior has a choice to make. Do I fight for 2? Do I hold 1? Neither one is right. They both end in suffering.
They both end in suffering. Fleshhounds did tear through all of the out of ammo and extremely wounded skirmish cav, and they're now getting a rear charge to help out the other Fleshhound friends, and more Fleshhounds are spawning, and more Minotaurs of Khorne are spawning. This could honestly be the rally that Khorne needs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the middle point's totally screwed, but this is a lot of mobility getting spawned in here.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of the spawn from center go over that way, maybe the Soul Grinder as well, but problem is you also have to split to take objective number 1. So now Tim has the forces in the middle to do both of those things, but now he's not protecting objective number 2 very much.
Mm-hmm. Mass route from Tzeentch in the bottom.
There are a couple of spears still holding on, which would probably kill that one wounded Fleshhound. The other one should tear it apart. But yeah, Tzeentch really needs to get... I'd love to see some Screamers, honestly. Screamers tear apart Fleshhounds. They'll fight Minotaurs really, really effectively, especially if Kairos can pop Harmonic Convergence on them. They will tear them apart.
Cultist of Khorne rally, do you just desummon him, or what do you do with him?
Probably. Where the fuck is he?
He's in Tzeentch's spawn.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Yeah, you desummon him. He's not going to do shit. Not going to kill anything, he's used a summon. Well, some of the point you probably drop a summon and then, you know, evacuate. You drop your load and
he has
leave.
attack orders. He ain't desummoning anything.
Interesting. Seems like a desperation play. Yeah, he's just trying to get something on the capture point before his opponent does, but now something got summoned near him and he broke just by having enemies near him. Faster, stronger enemies nearby. Yeah, they need to not leave the point. They need not C9. They need to stay on the objective.
Though, honestly, I still think point 3 is going to go to Khorne pretty heavily here. This is a lot of trash units invested. A Soul Grinder almost out of ammo in melee, an almost dead spawn, and a single skirmish cav versus Minotaurs, Fleshhounds, and Valkia.
Yeah, Khorne's going to be able to take that objective. The question is, can they hold it? And with more minutes coming, Tzeentch needs to resummon some of their halberds and get them down there ASAP.
Ooh, they only need a single point. Khorne only needs a single point.
Yeah, but Tzeentch does have a long time to try and wrestle it away from them. That's the problem.
Yeah, still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going to take point 1.
Tzeentch. Yep, Tzeentch is taking it.
They have to kill all those Chaos Warriors, then they have to leave this point and leave something behind so dogs don't just capture it behind them. I actually think, like, Khorne's in a pretty okay spot. Not great, but, like...
I still think a single Chaos Warrior halberd summon towards the low ground just fucks Khorne's entire day.
Oh, yeah. Like, I agree with you. There are plenty of ways Tim can still win this, I'm just saying. I was kind of, like, already in the Khorne's out of it mode.
Yeah. The problem is there's just too many... Tim committed enough resources in the high ground that Tutorial can't just go back cap the high ground. He could try to get the center, but it's close enough to the low ground that Tim could just rotate back and defend it pretty easily.
Tutorial spawned some bloodletters in case of the single halberd you were mentioning.
Yeah, but with skirmish up on the field, they're not gonna be lasting very long.
Ooh, that was a nice Valkia sword to take off the shields, or sorry, the barrier. And now the Minotaurs are trying to charge in. They didn't really get a charge animation.
Skirmish cab go get melee. Yeah, they did a lot of work to the skirmish cab, but skirmish cab take the charge. It means the halberds in this spawn are.
But Minos are coming in for the sandwich.
Yeah.
I think Khorne has it.
I don't know about that. There's still a long time to go, and there are Forsaken coming. There's a full health halberd coming from center. Center is being abandoned entirely. I wonder if does Kairos even have Wom? He hasn't cast a spell in ages. I feel like you could just drop the Kairos and get some halberds down here.
Khorne loses men so hard, it's deceptively hard to play. Yeah, Khorne's very hard to play.
The other thing is, this entire fight is happening up the point. If Tim can take this Martyr Horseman, walk around behind, he can back cap while this fight's going on. And also get his skirmish cap flying value, but that's not where they're going. They're on automatic skirmish mode because of the stupid bug. Looks like, or not. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm lying to you.
It looks like you're lying to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But now Tutorial is back capping with Fleshhounds towards the center. And I really love Screamers, dude. Screamers probably would have ended this game already. You need something fast that can answer Fleshhounds. It doesn't need to outcap them. It just needs to like pester them so they can't sit on an objective.
There's a blue fire into Minotaurs that literally did 0 damage.
Yep, I think you're right. I think Tim's joking this. I think he had this and he's just made poor summoning choices and really kind of thrown this game away.
Yeah, because we have a full health Bloodletter that can fight that Chaos Warrior pretty easy peasy. Full health-ish. Minotaur, another Fleshhound summon. Fleshhounds are dominating the middle, so honestly, he could capture point 2. Yeah, I
At
think
the moment, there's nothing to do with these bloodletters, really. Single skirmish cab that can't kill them very quickly.
tutorial's got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to take point 2. Do Fleshhounds have infantry capture weight?
They have cavalry capture weight, so they have 4 compared to the 5 of infantry.
Okay, so still pretty good.
Yeah, they have good capture weight.
Yeah, with 2 of them, it's going to go quite quick.
Thing is, he doesn't even need to capture that point. Just by pressuring this, he forces Tim to commit infantry this way, which can't easily rotate to help objective number 3, and he still only has to hold 1 objective. So he probably will cap this, but even if he doesn't, he's in a good spot.
I mean, he has a 3rd Fleshhound coming by.
Yeah, you need screamers as Zinch, dude. You really need to have screamers.
Tim loves skirmish cav. That is what I'm learning from watching him.
Yeah, he just doesn't summon anything but marauders, and it's kind of triggering me. Well, actually, Tim is taking the low ground. Those Fleshhounds really need to rotate away, because they're not going to kill those Forsaken, those spears. They need to just rotate away and hold the low ground, get superior charges. But the Halberds and the skirmish cav can actually wear down these bloodletters and minotaurs. So Tim should cap this low ground. Can he retake the mid fast enough? He's got some spawn coming. Then yeah, the spears are going to take it. So the Fleshhounds are coming, but I feel like that it's just too late. Fleshhound decision was made too late, and by the time they get there, it's going to be capped. And I think Tim got this.
Maybe. I feel like every
Except
time
he's
you and
coming. Another fucking skirmish cav.
I know. Every time you and I talk shit on Tim, he randomly wins, and then we just have to eat crow.
And yeah, the problem is, tutorial brought his Fleshhounds down here to help Objective 3. It got capped, so he's bringing them right back to Objective 1, but they've basically lost the fight there in the meantime. And look, another Fleshhound coming in. Tim is charging the Fleshhounds with a skirmish cav to just try to force them to fight off the objective, which is just a smart decision. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to manage to pull it off. Yeah, he does. He's got the capture weight in the middle. Kairos is coming over with Terror. There's enough halberds on low ground. I think Tim has this.
There's going to be a Chaos Warhound summon soon that'll probably sprint up towards point 1. Or just throw the bodies onto point 2, because all he needs to do is hold point 2 for...
He needs to hold it for over 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 more minutes.
So, which is a pretty tall order, especially with all the skirmish cav that can just come in and pile behind and apply capture rate. And skirmish cav will kill Warhounds in melee.
Yeah.
One of your units has been destroyed.
The Corn is still holding. They do have the positive capture rate for the moment. And Fleshhounds will actually do pretty well in the spawn. Like, they'll tear them apart if they aren't on top of the infantry, which they aren't currently.
Valky is still alive. The hardest part is catching Kairos. A Bloodletter summon. Saved up for that. Let's get the infantry capture rate on there. I just wonder if it'll get here in time. Hopefully it will.
Yeah, that's the thing. Bloodletters are your fastest infantry choice as Corn, but they're not particularly fast compared to things like Fleshhounds. And yeah. Zinch just needs to shove all their skirmish cav on the point. Doesn't matter if they're firing, doesn't matter if they're in melee. They should be on the point. Ideally in a place where they can body block that Bloodletter off the point. So just put it on the far corner. Yep.
Zinch got it.
Squeaks it out. Yeah, it was pretty close.
That was very close. I thought Corn had it, but then all of a sudden, doing a good job telling us what's going on. Yeah, I frequently don't zoom in and watch the actual models. I'm sorry.
I rarely do that.
All right. Chaos Warriors didn't pay for themselves, but they didn't have to. Minotaurs did well. Valkyria did well. Cultists were an interesting pick. They did okay in the mid game.
Yeah.
Corn Dogs did great. Bloodletters did meh. And Furies got dumpstered. Absolutely destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah. That is Tim taking our tournament.
Tim did it. He did it.
Huh.
We doubted him several times, but he did it.
Yes. This is the experience I always have watching Tim.
Oh, and they both left immediately.
Well, it is quite late.
They're done with our shit. All right, Platty. You did it.
We did it.
You did it. You did it. I didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Any parting words you want to say on your way out, my friend?
Thank you guys so much for coming. Again, my YouTube channel is in the description. Go check it out. I do a bunch of educational content. If you're trying to learn Dom, it's a great place to start.
It sure is. Samurai Style, great job with the cast, both of you. Hey, thanks, buddy.
Hey, thanks.
It's good seeing you around. I love your greenskins. Sad they couldn't win today, but you know, can't win them all. There's still, what is this, a 6 qualifier, and there's 14. So
Yep.
there's 8 more. And with each tournament, there's 4 top tier players knocked out. So Samurai style, I'm pretty sure you're going to get into the top 64.
Probably.
Anyway, keep an eye out for other Warhammer World Cup, Warhammer World Championship, whatever you want to call it, casts. I'm sure Anticity's doing a couple more. Turin will probably do 1 or 2 here and there. So
Yep.
there'll be more. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone.
Good night, human boy.